Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the House Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs. As you already know, we have a number of hearings scheduled today, one in particular that obviously you're excited about. Before we get into any of that, though, I would ask you to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Just to explain how the committee works, the prime sponsor, I'll be recognizing him momentarily, Representative Drew, who is a member of this committee. He will present the bill. We give the prime sponsor a little extra time so they can go into the background and the genesis of the bill, and then we'll recognize all of you who have signed up to speak. Given the volume and the interest in this bill, we are going to have to limit testimony to 3 minutes, and it's going to be a strictly enforced 3 minutes. At the end of that time period, I am going to have to stop you regardless of where you are in your testimony. The purpose of this is to give everybody an equal chance to speak and testify, regardless of where you stand on this bill. I know that there's some very strongly held feelings. It also allows all of the committee members to ask you questions, which I suspect most of you will want to answer. So with that, Representative Drew, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Matt Drew. I represent Manchester Ward 10, Hillsborough District 19. Public health cannot function without public trust, and public trust cannot survive coercion. When the public health establishment stops treating patients as people and starts deciding to impose statistical risks and real injuries on some in order to protect others, they can and should lose the trust of the public. 6 years ago, we watched in horror as the public health establishment went mad with power. They rushed through a so-called vaccine with minimal testing, then promoted it as safe and effective while effectively mandating its use for millions of people. It quickly proved to be neither safe nor effective, but that didn't stop them. They began to arrogantly denigrate, dismiss, and censor critics. They mocked those injured or killed by the COVID shot, then hid behind their legal immunity to avoid accountability. Instead of scientific inquiry and honest discovery, we found that public health had become almost a cult, with unquestionable commandments coming down from above. This, unfortunately, is a pattern of behavior that is all too familiar to those who have dared to question the vaccine religion in the past, usually because they or a loved one were injured by a vaccine. You will hear from many of those people today. This bill is for them. HB 1811 is a first step towards remedying this issue and restoring trust in public health. It repeals the statutory vaccine mandates in RSA 141C:20-A and replaces them with recommendations. Why? Because mandates are a clear statement of inherent distrust. If your product is so bad that people won't use it voluntarily, that's a big flashing neon sign that it is probably unsafe, ineffective, or both. To my surprise, DHHS apparently shares this skepticism. The fiscal note on this bill says that ending the mandate would reduce state spending on vaccines by as much as $6.8 million in fiscal year 27 and up to $7.8 million in fiscal year 29. This is roughly 30% of DHHS child vaccine spending, which was approximately $21.5 million in fiscal year 2025. I can only interpret this to mean that the department has such a low opinion of the vaccines they provide that they believe removal of the mandate will result in at least an immediate 30% drop in usage. I hold no such illusions. Passing this bill into law will not immediately change anyone's mind on vaccines. Those who are skeptical are already taking advantage of the exemptions, and trust takes a long time to rebuild once lost. But wait, if we already have medical and religious exemptions, why do we need to get rid of the mandates? That's a very good question. To answer it, I'll start with a quote from Stefan Bancel, the CEO of Moderna, a vaccine manufacturer, from an interview in Davos, Switzerland on January 22nd of this year. Quote, "We've said very publicly to our investors that we do not foresee investing in a new phase 3 study in the foreseeable future in vaccines, because you cannot make a return on your investment if you don't have access to the U.S. market or because of delays regulatory-wise, or because your market is much smaller, because you don't have a recommendation by the government. This should make it clear that vaccine mandates are not simply a legal mechanism. They put the stamp of state approval on the vaccines that are mandated, and the pharmaceutical industry requires that support in order to sell their products. This puts the entire state's reputation behind the vaccines and makes the state morally and potentially legally responsible when the vaccines injure innocent victims. Informed consent is impossible when a medical product is mandated. The legal risk is currently low due to federal immunity laws and the Supreme Court's Jacobson decision, but it's possible that could rapidly change, particularly since DHHS has decided to abandon federal vaccine recommendations. Reassuringly, if we pass this bill into law, we will not be the first, and we would be far from alone. Idaho has repealed their mandates, and Florida has declared their intent to do so. Internationally, most developed countries do not mandate vaccines. 20 out of 30 EU countries have no mandates, and several others only mandate one. Japan ended their vaccine mandates in 1994, and they have a 98% vaccine uptake rate. Even Russia allows families to opt out, no questions asked, and China does not enforce their mandate. None of these countries have seen any issues with vaccine uptake or outbreaks. The truth is that the majority of the developed world trusts parents to make individual vaccine decisions, and we should too. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Drew? No questions? Wow. Oh, Representative Woods, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. You cited a wide variety of positions around the world, but did you drill down at all to see why there is that difference? Each of the areas that you've identified have vastly different healthcare systems than we have, and that does impact both the quotes recommendations and the public's response. Could you help us out what that difference would be?
I agree. To be honest, I am far from an expert on everything vaccine related. What I can tell you is that for this specific, the mandate specifically, that's the important part here. There are other countries do have recommendations, and they do have systems that are that tend to enforce those recommendations in different ways, but they don't mandate. They don't legally mandate. So if New Hampshire wanted to have better vaccine uptakes, then perhaps they should look at those other systems and try to do it that way instead of legally mandating it. Does that make sense?
I understand your position, but I think that if we drill down, there would be a significant difference in the different countries that you've cited, and so I think it's in my perspective, it's hard to compare this mandate with other healthcare systems around the world.
Okay.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So in your research on this bill, did you find any other medical procedure or anything else in the state that is mandated besides vaccines?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Anyone else? Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So last year, we passed a law which I thought was a big victory, pulling the discussion and the oversight of what gets mandated into legislative purview. And we just had a hearing a couple weeks ago on hepatitis B. And I think the strength of that law is just that it allows people on both sides of the issue to come in and engage in open debate. This is a little bit of a departure from that. So I'm just wondering, what is it that you see within that law that is inadequate that we think we have to go for a full repeal across the board?
Are you speaking specifically of HB 1719, the Hep B repeal?
No, I'm speaking about last year. Mandating a vaccine used to be rulemaking within the department. Then last year we passed a law which said going forward, that oversight would not be through rulemaking, but it would be through the legislature. And our first kind of kick at the cat of that was the hepatitis B vaccine, which we had a couple weeks ago. But I said the great thing about it, it was a very transparent process. People on both sides of the issue had an opportunity, to bring the pros and cons forth. I thought it was pretty good. And I'm just wondering where you see the inadequacy in that law that you feel we have to go for a full repeal.
I don't. I would argue that presenting this bill and having this discussion is the transparent process. So we removed the rulemaking authority because we believe that it should be up to the legislature to make this decision. Now I'm asking the legislature, do we want to make that decision? And here are the reasons why.
Follow up.
So I'm just wondering, as to approach, why we possibly wouldn't have brought forth separate bills so that each vaccine could be considered on the merits instead of going for a broad repeal of all vaccines, and what the thinking was there.
So there's two levels to this, which is why we did bring HB 1719 and this bill. One is the specific technical merits of specific vaccines. You can have that discussion. This discussion is about the moral, legal, and ethical question around legally mandating vaccines at all. So this is the high-level question. Those are the low-level questions. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else. Oh, Representative Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Okay, so in looking at school immunization requirements, and I'm presuming that by looking at your bill, this would literally vitiate all the school immunization requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How many other states, in addition to Florida, Idaho repealed, according to your testimony, Florida is actively considering? Is that correct?
They have declared their intent to do so. There is some question as to whether or not they're actually going to be able to do it,
Okay.
at least this session.
Okay, just a brief follow-up here then. So how many other states beyond that are actively considering this type of legislation?
One other that I know of, Louisiana.
Okay. One follow-up, sir?
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the follow-up. I'm a child of the 50s and was vaccinated against polio. Are you at least a little concerned that polio and the Salk vaccine was considered a major step forward in solving a significant problem? Do you have the least bit concerned that polio might emerge as a potential health problem?
I do not. And it might surprise you to know that I'm relatively pro-vaccine. Like I said, this question is not about the effectiveness of the individual vaccines or whether or not they can solve that problem. I don't believe that this will reduce uptake of the polio vaccine. I don't believe that polio is going to make a resurgence in the United States. This question is whether or not the risks of the polio vaccine, which are definitely there, whether or not the state can impose those risks on some people in order to protect others.
Okay. Just one follow-up.
One more follow up.
Thank you. What were the risks, to your knowledge, with the Salk vaccine, which helped wipe out polio?
I don't know the specific details.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anyone else? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, following up on the previous line of question, is it true that current polio vaccine is different technologies than was used back then? And is it true that not every vaccine is sterilizing vaccine? Meaning some of us have learned the science of COVID vaccine that it does not stop transmission, but the same is true for the polio vaccine that is currently used, that it doesn't stop transmission.
To my knowledge, yes, but there are a number of experts on both sides that are going to testify, and I would recommend asking them that question.
Anyone else? Okay, Representative Drew, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Representative Robert Wary. You have a written testimony to hand out, sir? Okay. Don't forget to put your microphone on. You know the drill.
I do.
You asked for 7 minutes again. I'm limiting everyone to
Yep.
3, so
I
I'll give you a 2 minute and 45-second warning when you.
Thank you. I'll try and skip over some of the written testimony and try and touch on the highlights. And I put on a stopwatch as well to keep track of it. For the record, my name is Robert Ware. I have the privilege of representing Hillsborough District 13, the great town of Hudson. I'm testifying in support of this bill to repeal mandated immunization requirements for children. The next paragraph talks about my credentials. I've been in the industry for 40 plus years. I have a couple of masters in pharmaceutical quality as well as regulatory affairs. I worked with Dr. Salk on a similar approach to AIDS virus in the 90s. And as the head of quality for a small research facility, I oversaw compliance for cell growth of the virus, its purification and inactivation, its compounding, and aseptic filling as a vaccine for clinical studies. I was personally responsible for the release and approval of those vaccine batches for that clinical study. I'm not against vaccines. I actually am in support of them. But I do want to illustrate a couple of principles that I think apply to these childhood immunizations. As an example of another set of circumstances that happened to me as a head of quality at a small pharma company in the early 2000s, the product was a bronchodilator respiratory product filled in plastic vials. Hundreds of batches were made annually. And I led the department responsible for releasing that product. At one point, the supplier of the plastic resin provided us a lot that had an impurity in it. We didn't know that at the time. We tested it, and after the product had been made, we found that this impurity existed. It was something we had not encountered before in any of our previous scientific studies. Because of that, I didn't know, as the head of quality, I didn't know if that impurity was toxic or not. I didn't know if it would be reaching a toxic threshold, or because these are respiratory products taken on a daily basis, I didn't know if they would reach a cumulative threshold that would be seriously injuring those patients. So I had to hold on to those batches. That is not a career advancer, by the way. And so what's the issue here? We did not have the data. We didn't have the toxicology information on this particular impurity. We hadn't done any animal studies to understand its cumulative effect, so we had no information. And that is the fundamental problem with a lot of these childhood vaccines. Adequate safety data does not exist. And I'm sort of toward the end of the first page if you're following along. The data is not there because the clinical studies were not sufficiently statistically powered. That means they were too small. The clinical studies were not placebo-controlled. That means control groups were not used to identify which adverse events were directly attributable to the vaccines. The safety monitoring from the clinical studies was too short. Sometimes only 5 days. One was only 4 days. 4 days. You don't have time to evaluate the neurological, the immunological long-term effects of a vaccine if you're only monitoring for 4 or 5 days.
Where your time is up.
Of course it is. You have the rest of my testimony. Please read it. I have done extensive research in this area. I'm happy to take any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Wary? Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The drug that you mentioned, it was a respiratory drug, I guess.
Yep.
And there were bad batches. Was that a mandated drug, or was that what was the situation?
It was a rescue it was levobuterol. It was a rescue medication for people with asthma attacks, and it can also be used prophylactically in certain situations with bad asthma.
But not mandated.
It was not. Those who have asthma attacks might think otherwise, but it was not mandated in the rules or otherwise, yes.
Right. So to follow up on your point, the individual would make that decision for themselves, but not a state mandate for that.
That is correct.
So one last follow up.
Okay.
So with that in mind, I would think that a review by the legislature might say that there's not enough data here and would come to the conclusion on its own that that should be left to people and should not be a mandate. So what do you see within our existing new legislative process that would be inadequate to make that determination?
So thank you for your question. It's really an excellent question because it's all about how do we as legislators and how do the guardians and parents of the children find this information. This information is available on FDA websites. You can go and you can look in something called a package insert. You know, if you see, if you prescribed a medicine, they have this tightly folded up document. You unfold it and it's, you know, yay big, and it has all these different sections that talk about the studies and the information associated with that particular drug, including prescribing instructions and so on. In section 6, you will find the adverse events associated with that. And this is all available for every vaccine that we're talking about. You can go to the FDA website and do your own research. If I had time, because Lord knows I could use more, I would do that for you. Maybe I'll try and do that for the committee on at least one and show you what you can do and walk you through the process. But you can go to that. 6.1 has the clinical study safety events. These are directly causal. 6.2 has post-marketing events that have been collected, which are not, you know, reasonable. They're more like reasonably likely, but not positively connected. You know, it's associated. So you can go through and you can see the actual ingredients. You can do a deep dive on what are the type of ingredients being used and what's the impact of those. You can go and you can look at how big the clinical study was and how long it was performed and what was the follow-up afterwards. So there's so many things that we can be looking at. If you go through these 7 kinds of points that I've made here, this is almost a process for how you can go through and evaluate each vaccine on its merits. And you can go through, and this data is available now for any one of us. You know, it's not just anyone with an internet can connect to FDA and find these package inserts and do the research. You'll be shocked at some of the things you'll find. But so it's out there. It's available.
Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you aware of any historical data that shows that some vaccines that were recommended in the past turned out to be dangerous and also in line of polio vaccines that Representative Michael was asking about? Is it true that some of technologies used back then and used in other countries with a weakened virus actually caused outbreaks, including recent outbreak in New York? So we have facts that sometimes vaccine actually cause the disease.
Yeah. Yes. That's. So there are broadly 2 basic types of polio vaccines. There's the inactivated, where the virus is killed, and then there's the attenuated, where it's reduced in its efficacy, if you will, and it's a matter of how much harm did you do the virus, if you can. Then by injecting or introducing these into the body, you can then trigger an immune response and get the body theoretically prepared for this. Now the problem with the inactivated one, there's a quite famous incident, and Dr. Salk was, when I spoke with him on different occasions, he was still mad about it. It was the Cutter incident, where they failed to fully inactivate the virus. They then distributed it, and a number of children got polio. This same thing can happen with the attenuated vaccine, and that is actually, there was a time period where the greatest cause of polio in the world was the introduction of the attenuated vaccine. They actually had to remove it, and it's been removed from, I think, use in the U.S. for a number of years. They've gone back to the inactivated. So there you see IPV, inactivated polio vaccine, versus OPV, that's the attenuated one. So if you look at that, you can see the difference between the two. And they've also done some studies, I believe it was in baboons, where they looked at the transmissibility and how, or whether or not it did a reduction. And again, it was problematic data, meaning that it did not work as well as they thought it ought to. If you want, I can get that sort of information for you. But that was actually one of the more unique ones because they actually did the study. A lot of times they do the studies, or they don't do the studies because you don't want to know data that might hurt your selling of vaccines.
Anyone else? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So last year we heard the hearing on vaccines. I asked the question several times, how do we know from the state level that a vaccine is safe and effective? I never got an answer to that. So I got a question for you now based on line 3 here. It says that the maximum is several months for a study. In your research or your understanding, what is the longest the study takes for a vaccine?
For a vaccine, I'm trying to think of an analogy on the biotech or biological product level. Because some of these adverse events are neurological or immunological, they would actually have to be followed for an extended period of time. FDA has a program on long-term safety studies. That's probably what ought to be done for a lot of the vaccines because they really haven't followed them in detail, discreetly, to fully understand the impact of these on a long-term effect. If you only follow up for adverse events 4 or 5 days or even 6 months after an initial vaccination, you're not going to detect all of the associated problems with that. If they occur, I give the benefit of the doubt, but if they occur, you will not detect them in that period of time.
Anyone else? I'm seeing no one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Also signed up to speak, Megan Hardy and Dr. Benjamin Chan from the Department of Health and Human Services. There's 2 of you, so again, 3 minutes each, up to 3 minutes each.
Good morning, Chairman McDonald, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Hetty. I am a registered nurse and the Chief of the Bureau of Infectious Disease Control with the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health. I am joined today by Dr. Benjamin Chan, an infectious disease physician, and our state epidemiologist. We are here to speak in opposition to House Bill 1811. First, if enacted, this legislation would remove the immunization requirements for children attending schools and childcare and will prevent the department from requiring immunizations under any circumstance. This would eliminate the statutory framework for communicable diseases within the state and prevention and control in New Hampshire and put the health and safety of all New Hampshire residents at risk while also increasing healthcare costs for families and the state. First, HB 1811 conflicts with multiple department statutory responsibility under RSA 141C. In the testimony, there is a list of all the different areas where it is in conflict. It also impacts RSA 21P53, which involves the department's responsibility in a state of emergency. Additionally, if enacted, House Bill 1811 will have serious health and financial consequences for New Hampshire residents and communities. These include the increasing the number of children who are unimmunized or under-immunized in schools and childcare, which could lead to a risk of vaccine-preventable disease transmission and outbreaks, which will endanger children, staff, and families, including teachers and staff, and especially those who are medically vulnerable, immunocompromised, or too young to receive immunizations. Additionally, it would increase outbreaks of preventable disease like measles and polio, and these outbreaks will allow diseases to spread more broadly between the children, between staff, but also into surrounding communities in the New Hampshire area, and can affect every single resident or visitor of New Hampshire. Additionally, allowing exposed individuals to spread a communicable disease in the community would occur by preventing the department from using vaccination status to determine if someone should be excluded from public locations, and by eliminating RSA 141C20D, which explicitly gives the department the authority to exclude an unvaccinated child from school or childcare during an outbreak of vaccine preventable disease for their health and safety. This also will prevent the department from monitoring immunizations in schools and childcares via the repeal of 141C20E, thereby preventing families, facilities, and communities from assessing their vaccine preventable risks. This will also put the department at risk for losing $3.5 million in federal funding due to the inability to fulfill grant requirements for collection and distribution of immunization data in schools and childcare. And this loss of funds would undermine New Hampshire's universal purchase vaccine program, which will dismantle vaccine ordering, distribution, and access to routine immunizations for all New Hampshire families and for those who want them. 1811 will also create financial burden for schools, child cares, parents and guardians, and healthcare systems. Parents and guardians may need to increasingly miss work due to either caring for sick children or becoming ill themselves, and this will lead to loss of wages and economic productivity. Outbreaks can also force facilities to close to stop the continuous spread of disease or because of staffing shortages, and an increase in disease and health complications will also lead to increased healthcare utilization and increased costs for facilities and for patients. So, in conclusion, HB 1811 threatens the foundational public health protections that have been in place for decades in New Hampshire and that promote the health and safety of children and families. If enacted, this legislation would reduce childhood vaccine rates, weaken protections in schools, child cares, and communities, and diminish the department's ability to monitor immunizations and respond to outbreaks. This cumulative impact could include widespread uncontrolled illness, disruption of educational institutions, increased strain on healthcare resources, and significant financial consequences due to the spread of preventable infectious diseases. So the department respectfully urges the committee to find HB 1811 inexpedient to legislate, and that is all we have for this morning, so we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm going back to last year, thinking about the question that I asked about safe and effectiveness. The information you just gave here talks about a framework of what would happen if we remove this requirement. Could you elaborate on where you get this data and this information from, and any other state that has had this issue if they've removed it? Because I'm kind of not understanding how you came to this conclusion.
Thanks for that question, Representative. Can you specify which conclusion you're specifically referring to? Are you talking about the disease spread and outbreaks?
Exactly.
I think so as you correctly point out, there are a small minority of states in the U.S. where vaccines are not required. Idaho being one recently that removed vaccine requirements, and I think you heard Florida was another state that was considering this, as well as maybe some others that we're not totally aware of. So there's limited U.S. data to objectively quantify how removing requirements is going to impact vaccine rates and promote disease spread. But certainly there is real-world experience that we're seeing with outbreaks of measles, for example, in other states, outbreaks of measles and other diseases globally that are directly due to under-vaccinated or unimmunized people. I mean, these are diseases that are reemerging and spreading because of low vaccination rates. And so I think our comments here are supported by what we're seeing at a national level in terms of reemergence of vaccine preventable diseases and also at a global level. I've heard other areas of the globe mentioned in sponsored testimony, and I'll say that places like Europe, for example, have had measles circulating for years. They have issues with diphtheria beginning to reemerge, and it's as a direct result of low vaccination rates. Thanks.
Follow-up.
Thank you for that. That was very helpful. So the question that I have for you, I guess, then is, again, you don't know Idaho, but in general, those studies that were done, let's give it measles. Has there been any studies done to see if those people were vaccinated or unvaccinated that are getting this now?
So thanks for that question. Idaho only recently removed their vaccine requirements. In terms of outbreaks that are occurring at a national level, there is ongoing public health monitoring and tracking from responding to these outbreaks that is occurring. And I think the answer to your question is that, yes, there's information and data coming out of those investigations showing that the vast majority of people that are getting infected are unimmunized or underimmunized. Pointing to South Carolina, for example, I think they're nearing 900 infections associated with their outbreak. The vast majority, more than 90-95%, they're reporting unvaccinated or unimmunized against measles.
Just one quick follow-up.
One more.
So she did mention the $3.5 million in lost revenue. I don't see that we removed that statutory requirement for the reporting. It only makes it so that, could you weigh in on that a little bit more?
Sure. The $3.5 million is our grant that the federal funding that supports the Vaccine for Children program. And because our structure here in New Hampshire is universal purchasing, if we lost that grant requirement that has the requirement to collect and distribute immunization for schools and childcare, so it's collecting how many folks are immunized, how many are not, we would be at risk for losing that $3.5 million, and that would undermine the entire structure we have for that universal purchase program.
Could you give us the language for that to know what that looks like or what that would mean?
Yes, I can get that to you after this.
Anyone else? Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So the proponents of the bill obviously are coming down on the side that individuals should be making their own risk assessment, and that's an absolute right of the individual. But there is long-standing court precedent that, if there's a compelling state interest, you can go in and you can mandate. But the bar has been set very high. So, my question is, how do you perceive that threshold, and is the passage of the new law, where it's now coming under legislative purview, how has that changed your approach to assessing where that compelling state interest lies?
Representative, thank you for that question. I think this gets at the heart of the issue and the debate around this legislation and other pieces of legislation like this. I can tell you that the public health perspective here is one of looking out for the interests of population health. Usually we try and maintain a balance, right? Respecting individual rights, freedoms, while also looking at how to best protect the health of communities, populations, towns, cities, schools, child care agencies. And so this becomes a balancing act where it's not one extreme over the other, but we try and balance the interests of individual freedom, individual protections, religious beliefs, with the interests of population health and preventing communicable disease transmission and outbreaks. And I think that what we have in New Hampshire does that balance, or it balances those interests relatively well, right? We require in statute 10 out of 18 recommended immunizations. These are vaccines that have been in use for decades, have a very good safety profile, have driven down the rates of diseases and outbreaks to the point where we just don't see them in the clinical setting anymore, as has been highlighted in prior discussion. But at the same time, we allow medical exemptions, we allow religious belief exemptions, and so that, we believe, adequately balances individual rights and freedoms with the interests and benefits of population health, protecting schools, protecting child care agencies so that children can learn, can grow and develop in a community setting without having to worry about outbreaks or being excluded or having schools closed down because there's an outbreak occurring. And so this, what we have in legislation currently, we believe appropriately sort of strikes that balance.
Sure. Go ahead.
And so, with the new legislation, has there been any change of approach on your part? I guess, what's your takeaway from the new law and how things have changed from the old law, meaning rulemaking, over to the legislative oversight?
Thanks for that question. So prior to the passage of, I think it was last year, the timeline's a little off, the ability to require vaccines was under the rulemaking process through the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services. That has been transferred into New Hampshire law, RSA 141C, and so this is an issue that no longer is decided through the administrative rules, but through change in legislation, which is what we're going through now.
Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So there are multiple probes nationally into whether science of safety concerns and efficacy concerns is being neglected or suppressed. So what's happening in the department to ensure that that science is reviewed, given your previous testimonies that almost everyone in Bureau of Infectious Disease and Control Division is involved in promotion of these medical products, namely vaccines, like who is reviewing safety, and it's especially concerning given your current testimony that about polio outbreaks that directly contradicts known science that our current polio vaccine is not sterilizing vaccine. Could you comment how you ensure safety?
I'm sorry, Representative, can you clarify what polio outbreaks you're referring to?
On page 2, in second paragraph, you are saying that if this law passes, we will see spread of disease, but polio vaccine doesn't stop the spread of disease, so I'm concerned that this science is not available in the department.
So, Representative, if I'm understanding your question correctly, there are, so I think there's a couple of points there maybe I'll comment on. One is on the safety of vaccines. The vaccines that are currently required under RSA 141C are vaccines that have been extensively studied and have had decades of use and monitoring. And so we believe that they are very safe. Any vaccine can certainly have, some rare side effects, local reactions, allergic reactions to any pharmaceutical product. But in general, the decades of use and study of these vaccines by scientific agencies, national, authorities have shown that they are largely safe for the vast majority of people, with few exceptions. Regarding comments around the polio virus vaccine, I know that you had some questions earlier. You're raising concerns about polio now. There's a global strategy for eliminating polio virus. And in fact, there used to be 3 different strains of polio: polio 1, polio 2, and polio 3. Polio strains 2 and 3 have been eradicated globally. Polio type 1 is still in circulation, but it's thanks to the vaccines and the vaccine strategy that we've been able to eradicate, type 2 and type 3 polio. And type 1 is still circulating and causing outbreaks sporadically worldwide. part of the global strategy for global eradication of some of these diseases like polio involves a series of steps that begins with the use of the oral poliovirus vaccine, which has some benefits and has some downsides. But then once a country achieves elimination, they're able to switch to the inactivated poliovirus vaccine, which is what we use currently, right? So the oral poliovirus vaccine was in use, I want to say up until maybe the 90s, late 80s, early 90s in the US. Don't quote me exact on those dates. And then we switched to the inactivated vaccine because we were able to achieve elimination in the US. And so what you're seeing now in other areas of the globe is that there's still polio circulating in certain areas. They're still using the oral poliovirus vaccine, and once they're able to achieve elimination, they will be able to switch to the inactivated vaccine to prevent severe complications if polio is reintroduced into that population, namely preventing paralysis from infection. So there's a whole global strategy that has led to eradication, but what's in use currently in the U.S. is the inactivated poliovirus vaccine, which is not able to revert to a more dangerous or virulent form and cause polio.
Representative Mazer and then Representative Lamontagne.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So back to the $3.5 million federal funding. Kind of a follow-up from Representative Kesselring's question. But you said that's a reporting requirement, correct? So if, let's say, if this bill passed, you're still going to be required to report. Why would you lose that funding?
This bill proposes eliminating 141C20E, which outlines the reporting requirements of schools and childcares to the Department for immunization reports. And if we are unable to collect that information and provide that as part of our federal requirements, that would jeopardize that $3.5 billion because we are unable to fulfill the obligations of that funding.
Okay.
Representative Lamontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Actually, I have two questions from earlier testimony. Going back to measles, and before we had widespread measles vaccination, what were some of the public health consequences of many cases of measles?
Thanks for that question, Representative. So measles is one of the most infectious diseases, one of the most infectious communicable diseases out there, and it's estimated that if you have unimmunized people in a room that's exposed, 90% of those individuals who are exposed will come down with measles. It's transmitted through the air. It's transmitted, very easily. I think so most of the time, people with measles will present with typically a febrile rash illness initially, but there are certainly known complications of measles, and we're seeing this play out at a national level where children, even adults, are being hospitalized with complications of measles. Complications of measles can include severe pneumonia that requires hospitalization. It can involve central nervous system infections, encephalitis, and brain infections, essentially. And then people and children can have more severe long-term complications of measles, subacute sclerosing panencephalitis, if I'm getting the name correctly. There was just a case of this reported out of California within the last year. So, measles was eliminated in the U.S. in 2000, but we're seeing these complications begin to reemerge. Children dying from measles, thankfully still a low number. Hospitalizations for pneumonia and brain infections and neurologic complications. Given it's not, some of these complications are not incredibly rare, but the more we see the virus circulating and causing outbreaks, the more we're going to see some of these complications in our children.
A follow-up?
So I did say I had two questions.
Okay.
And the potential reemergence of polio is something that really terrifies me. My husband's father became infected in 1955 and was paralyzed from the neck down, but managed to survive for 21 years, mostly in an iron lung. And haven't we seen, even in the U.S., in isolated populations that were not vaccinated against polio, some cases of paralytic polio?
Thanks for that question. And certainly polio is a horrible disease that can lead to lifelong paralysis, which is exactly the purpose of the vaccine, is to prevent that from happening. So I think maybe you're referring to areas in the U.S. in the last, I want to say, couple of years where there, particularly I'm thinking of right outside of New York City, where there was detection of polio virus in the wastewater, and there was an investigation. So, as I mentioned before, wild type polio type 1, wild type virus type 1 is still circulating in certain parts of the globe, and there's always the potential for it to be reintroduced. But the goal here is global eradication of polio. We've seen that happen with, I think, one other disease, smallpox. We don't immunize against smallpox anymore because it was eradicated globally. And I hope that we can get to a spot where we can no longer need to immunize against polio. But for right now, it's circulating in other parts of the globe. There is the potential for reintroduction into the U.S., and hence the vaccine's still, recommended and required for schools and children in schools and childcare.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking here. You said 141C20E. It removes the requirement. Looking at this from the drafting, it looks to me like it's the exemption under it, not the specific whole chapter in E. It actually leaves the rest of the chapter intact, only removing that requirement. So I'm just curious your perspective on that as a housekeeping item for us.
We still would need to collect as much of all the reports from schools and childcare. And so there is a risk that our federal partners would not deem that is enough information that we've collected, which would risk.
Follow up.
Yes. Follow
So
up.
if all we're removing is the exemption requirement, that's it. That sets the bar for not enough data.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, so here, let me articulate it a little differently. So it looks like all we're doing from this section is removing the part where it's required. As Dr. Chan said, we already have religious exemption, medical exemption. How does this, by removing this section only, change what we currently have with the exemptions of other things?
Our understanding of removing 141C20E is all immunization reports, though. So it's not just the requirements of exemption. It is those who are up to date on vaccines.
I think this this bill is a little bit more complicated in that it removes a bunch of the different sections and subsections, including 20B, relative to records of childhood immunizations. So if there is no requirement for any immunization and there's no need for schools to track it, then we're also not going to get that data because schools aren't going to track immunizations that aren't required. Just like they don't track flu immunizations and COVID immunizations now because they're not required in school. So.
Then let me ask you a pointed question. You mentioned the other let's say ways that you can not do the vaccine, whether it's religious or medical. Would you be opposed to leaving the current law in place and then making it so that there's a blanket, you can just sign a form and say I don't want an immunization no matter what? That would still leave the reporting requirement, but it would take the ability for a person in New Hampshire in a live-free-or-die state to have the ability to say I don't want this.
Thanks for that question, Representative. I think what you're talking about are philosophical or philosophical exemptions, and I think that we, as I stated before, we think that the current law with the medical and religious exemptions strikes the appropriate balance. Thanks.
One final follow-up.
This is it, promise.
Okay.
So then going back to that, but again, to just clarify, that $3.5 million would not be lost if we did move forward with doing that. That would leave the reporting requirement in there. There's no other risk for losing money if we did go that direction.
As part of our federal requirements, we need to collect immunization data and report it to our federal partners. And so that would be $3.5 million.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I know that given the size of the crowd, most people I think are in the room, but others may be in other areas of the building. So I'll be announcing the next three speakers so that the two of them can get down here or be aware of pending testimony. Next up is Colleen Palmer, and she will be followed by Colleen Ferrier and Mary Holland. Do you have any written testimony, or okay, that's fine. And please remember, you only have 3 minutes. And please hit the button.
My name is Colleen Palmer, and I live in Belmont. I'm a parent. The main reason why I want to speak today is because what we have nationally in every state that requires a vaccine is something very sinister that no one really wants to speak about. And that is the reality that vaccines cause harm. Vaccines kill people, maim people, and that is documented in the inserts in all of the vaccines for the childhood schedule. So as a state, when we require the vaccine, what we are saying is that as a state, we can decide that children will be killed or harmed, that we have the right to decide that those children are worthy of being sacrificed. Now, in my opinion, as a parent, no one has the right to make risk decisions like that for my child or for my body. And what we hear from the public health individuals are a lot of claims. Fear-mongering is what I would call it. That if we don't vaccinate, X, Y, and Z will happen. But they don't have the substance to back up their claims. And what we forget, living in our nation, is that our pharmaceutical cartel they are serial criminals. We know that Vioxx killed hundreds of thousands of people. Did anyone do any jail time? Was anyone held accountable? And they fund our medical system. They fund our schools. They fund our research. Do we really think that what they're telling us is trustworthy? It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Worldwide is close to $1 trillion industry, just pharma. So is it really appropriate for a legislature to decide what's going to be injected?
You have 15 seconds. Please start wrapping up.
So I hope you'll consider that vaccines sacrifice people. And whose right is it to decide that?
Thank you. Any questions? Please. Any questions? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony and taking my question. So I don't know if you know some parents who are opposed to this mandates, but we heard about measles outbreak and that it is a most infectious disease. But to your knowledge, are there parents who are fine with their kids getting measles or even maybe seeking it like it was like in last century when people were not afraid of measles? Could you explain?
Thank you for the question. I have no fear of measles, and my child is unvaccinated. But I think the bigger question is, are the claims that they're making about measles accurate? And I would suggest they are not. Because what happens is it's a rash and a fever. And if you've been fully vaccinated, it can't be measles, so it must be hoof and mouth. And we don't have a vaccine for that. So we're being told a story that's pumped up in the media. Oh, measles is dangerous. This person died, or this is being spread. But we should be asking, is that credible? And I would suggest it is not. And furthermore, a rash is an expression of healing. So we can get rashes, for example, after a vaccine, because the vaccine has toxic ingredients, and I encourage everyone to read the ingredients on the vaccines. They have toxic ingredients, and the body will naturally want to expel those toxins. And if it's not going to exit the normal way, it's going to come out in a rash. So we could get a vaccine for something other than measles and get a rash, and then they'll call it something other than measles because we're fully vaccinated. So the claims they're making that measles has been eradicated, I would challenge.
Anyone else? You have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on your suggestion to read the ingredients, are all of ingredients listed? Because, for example, I'm concerned that part of our chronic disease epidemic, our kids have peanut allergy on increased rates, and as far as I know, like peanut butter can be used in vaccines, but they don't have to disclose it. So do you know anything like how much do they actually disclose about what ingredients are in given vaccine?
I don't know how much they disclose or do not disclose. I would hope that they would be required to disclose what's included, but I would ask, is there any federal regulatory agency that is actually testing what's in the vaccines? And I believe the answer is no.
Other questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please, no applause. Applause, please. I had mistakenly called Colleen Ferrier next, but apparently she has signed up for 1219, which is a later bill. So Colleen Ferrier, but it was 1219 they had indicated. We mixed it in with the other bills, this other bill. So Colleen Ferrier. But you signed up for 1219, didn't you? Okay, so you didn't want to sign up for 12. You meant 1811, not 1219? Okay, all right, thank you. That's fine. Okay, and after Ms. Ferrier will be Mary Holland and Maria Rayleigh. And again, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Carleen Ferrier, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Nurses Association, as well as mother and nurse in New Hampshire for 37 years. I've spoken to this committee before a couple of times on previous bills related to vaccines, and I've shared testimony as well as in-person testimony as well as written, really focused on the scientific data related to vaccines. And today I'd like to just shift gears a little bit and talk about some personal stories. So my very first childhood memory as a 4-year-old, I came from a large Italian Catholic family, and I had 7 brothers, 5 older and 2 younger. When I was 4 years old, we all had the measles. And most of us ended up unscathed from that, but I had one brother who ended up permanently deaf in one ear from that. He was, as a result of that, he was learning disabled the rest of his life. He couldn't graduate from high school. He was socially and emotionally scarred from that experience. So that was my very first childhood memory. Later on, when I was raising my own children, my mom shared a story with me about my second oldest brother. I wouldn't have known about this because I wasn't born yet. I was number 6 in the lineup, who had meningitis when he was 2 months old. During that time, there was not immunizations for the main bacteria that causes meningitis, which is Hib. And the doctor told my mother that she better pray. The only thing that he could do was administer very high doses of penicillin around the clock, but that she better pray. And she did do that, and she made a pact with God that she would raise her children in the Catholic Church, and that's a story for another day. He lived. he seemed okay as an adult, but he did have a head injury when he was an adult. And after that, his entire personality changed. His ability to function was really significantly impacted. And I always wondered whether or not that childhood infection had something to do with his capability. So I just want to remind the people here that you do not know what it was like when we did not have vaccines. No one should be impacted by vaccine preventable disease. There already is choice. People can opt out of having the vaccines, but we're sending the wrong message.
You have 15 seconds. Please start wrapping up.
Okay, thank you. As a nurse, I can tell you that patients come in and they say, what are the vaccines that are required for my kids to attend school? That's what they're asking. And so this change in legislation is not necessary and will impact the public health of the people in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
I'm seeing no questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is Mary Holland, to be followed by Maria Braley, and Donna Peterson.
Thank you very much. Barry Holland, I'm the president and CEO of Children's Health Defense, an organization committed to ending the epidemic of chronic disease in children. And we believe that that's largely through toxic exposures. I want to talk about informed consent and a little bit about its history. Informed consent is now the standard of ethical modern medicine worldwide. And as your first speaker pointed out, it is antithetical with medical mandates. So 1905, Jacobson versus Massachusetts, is what makes mandates lawful in the United States. However, after 1905, in a Cardozo-written decision of the New York highest court, they established informed consent and patient autonomy. In 1947, former Supreme Court Justice Jackson in the Nuremberg Code established that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. That was related to medical atrocities in Nazi Germany, but the Nuremberg Code has been transported up to the present through many national and international documents, the Common Code, the Belmont Report, and internationally, the 2005 UNESCO Declaration that says any preventive, diagnostic, and therapeutic medical intervention is only to be carried out with the prior free and informed consent of the person concerned based on adequate information. What Idaho has done, what Florida is considering, is on the right side of history. There's no question about this. And children's health is not a partisan issue. It was the Obama administration that talked about precision medicine, that it needs to be tailored to the individual. It is the Trump administration that's talking about making America healthy again. 50% of American children have some kind of chronic health condition, whether it's asthma, severe allergies, ADHD, autism, apraxia, dyspraxia. You all know what they are. This is the problem. 90% of America's health budget goes to chronic disease. It does not go to infectious disease. Infectious disease is real. If parents want to vaccinate against measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, they will have that ability. And that is what most developed countries do, or at least very many of them. Sweden, Japan, as we've heard, Denmark. These are recommendations, and parents follow them because they're asking for trust. They're not being coerced. Mandates are coercion, they're government coercion, and there's corporate liability. There's really no feedback loop in the system we have. So basically, that's what I want to say. The courts are now shifting. It looks like the courts are not going to say rational basis, governments, you can do whatever you want on mandates. They're saying we're going to apply strict scrutiny. That's coming from the Supreme Court.
15 seconds, please wrap.
So governments are going to have to use the least restrictive means possible in looking at these impingements on fundamental rights that includes bodily autonomy, parental rights, and free exercise of religion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause. Any questions? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So, as legislators, we also have to apply some fiscal science, and fiscal science shows that without vaccines, some of pediatric practices won't be financially solvent, and we heard that the department can lose some money if we pass this law. So how can we move ahead given those financial considerations?
Personally, I'm a lot more concerned about children's health than I am about profits for the pharmaceutical industry or for healthcare institutions.
Anyone else? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just had a question specific to the informed consent. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at the statute here, and it says that you have to fill out a form in order to file for the religious exemption. So with that being said, you're not having to file any form, it looks like, under the law,
Correct.
if you get vaccinated.
Correct.
So how
Again,
does
it
that-
could be a voluntary, in some states in New York where I'm from, there's a voluntary opt-in if you want to put your name in a registry. I don't know that there'd be any objection to that. But the idea is that your medical information is private. Think about it. The only exception to that we have is around vaccination status. And it's this idea that we'll be preventing infectious disease through a registry and getting everybody vaccinated, but that's not really the truth. Yes, vaccines can prevent some diseases, their manifestation. However, there are a lot of costs to vaccines that people don't really take account of in the system that we have.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that there's some case law that is evolving, which is starting to develop a standard of strict scrutiny.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could talk about that a little bit, and how that dovetails in or goes away from Jacobson.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a big change that's happened in this last year, in 2005. In June, the Supreme Court decided a decision called Mahmoud v. Taylor. And that was a decision regarding LGBTQ lessons in Maryland schools. And the court held that it was not basically the Maryland schools were requiring that children sit in on that education. They could not opt out. And parents objected, saying that interferes with our upbringing of our children, interferes with our free exercise of religion and our parenting ability to these children. And the Supreme Court said, no, it is not an alternative for these parents to have to homeschool. Free exercise of religion, parental rights don't stop at the schoolhouse door. So that was an important decision, but more important in the vaccination context, a decision from the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, Miller versus McDonald, related to religious exemptions of Amish students and Amish schools' enforcement of them, came up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, send it back to the Second Circuit and look at this in light of Mahmoud v. Taylor. Mahmoud v. Taylor said they have to apply strict scrutiny because of the exercise of religion and the parental rights involved, and that the states had to use the least restrictive means possible to achieve their goal. If 45 states have religious exemptions, or if a few actually have no mandates, and they are able to control infectious disease through sanitation, through refrigeration, through nutrition, through all of the things that are a part of modern life, then it's hard to say that you must have tracking, you must have surveillance, you must have restrictions on children who are not vaccinated. So I think that this is becoming an issue. Remember, Jacobson is from 1905. We were talking about smallpox, which had about a 30% fatality rate. It was not imposed on children. It was imposed on adults in Cambridge. And there was a $5 fine. It was $130 in today's dollars. So it's a radically different landscape. And I do believe that we're closing in on very serious challenges to Jacobson and imposing on the government a higher burden. Up until now, rational basis, it's basically if the government can give any reason, it's okay. That's changing.
Follow up. Your microphone isn't on.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. So it still allows for mandates, but a very, very much higher bar.
It could, yes. I mean, in other words, let's look at COVID for a moment. It was well established that they didn't stop infection and transmission, but the mandates continued. People were thrown out of school. They were thrown out of their jobs. And that was permissible under Jacobson. That can't be the case anymore. You can't have a mandate for something that doesn't stop infection and transmission. And Children's Health Defense supported a lawsuit that actually established that in a New York court. You can't have a mandate when you know it doesn't stop transmission. That is irrational on its face.
All right. No other questions. Representative Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned Mahmoud v. Taylor. I'm familiar with the case. That was, you correctly described the facts as being LBGQ
Right.
and texts being required reading in the school. That was decided on parenting grounds. How would you reconcile that with the Dobbs decision of 2022, Dobbs v. Planned Parenthood, which found that health and safety regulations really what this would purport to be
Yeah.
actually incorrectly decided on under the 14th Amendment, and it shouldn't have been given strict scrutiny. And it was, I think, Justice Alito in one of the opinions basically said it was rational basis review, and therefore states could regulate abortion that way. So on that basis, how do you relegate the right to parent versus the right of the state to be able to effectively regulate for the health and safety of its residents?
I think you point to a critical issue. I'm not suggesting that Mahmoud v. Taylor translates directly to the vaccination context. That is going to be for the Supreme Court to decide. But the Supreme Court said to the Second Circuit, go back and look at this in light of what we said in Mahmoud. And so I think for 100 years, there have been two lines of cases. There's been the community can impose a mandate to protect itself against communicable disease, and they were talking about smallpox, and they were talking about preventing smallpox in the school decisions from the Zuck v. King decision. And the second line of decisions is you have fundamental rights. You have bodily autonomy. They're turning out the lights on me. Bodily autonomy, parental rights, parental rights, bodily autonomy, free exercise of religion. So they're in conflict here, and it is going to be for the Supreme Court to figure out. And I don't know whether it's going to be this year. I can tell you that there's also a bill in Congress right now, the GRACE Act, to permit religious exemptions in every state in the country. 45 states have them. And as I say, there is an inherent conflict between the idea that through a legislature or through the Department of Health, they can impose a medical mandate, and the idea that there is prior free and informed consent to a preventive medical intervention. There is a fundamental conflict, and it is going to be for the Supreme Court to figure out. And that resolution is coming soon because it's too critical. Given what we all lived through during COVID, that has to get resolved. We had mandates in place for masks, for testing, for shots that have been proven not to have been effective and not safe. So that needs to be resolved.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up to speak is Maria Boylan Braley, and she will be followed by Diana Peterson, North Saunders, and Gary York. Yeah, and could we raise the light level a little bit? There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Wary. Ms. Peterson, please go ahead.
Maria Boylan. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, good morning.
Okay.
So my name is Dr. Maria Boylan. I'm a family physician and the medical director of primary care. And I'm speaking on behalf of Elliott Health System and Hospital. And I'm here today to testify in opposition of HB 1811. Immunization requirements are not abstract policies to those of us who practice medicine. They're the cornerstone of patient safety. As aligned with the recommendations issued by the New Hampshire Division of Public Health, our physicians and clinical teams continue to follow nationally recognized evidence-based and recommended childhood immunization schedules from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians. These schedules are developed through rigorous review of safety, effectiveness, and population health data. Adhering to these recommended childhood immunization schedules is important because it protects patients at ages when they're most vulnerable to serious illnesses. It reduces the risk of outbreaks of preventable diseases within our communities, supports individual and public health by maintaining herd immunity, and has been shown to be both safe and effective through decades of research and monitoring. Vaccines are the most rigorously studied and effective tools we have to prevent serious illness, disability, and death. Repealing all state immunization requirements would increase the risk of outbreaks of measles, pertussis, polio, and other vaccine-preventable diseases that we already know can spread rapidly when vaccination rates fall. In my exam room, I care for newborns who are too young to be vaccinated, children with fragile immune systems, patients undergoing chemotherapy, and older adults with chronic medical conditions. These patients rely on high community vaccination rates for protection, and when that protection erodes, it's not a theoretical harm. It's children with severe coughs that leave them gasping for air, children who are hospitalized for high fevers, dehydration, and children who suffer complications that can last harm. Eliminating these immunization requirements removes the safety net and places our most vulnerable patients at real and unnecessary risk. And from a public health perspective, these outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases would place significant strain on our healthcare systems, including our emergency rooms, primary care offices, hospitals, and our public health infrastructure. As a physician, I regularly address questions and concerns about vaccines, and these conversations are most effective when they occur in a system that supports evidence-based care.
You're down to 15 seconds. Please start wrapping up.
Thank you. Repealing these immunization requirements undermines trust in science and evidence-based guidelines and places individual clinicians in the position of compensating for absence of clear statewide public health standards.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You said that you're with Elliott Hospital System, so I figure this is an appropriate question for you, maybe. How would a physician diagnose a vaccine-related injury?
So I vaccinate children and adults daily. I've been practicing for 13 years, and I vaccinated thousands of children, and I always talk to the parents about the risks versus benefits of vaccines. The most common things I see is usually redness at the injection site, swelling, warmth, low-grade fevers. But usually vaccine-related events occur very soon after vaccines, within the first couple of days or weeks. It's not going to stay in your system long-term and cause long-term effects. There is a vaccine reporting system called VAERS that if there is a serious vaccine reaction, we report it to that system so that there's ongoing monitoring of the safety and effectiveness of vaccines.
I see a hand over here. Okay. Oh, Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question on the VAERS. I think that's a sort of a mandatory reporting if any event occurs after the vaccination. It may not be related to the vaccination, but any event, is that correct?
That's correct. So of course we can't always determine correlation with causation, but if any event occurs, we do report it. The actual incidence of a severe reaction to a vaccine like anaphylaxis is only 1 in a million, where opposed to the incidence of death from measles is 1 in 1 to 3,000.
Representative Markell and then Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So you vaccinated a lot of children, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you ever hear any objections from parents about the vaccinations?
I can say I have very few parents who do not vaccinate. I always have the conversation with them and make sure that they're aware of the risks of doing so. But the vast majority of my families vaccinate their children, and some come in with lots of questions. I encourage questions all the time. I want to alleviate their fears and concerns. And so we have a conversation and we decide what is best for them and their family.
Okay. Quick follow-up. Thank you. Earlier, we heard testimony from the prior witness who talked about Supreme Court decisions. It's pretty well settled precedent in this country that fit parents are presumed to be able to act in the best interest of their children. So that in conjunction with informed consent. What would be your view if a parent were to say no, and what would be your response to that?
If parents say no, like I said, I always make sure they understand the risks. I tell them about the various diseases we vaccinate for so that they have an understanding of the potential for having these diseases and the complications. But we do have the parents actually just sign a form that says that I counseled them, they're aware of the risks of not vaccinating their child, and then we have them sign that form and it goes in their chart.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make this follow-up question quick. So Dr. Woods here said that every thing is required to be reported to VAERS.
Mhm.
Could you elaborate on long-term effects? Is that also required to be reported to VAERS if it's not something that happens immediately?
If it's not something that happens immediately, it's you really can't say that it's from the vaccine. We know from research that the actual ingredients of the vaccine do not stay in the system long term beyond several days or weeks. So it would not be likely that that would be something that would happen. And usually if somebody comes in for something, there's other reasons why. So we investigate what's going on.
One follow-up.
Could you give me any studies or anything that proves your point to say that there's not long-term effects? Because I haven't been able to find.
I'm happy to email you, yes.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Donna Peterson, and she will be followed by North Saunders, Gary York, and Kate Cook.
Good morning, Chairman McDonald and members of the committee. So I want to share a little bit about my background. When I was growing up in grade school, our pediatrician advised our parents on what vaccines we needed to get. They were not mandated in those days by the schools. And I have seen, in this day now with this huge outbreak of people, young children ending up with autism and being on special ed and being disabled for the rest of their lives, some of them. I have seen, now that we have school mandated vaccines, you have these parents, they don't have any choice. They're not going to be allowed to have their kids admitted to school unless they get the vaccines. And I have a brother-in-law who got the MMR, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine when he was 2 years old, and he lost all of his language skills. He had been speaking in sentences. He no longer spoke until he was about 5, again, and that was within days of getting the MMR. I also have a really good friend whose son was diagnosed with autism, and she saw the symptoms very shortly after he had gotten the MMR vaccine, and she tried to get involved in a class action lawsuit with other parents going through the same thing, and they were all shut down. They were not allowed to, they basically were, sent away. They wouldn't be heard. They couldn't take it to court. No court would take their cases. So that's about the vaccines. But the main point I want to make is it's really what this bill is all about, is who has the right to decide when children get vaccines and what vaccines they get. Is it state-run government schools or is it the parents? And I believe based on our constitutions, our Bill of Rights, our constitutions state that the parents are given the responsibility to raise their children, to basically oversee their health care, decide how they want their children educated, if they want to homeschool them, send them to a private school or public school, and their health care is in the hands of the parents. This is a constitutional right of parents and families, and this bill supports that. The government should not be deciding what vaccines the kids are taking. If you have people opposing parental rights, return back to the parents in their hands to decide which vaccines they're getting. You have to ask yourself this question, because our founding fathers, they knew when they put these things in the Constitution that this was
15 seconds.
okay.
Please start wrapping
This
up.
was a protection against tyranny and for the freedoms and liberties that we enjoy in this nation. So this should be returned to the parents, and that's why I support HB 1811. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up to speak is North Saunders, to be followed by Gary York, Kate Cook, and Kathy Baker.
Chair
Morning.
McDonald. Good morning. Chair McDonald and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is North Saunders. I'm the president of American Families for Vaccines Action Fund, and I'm also the father of 3 young children, which means I live daily with the practical realities of parenting, including dropping my kids off at school, ballet, basketball, and trusting the systems of our government around my family that are designed to keep them safe. This bill would eliminate all childhood vaccine requirements, making New Hampshire the first state in the nation to completely abandon the policies that keep contagious diseases out of classrooms. We've heard a lot about Idaho. Yes, indeed, the Idaho legislature passed a bill, the Idaho Medical Freedom Act, last legislative session. That bill specifically accepted Idaho Statute 394801, the school immunization requirements. Florida is not considering legislation that would do what this bill does. Louisiana is not in session, so this would be the first state to remove these requirements. Right now, New Hampshire has a good system. Schools know how many students are protected. Public health officials can identify risks early. HB 1811 wipes out the entire system, from requirements to records to reporting, all at once. For parents, that means flying blind. Imagine dropping your kid off at school with no real way to know the risks in that classroom. Families with babies too young to be vaccinated, kids with medical conditions like cancer, or immunocompromised parents are left to impossible choices. Take the risk or pull your kids out of school. That doesn't sound like freedom to me. For schools, this bill means confusion. For public health, it means guaranteeing that help will come too late. Without the basic protection of routine childhood vaccines, the only tools left are disruptive ones: quarantines, isolation, and school closures, with the disease already spreading. Supporters of the bill talk a lot about parental rights and informed consent. But as a parent, I'll tell you this: informed decision-making requires information and standards. Taking away both, it doesn't create freedom, it creates risks. This bill moves New Hampshire in the wrong direction. It replaces prevention with uncertainty and puts families at risk, especially the most vulnerable children that can't be protected. I urge you to reject this bill and preserve New Hampshire's ability to protect children, support parents, and stop preventable disease before it starts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Polazov?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, diseases and real science, they are not confined just to the borders of the US. And we heard, for example, about Japan and other countries that for decades they didn't have similar mandates and doing fine. And many countries, even if they have vaccine recommendations, US is pretty much outliers with our onerous mandates regarding the number of mandated vaccines. So given that we have one of the best medicines in the world, why do you think it will affect us more than Japan or some other countries that are doing fine?
Thank you, Representative. And I'm excited to answer this question because we hear it a lot. The U.S. is very different than those other countries. Those other countries have socialized systems of healthcare. I don't need to tell, I think, any members of this committee how long it might take a parent in the North Country to drive to see their primary care physician, right? The systems of health in those other countries are very, very different than in the United States. The United States does not have a homogeneous population. We have a very diverse, and we're proud of the diversity that our country has. And so I think it's really important to understand that the systems that were designed to protect the children and families of New Hampshire were designed for New Hampshire, not for those other countries. Thank you.
Representative Palmer.
So a little bit of this is about these other countries, and what people have brought up a lot here is trust. And I guess in what you've been working on over the years, one of the things that concerns me is, well, we could do what Sweden does if people trusted. And a lot of what I've been hearing over the last years is a lot of different kinds of information, misinformation, data that doesn't really have support that I can see. And so anyone would be confused. How much do you see that when people are talking to you about this? Because I would love to see us all be dealing with the same facts and make conclusions from those. But I guess I'm just sort of asking, what's your experience with that?
Yeah, I think there definitely needs to be a restoration of trust in America's healthcare system. And I think if you look at poll after poll conducted in states across the country, the most trusted person to advise you on your health is your primary care provider and your child's pediatrician. And I think we only have to look back to the folks that testified already from the family medicine docs and the nurses that they believe that this is the best thing to do to help keep the kids of New Hampshire safe. And so I think we do need to restore trust, and we do need to rebuild that. But I think it's really important that, you know, I trust my child's pediatrician to make the best recommendation here. And I think we live in a country of laws and rules, even though we love to live free or die, right? And there are rules that help keep us safe, right? There's traffic laws that say we drive on the right side of the road and that we can't drive intoxicated. There's rules about child safety in motor vehicles. There's rules about washing your hands after you go to the bathroom if you prepare food, right? And so we live in a system of laws, and I think this law that's existed on the books for a long time and kept so many kids safe is backed by every medical expert, every medical specialty organization out there. And so I think it's really important that we do restore that trust, that we identify misinformation and we meet it head on. But I believe that we can restore the trust in the vaccine system here in the country, and I think eliminating this requirement for school entry would further erode that trust.
Representative Mazur.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. We're talking about trust. Do you think that the distrust of vaccines and other things have drastically increased due to what happened during COVID?
I do believe so, yes. And I think that if you look, there has been an erosion, and thank you for the question, I apologize, that there has been an erosion in trust. And I think that it's up to our elected officials to help restore that trust. I think it's really important that we consider all of the evidence and that there is misinformation promulgated at many levels. And I think we're talking a lot about the folks that are bringing lawsuits against vaccine manufacturers, and I think you have to look at their motivations as well, right? They're making a lot of money on these suits, and so I think it's really important that we restore the trust in America's healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick follow-up. Would you believe that what was promoted as misinformation during COVID has now proven to be factual?
Do you have a specific example? Well, it's hard to respond. Yeah, I mean, I think my kids were home during the pandemic, and I think there was a lot of people who spent a lot of time doing their own research, and I think my trust personally is in my child's healthcare provider, and I think that's what the majority of the residents of the state would also trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What is your opinion about applying the opinions about the COVID vaccine, which is not a mandated childhood vaccine, to all of the other childhood vaccines which have been given to children in most cases since somewhere in the 1960s?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. And I think that's an important distinction here. We're not talking about the COVID vaccine. We're not talking about vaccines that were developed in the midst of a global pandemic. We're talking about routine childhood immunizations that have been recommended for decades, that have saved countless lives, prevented hospitalizations, and helped keep our kids safe. So I think it's a very important distinction, Representative. I thank you for asking the question.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm reading your testimony here on page 2. When families are denied access to basic community level health information, they're forced to make a decision in the dark, which undermines parental rights. Do you think that this current bill undermines parental rights?
Yeah, I think it undermines parental rights and their ability to send kids to school in a safe environment. And so I think by not having the requirement, not allowing pediatricians to point to the requirement to send their kids to school, and all the evidence that we have that schools are filled with communicable diseases that we can't prevent, that we need to make sure that parental rights are restored. And I'm very sympathetic to the parents of immunocompromised children. They have to make a risk-based assessment. Is the school protected enough against the disease that could put my child back in the hospital? And so I think the parental rights work in both directions here.
Follow up.
So just to clarify, you think that making it required for vaccines to be for school doesn't undermine parental rights and doesn't give the parents the right to choose that?
Yeah, and thank you for the question and for the opportunity to clarify. Schools are required or vaccines are required for going to school, right? And so parents need to make that choice. They have the right to not send that child to school. And so I think it's really important that we establish that to participate in civil society, to get access to education, that there are responsibilities that parents have. And if they wanted to access those services, this state and every other state in the nation has made that requirement. Thank you.
One last follow-up.
Are you aware that the state constitution requires us to provide an adequate education for every child?
Yes, and I think there's and I'm not an expert on homeschool statute, but I believe there's probably robust homeschool statutes on the books that make sure that children are educated properly. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Well, Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, and this is going to be a really stupid question. If the children who, let's say that your population of children going to school, some are vaccinated, some are not. Those who are vaccinated, aren't they safe from the diseases? I mean, why would the people who choose to vaccinate worry about the people who choose not to?
Thank you. That's a really great question. No vaccine is 100% effective at preventing disease. You know, I think the measles, the MMR vaccine, that there are breakthrough cases that occur, and so the higher the immunization rate, the less likely that disease is to spread. And so, if only one person's protected, you're going to have an outbreak. If only 1% of the population is protected, you're going to have an outbreak, and the likelihood that there's a breakthrough case is much more possible. And so, yes, there are. I think it's important that we understand the science behind how vaccines work, and that they're not 100% effective, but we need a high uptake in order to protect the population. And right now, New Hampshire only protects 89.3% of the kindergarten population against measles, and the science shows that we need to have 95% rates in order to protect against a measles outbreak. And so, right now, there are the state broadly is at risk of an outbreak, and there are certainly individual schools that have much lower immunization rates and are much more susceptible to an outbreak.
Follow up.
Thank you. So, could you please send me that data? The 95% is necessary, or do you have it right there?
I don't have it right here, but I would happily send that to you.
Great.
We'll
thank
make sure
you.
that gets to you quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Dr. Gary York, to be followed by Kate Cook, Kathy Baker, and Julie Kim.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Gary York. I live in Hopkinton, New Hampshire. I'm here to support HB 1811 in a multi-armed support approach. The first arm is safety. And I've said this before in front of committee members, but it's worth repeating, it's worth hearing and understanding that of all the current vaccines on the childhood schedule, none, zero, have been tested against a gold standard placebo. None. That alone should terminate this draconian mandates for children. People forget it, and they say safe and effective as an empty message of propaganda over and over and over and over and over and over. Imagine if that statement was delivered to every parent that was ready to give their child a vaccine, if they knew that. The second arm I'd like to talk about is medical freedom, for which I stand for everything. The concept of mandates is really contrary to the rights of New Hampshire citizens as described in the Constitution, fundamental rights, including bodily autonomy. These are described as inalienable rights. Inalienable is defined as something that cannot be given nor taken away. And yet, what is happening? Taken away our rights of conscience and decision. So if you are a parent of a child who has to go to school and it's mandated that that child get a vaccine, then you can't speak up for your child. You basically have to forgive your parental rights and see them to government overreach. It's incredible this has been happening for so many decades, and yet there it is. No one should live in a world like that, and yet we do. But remember, this is the live free or die state. The third arm has been referenced
You have
earlier.
15 seconds. Please start wrapping up.
I guess I don't have time to talk about the third arm, but it relates to the increased prevalence of chronic disease in childhood and related to the increased numbers of vaccines on the childhood schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Representative Polazov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you see any conflict of interest how vaccine mandates and vaccine recommendations are being incentivized in New Hampshire? For example, recently we had a dramatic shift when our government shifted from not recommending COVID vaccine for kids to switching to AAP recommendations. So who is behind those moves in your opinion?
Who is behind the change in the system, or the CDC recommendations you're referring to?
Like,
or?
are there any conflict of interest when organizations like AAP?
Yes,
like,
exactly. If you look at
from our policy,
it's a clear conflict of interest. If you look at the American Academy of Physicians, the manufacturers of all the childhood vaccines are present on their corporate donor list. This is a clear conflict of interest. And then for our Health and Human Service Department in New Hampshire, for them to be following those guidelines, those outdated guidelines, and refusing to follow the new alternative CDC guidelines, which allow for decision making with parents and physicians, some left on the table for mandatory, and basically 3 categories of choice.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. You've emphasized, and many have emphasized, choice. And we certainly want everybody to have a choice. How do you measure the risk, benefit, and the responsibility as a member of society to make sure that you're not negatively impacting a member of your society, as they also have a right not to be injured? How do you balance that conflict?
Right, for those people who believe that vaccines are the savior, then they can sign up for vaccines. And certainly the bigger answer would be to look at different countries, their vaccine policies, the incidence of disease, childhood diseases, for example, with and without vaccination, look at mortality data, all that information. So Otherwise, we basically have to do a thorough review of vaccine safety because it hasn't been done in this country for sure, but we would look at other countries and their practices, as has been done recently with the CDC, to change that system more in line with the rest of the world. But yeah, I mean, I think we have to look at relative real-time or real risks for people vaccinated and unvaccinated.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned the CDC and some of the changes that are happening there to, the recommended schedule. But while there are changes, there's still not a complete elimination. And what this bill is a complete elimination. So we just last year changed the law to allow the legislature to be able to go through on a case-by-case basis to do the same thing that the CDC did through the legislative process. Why not allow that to happen here in the same way that it happened at the CDC as opposed to go for a blanket elimination?
No, I think what we're eliminating is the mandate, the mandate for the vaccine. And we're given choices to opt out for some of these and make decisions on their own with physician-parent consultation. Now, I think that the new recommendation from the CDC allow for that, and yet some states are not following that for whatever reason. But it really boils down to mandates, individual rights, medical freedom.
Representative Polazov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my second question. So I believe before your testimony was cut short, you were trying to say something about third leg. As far as I understand, you were talking about connection between a huge number of recommended vaccines and chronic disease epidemic, and it seems to me that there's a huge split within this committee and among people testifying whether this correlation is real. And so do you have any data or observation to present to us to prove that there's a connection between vaccination and chronic diseases?
Yes, thank you. There's been an association, and of course it's not been proved, but in my testimony that I've sent to all of you, there is a recent documentary that describes a study done in the Detroit area using a cohort of 18,000 children. The long and short of it is there were 11% of those children were unvaccinated, but at the end of the study of 10 years, from birth to 10 years old, they found an incidence of chronic disease in the vaccinated group of 57%, and in the unvaccinated group, 17%. Certain chronic diseases were significantly different in the vaxxed and unvaxxed, in favor of the unvaxxed, as you might think. And in this study, and we talked about restoring confidence in our healthcare system. It turns out that this study was finished. It was manuscript was written. It was ready to be published, but in the last minute, the lead author agreed that yes, it should be studied. It's a good study. It needs to be published. But in the end, he said, if I publish this study, I might as well retire because I'd be finished. And that is the landscape of the medicine world today. In the past 6 years, there have been so many experts in medicine with contrary views of the corporate message that have been canceled, they've been vilified, they've lost licensure. This is what's happening. So how do we restore trust in the medical healthcare world if we're not allowed to have an opposing view? There needs to be a balance in the medical system, and right now it's off kilter.
All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking another question. You had a strong emphasis on the placebo standard, using the placebo standard. How do you, with that emphasis, how do you justify that much of medicine is not done and can't be done with a placebo effect? And you're a physician, I'm a physician. I'm a retired orthopedic surgeon. In our area, you can't do placebo studies. It's unethical. And it's been noted in the medical community as well. How do you sort of, with that emphasis, how do you justify the ethical dimension that's being pointed out?
I fully understand the ethical dilemma. But when vaccines are talked about with when they do their clinical trials, they talk about adverse effects and results compared to not a placebo. They compare new iterations of a vaccine with the previous vaccine, which has so many different foreign bodies and adjuvants within it. So when they say there's no effect or no difference between the vaccines, they're looking at the previous iteration or even a different vaccine that has different chemicals within it itself. So this is how they're getting away with advancing all this stuff. I understand that the placebo effect is difficult to do. You might argue that maybe you could have done one on the COVID-19 vaccines for children, which were nonsense. But I understand the concerns. But the fact that there's no present testing for vaccine safety throughout the country, and especially the CDC, who should be, their main focus should be doing studies like this, and they have nothing to show.
Representative McGrath.
So Yuri asked my question for me about the increase in chronic diseases. And you had mentioned that there's a study, but it didn't get published. Is it available anywhere?
Thank you. And I've included this on my testimony that I emailed each of you. And for the audience as well who are not informed about it, it's called an inconvenient study. And you can find it inconvenient study and inconvenientstudy.com, and you can see this documentary.
Thank you.
It's a reflection of what's happening in the medical world.
Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. Also signed up to speak is Kate Cook, to be followed by Kathy Baker, Julie Kim, and Jen Mercier. Kate Cook, is she here? Okay. Moving on then. Is Kathy Baker here?
Yes, I am.
And Kathy Baker will be followed by Julie Kim, Jen Mercier, and Stephen Abbott.
Hello, I'm Kathy Baker. I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and I'm here to represent myself on this extremely important issue, and I would like to thank the reps who have put this bill forth. I think this is an extremely important bill, and I think, to paraphrase President Eisenhower, beware the government pharma complex, because that is really what we are looking at, is decades and decades of big pharma co-opting through money and through the circulating door of jobs, both the government and big media, and to a great degree the entire medical industry, as they fund organizations like the American Academy of Pediatrics and put a stamp of authority on something that's really a tissue of lies. And the previous speaker spoke about vaccines, and oh, these have been studied, and Health and Human Services brought this up. Oh, these have been in place for decades and decades. They're perfectly safe, the ones that we're talking about on the New Hampshire schedule. Well, when I was a kid, we got a handful of vaccines. Children's today get dozens and dozens, multiple doses of the same ones, boosters. And when I was a kid, we didn't have enormous numbers of children in schools with IEPs. We didn't have 50% of the population, the childhood population, with chronic diseases for children. It was like unheard of. And one of the things that comes to bear about studies is not only are they not tested against placebos, and he elaborated a little bit, even where it is saline they're using as the quote placebo on a short-term study, they mix it with all the adjuvants. They mix it with aluminum. They mix it with all the things they're boosting. So they're not testing, purposefully not testing. And that's testing an individual vaccine. There have been absolutely no studies, long-term, on the individuals, which is the chronic disease issues, but also on injecting children with multiple different vaccines in very short periods of time. And what is the effect on the immune system to be constantly pumping poisons and various other contaminants into the immune system? And the American Academy of Pediatrics is currently being sued for misrepresenting that in their red book that they distribute to doctors, and that is viewed as so important for an unbiased
You're down to
opinion.
15 seconds. Please start wrapping up.
So the bottom line I'd like to say also is religious exemptions are not adequate because governments, we saw during COVID, decided that your religious beliefs aren't honest enough, right? We don't really think you're religious.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Julie Kim, to be followed by Jen Mercier, Stephen Abbott, and Kate Fry.
Chairman McDonald, if it's okay, I'm Dr. Christine Arsenault. I'm going to speak we work together. I'm going to do the speaking, and Julie's going to.
Okay, do I have a separate card for you? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was a little later because I.
Okay, what's your name again, please?
Christine Arsenault.
And if she is called in the future, then I will speak.
But we didn't want to run out of time.
Okay.
So, all right. Hello, members of the committee. Thank you for listening to my testimony today. My name is Dr. Christine Arsenault. I'm a primary care pediatrician. I talk to families about vaccines every single day, and I'm a mother of 3 and the president of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I am here today to oppose House Bill 1811. I want to start by saying that I agree with the testimony from Dr. Boylan, Nurse Ferrier, and Mr. Peterson, all of whom raised excellent points. From a personal experience, any parent will tell you that the weeks since returning to school since January break have been rough. Illness after illness after illness. My own house has seen 4 separate viral respiratory infections spread around my children. Schools are wonderful places for children to learn and grow, but they are also, as we can witness firsthand, a breeding ground for infectious diseases. For families with a newborn or other immunocompromised family members, the reality can be especially stressful. And this is where school vaccination requirements are observable and tangible. When my children come home and have a fever of 103, I can feel reassured because of the rates of immunization in my community that they don't have the measles, that they most likely have just a cold, which, can also be uncomfortable. But those school immunization requirements help keep our community rates of vaccine-preventable illnesses down. I also want to touch upon the point about our responsibility to our community. I know that Granite Staters, we really pride ourselves on being good neighbors. We help out at church fairs, we snow blow an elderly neighbor's driveway without being asked, and drop off groceries for a family with a new baby. Immunizing our children is another way we look out for one another, especially, as has been mentioned, people who aren't able to be immunized, such as newborns or children with immunocompromised conditions. Some people ask, and this has been a central argument, why not make vaccines available and just let parents choose? On the surface, that seems sensible. However, I will tell you, as a pediatrician who has conversations with families every single day, families view school immunization requirements as a filtered recommendation from the government. They appropriately assume that the government has their children's best interest in mind, and that if that vaccination is really important to prevent a disease that could harm their child, it will be on the school immunization list. Families say to me, well, which immunizations are on the school requirements? Those are the ones we'll get today. So any of you here today who have made the statement, I'm not opposed to vaccinations, but I support personal freedom, passing this bill
Down to 15 seconds.
okay, sends the message that the state does not think that routine childhood immunizations are important. That is the message that will be received and heard by families. It is very easy to get a religious exemption in New Hampshire. You just print out a form. Families with a strong philosophical objection to vaccines are able to do that, but it is those families in the middle that I worry about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Polazov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you testified that pretty much every day you have conversations with parents where you advertise vaccine. So in part of informing of potential risks, aside from any signed form, what exactly you state about risk and adverse effects, informing parents, for example, if we take measles vaccine,
Yeah.
what would you tell parents about risks?
So the measles vaccine in particular is known to cause a fever frequently in the 24 hours following the vaccine. So I always discuss the fever and the rash that are commonly associated with that. We also have a page that reviews all of the potential risks that we hand to families before we administer the vaccination. And I wouldn't use the word advertising. I think that we have informed discussions, and I give my medical recommendation, and I listen to families' concerns and answer any of their questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Sorry, follow-up, sure.
Thank you. So following up on that, what dictates your decision to talk about lighter side effects, but not discuss more severe side effects and just give them in writing? Is it policy, or like what dictates that decision?
Yeah, I think it probably comes down to the fact that anytime we make a medical recommendation, we speak about the most, for example, when I give a child amoxicillin for an ear infection, I tell them that sometimes it may cause a rash, sometimes it may cause diarrhea, but I don't, I think families generally don't have the bandwidth to ask for a full review of all of the side effects. If they do, I'm happy to discuss that with them. I have one time had a family ask me for the handout from the actual immunization box, which I provided to them. But in general, our visits are about 15 to 30 minutes. And so we sort of summarize, I would say.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kim, did you wish to testify, or are you all set? Yes, please. Okay, sure. Come forward, please.
Thank you for allowing me to testify.
And again, if I could just say,
yes, 3 minutes.
You'll be followed by Jed Mercier and Stephen Abbott.
Hello, I'm Dr. Julie Kim. I've been a pediatric oncologist in our state for over 20 years. I'm a mother and a grandmother of children who are too young to be vaccinated. I'm also the immediate past president of our state chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. On behalf of my immunocompromised patients, my immunocompromised children and their families, I ask you to oppose HB 1811. My patients have been diagnosed with cancers, and even if they were fully vaccinated prior to their diagnosis, their chemotherapy and other treatments make them immunocompromised. I have sadly had a 3-year-old patient die from overwhelming chickenpox. These are children, there are children and adults and family members with other diagnoses who are also immunocompromised. When someone is immunocompromised, their lives are disrupted by their medical needs. For children being able to safely attend daycare or school, it is important for their long-term education, but also for their psychological normalcy. Immunocompromised children need to be safe at school and know that their peers are protecting them from vaccine-preventable diseases. And parents of immunocompromised children, as well as their immunocompromised family members, need to know that their child is not coming home with a vaccine-preventable illness that could be fatal. We currently have a very successful immunization program that protects our children and the community around them. We know it's successful because we no longer see many of these diseases anymore. We don't remember what diphtheria is, but diphtheria causes a severe sore throat. Now imagine every time that a child has a sore throat, if there was panic because we didn't know if they had diphtheria or not. Before the vaccination, there were approximately 150,000 children a year who contracted diphtheria, and 1 out of 5 children died. We don't remember what Haemophilus influenza B is, that's Hib. That causes meningitis and pneumonia that can cause brain damage and death. Before widespread vaccination, 20,000 children under ages of 5 contracted severe disease, and thousands of others had milder disease. Because the consequence of Haemophilus influenza type B is so great, children who came to the emergency room with a fever needed spinal taps to make sure they did not have the disease. Since vaccination was recommended, cases have dropped by 99%. Part of my job has been to do spinal taps to deliver chemotherapy. I started my career when pediatric anesthesiologists were not common, and even today, most hospitals do not have a pediatric anesthesiologist. We used to have to hold these kids down physically while doing the spinal tap while they were screaming and awake. Now, parents would be crying outside the room because they could hear their child screaming. We will have to do that again if fevers recur and the vaccination rates decrease, because there will be no time for pediatric anesthesia. I don't want to see children scared and go through that trauma.
Please start wrapping up. You have 15 seconds.
The HB 1811 would also eliminate any tracking, so parents would be ignorant to potential risks to their child in their vicinity. So please vote against HB 1811. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I'm seeing no questions. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Also signed up to speak is Jen Mercier, to be followed by Stephen Abbott, Kate Fry, and Melissa Blasek.
Hi, thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm Jen Mercier. I'm a proud resident of Live Free or Die, New Hampshire, a parent, a small business owner, and an avid health freedom advocate. I just need to address the doctor who said parents don't have the bandwidth to hear adverse reactions. I think that is where the coercion comes in. So this bill is often mislabeled. There's a lot of fear-mongering happening. So let me be very clear. 1811 is not anti-science. It's pro-consent, pro-parent, and pro-liberty. Science evolves, medicine evolves, mandates don't. Once the government decides it can compel a medical intervention, that power rarely retreats, even when harm becomes visible. History proves this over and over again. DDT was sprayed directly on children, telling parents it was settled science and necessary for public health. Parents who questioned were dismissed. Years later, damage was undeniable. This lesson is not that science is bad. The lesson is that coercion is dangerous, and DDT is not the only example. There's so many. True science welcomes scrutiny. It allows questions. It acknowledges uncertainty, and absolutely respects individual risk-benefit decisions, especially when those decisions involve children. Parents are not anti-health for wanting choice. We are the ones who know our children's medical histories, vulnerabilities, and lived realities. I personally know families whose children suffered severe, lifelong injuries after required medical interventions they could not refuse without losing access to school or child care. Those families didn't get hearings like this. Those children didn't get to move on. Some didn't see their first birthday. 1811 restores a fundamental boundary that the government may recommend medical procedures, but it may not compel them as a condition of education or participation in public life. That principle protects everyone, no matter where they stand personally on medical decisions. Public trust is not built on force. It's built through transparency, honesty, and respect. Removing mandates does not eliminate access. That's what I don't think people understand. People are still going to vaccinate. People love their vaccines. New Hampshire has always understood that we come from freedom. We are leaders in freedom and choice. Why is this any different? After all, don't we live in Live Free or Die, New Hampshire? Or not? I urge you to support 1811.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Stephen Abbott, to be followed by Kate Fry, Melissa Blasik, and Dr. Amy Watson.
Hello, I'm Steve Abbott. I'm a registered nurse in New Hampshire, have been for the last 20 years. And 2 of those years I spent working in the state immunization section. I'm here to oppose HB 1811. I've heard most of the arguments I've heard for this basically rest choice on the backs of the most vulnerable of us, infants and people who are immunocompromised. That really is not the way I think we should go about this. None of us live in a vacuum. We all interact with each other all the time. And requiring, vaccinations has worked in the state for decades. I don't really see what the problem is. If you want to opt out, you can. I do know that if this bill passes, uptake will be reduced, and that will mean risk will be increased for infants and people immunocompromised and everyone. And there'll be a lot less trust. I know in Texas, the outbreak of measles, the last I looked was this morning, it was 416 cases. It cost the state about $12 million, which is a good chunk of our vaccination budget here. So fiscally, it makes no sense whatsoever. And then the people wanting, placebo-based testing for vaccines, that is not ethical. You're correct. Who would do that to someone? Give them, a non-vaccine, and then have that patient get a disease and be adversely affected or maybe even die. You can't do that. So I'm not sure and none of the sort of correlations between chronic diseases and vaccines have been proved. In fact, the one with autism, the author of that study himself debunked it 25 years ago. So I'm not sure where this is all coming from, except maybe influencers on YouTube who are not scientists, who do not know what they're talking about. If I have a plumbing issue, I'm not going to call Dr. Chan. Sorry, but I'm just not. I'm going to call a plumber. If I have a public health problem, yes, I'm going to talk to Dr. Chan. I'm not going to call one of you. It's that simple. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Delamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You had mentioned right at the very start that the choice should not be of the children or by the children. The children aren't making the decisions, are they? It's the parents or the guardians. Do you believe that parents and guardians aren't capable of learning about the vaccines that their children or wards would be receiving?
Well, actually, I didn't say the choice should be made by children or parents. I said that having that choice to be available is being made on the backs of the most vulnerable people in the state, infants who are too young to be vaccinated, and immunocompromised people who can't be vaccinated.
Follow up.
Thank you. So the part of my question that you haven't answered is, do you believe that the parents and the guardians are not capable of determining whether their child or ward should or should not receive a vaccine?
I think that most people are, and most people would opt to get vaccinations, but it would reduce our vaccination uptake to the point where outbreaks would be likely.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Also up to speak, signed up to speak is Kate Fry from New Futures, to be followed by Melissa Blasek from Rebuild New Hampshire, Dr. Amy Watson, and Melissa White.
Mr. Chair, I also signed up Trina Engelfinger, I thought, on my card. If not, can she testify with me because...
Sure. Is she on your card, or did she
I
ever?
thought I did. If not, we can fill out a new card.
Okay, yeah, if you could give us a new card for her, please. An additional card for her.
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Policy or of Advocacy at New Futures. I'm joined today with Trina Engelfinger, who is our Early Childhood, Early Care Policy Director. We're both testifying on this bill in opposition to 1811 because there are impacts to the policy work we follow both in the child care area and the public health space. We are very concerned, first and foremost, that 1811 could jeopardize New Hampshire's eligibility for federal child block grant funds. Under the Child Care Development Fund, the rules that state that the child care programs comply with immunization requirements that incorporate the latest recommendations for all childhood immunizations within that state's agency. The repeal of all statutory immunization requirements for children would run counter to our requirements with the Division of Public Health Services. This could impact the state to a loss for our child care programs would lose more than $30 million per year in federal CCDF subsidies, including those that fund our child care scholarship that really has allowed our programs to reach more children as far as affordability goes. Also, from a public health point of view, I am also passing out an article that was in the NHPR yesterday by Boston's Children's Hospital. The study found that New Hampshire's vaccination rates are lower than the rest of New England's region. And according to the study, Merrimack County shows an MR vaccination rate of 65%. Cheshire goes as low as 60%. In South Carolina, where they're right now have about 600 measles cases, some of their county vaccination rates are 50 to 60%. The study is clear that the lower the vaccination rates could risk an increase in an outbreak. With that said, we just want to close by saying childhood vaccines protect the broader population because they build the protective firewall around us, increasing herd immunity and protecting those who can't be vaccinated, infants, children, and immunocompromised adults and children. For these reasons, we ask the committee to vote inexpedient on House Bill 1811. My last piece I handed out was a mother who could not be here today who spoke to the issue that her son, who is a pediatric cancer survivor, it's very important for to keep the laws in place because of the risk to her son who cannot be vaccinated.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Representative Polazov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, what's your opinion on the list of mandated vaccines? Because, for example, I think you gave us an article about measles. So I'm not aware of any elderly or child who died of measles recently in New Hampshire, but we have people dying from flu, but we are not mandating flu vaccines. So I see many of those decisions to include or not include vaccines on that list as illogical.
Thank you for the question. My testimony today was on this bill, which is childhood vaccination requirements and the requirements for childhood vaccines.
Okay, anyone else? I'm seeing no one else. Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Melissa Blasek from Rebuild New Hampshire, to be followed by Dr. Amy Watson, Melissa White, and Danielle Albushis, I believe it is. from the New Hampshire Medical Society. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Melissa Blazek. I'm here representing Rebuild NH. This bill is not about banning vaccines. It is about ending coercion and restoring informed consent. In medical ethics, informed consent is not optional. It requires two things, knowledge and freedom. When either is missing, consent does not exist. This is not a modern political invention. It is a foundational ethical principle articulated most clearly in the Nuremberg Code, which states that voluntary consent is absolutely essential. Yet today we deny medical ethics and claim consent exists even when it plainly does not. Modern medicine itself acknowledges that many risks are discovered only after approval through post-marketing surveillance. That means that the public is exposed before all risks are fully known. History confirms this pattern again and again. Medical products are approved, recommended, and sometimes mandated, only for serious harms to be discovered later. When risks are unknown or undisclosed, doctors cannot fully inform patients, and patients cannot meaningfully weigh benefits and risk. Consent already fails at this point. Mandates then complete the ethical collapse. A parent facing school or daycare exclusion is not freely choosing a medical intervention. A decision made under threat of punishment is not consent, it is compulsion. Those who object to removing vaccine mandates may argue that doing so will reduce overall vaccine uptake. However, in New Hampshire, religious and medical exemptions are already relatively easy to obtain. That means families who do not wish to vaccinate largely are already not doing so. Ending the mandate is therefore unlikely to dramatically change overall vaccine uptake, but it will restore the ethical requirement of consent. It removes the state from the role of enforcer and returns medical decisions to where they belong, between families and their healthcare providers. Opponents also argue that mandates are necessary to protect public health, that voluntary adoption is inadequate, therefore compulsion is required. But the evidence does not support that claim. Many developed nations maintain high voluntary vaccination rates without making vaccination a condition of participation in society. They succeed not through coercion, but through education, trust, and persuasion. That is the proper role of public health. Public health works best as a voluntary relationship between officials and the public. When agencies rely on threats, compulsion, and exclusion, they may achieve compliance on paper, but they destroy trust. And once trust is gone, every future public health recommendation becomes harder. Ending vaccine mandates does not remove vaccines. It does not prevent parents from choosing to vaccinate. It does not restrict availability. What it does is restore the most basic right of all, the right to say no without penalty. HB 1811 restores informed consent, returns public health to its proper role, and rejects the false idea that coercion is necessary for good medicine.
You have 15 seconds left.
I urge you to support 1811.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So your testimony here, the one paper that you handed out, the one with the staple on it, had me thinking of an interesting question about liability, because like the thought process right now is that vaccines are shielded from liability. But if we're not signing anything to say that we understand the risks, how is that disclosed from or change the process of liability?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, no, vaccines are the only product that exists where you are forced to use that product and there is no liability for it. Nothing like that exists in any other sphere or has ever existed before in history. And yeah, most people are largely unaware, and therefore there is no informed consent.
Representative Polazov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So if our department promotes these medications and mandates them, are there like proper remedies for people who get injured by these vaccinations?
Can you just repeat the question one more time? I'm not totally understanding.
In terms of remedies for people who were injured by vaccines, what can a family who was mandated by government to take those medications, what they can do?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is a very complicated and arduous process by which that if you are vaccine injured, you can't sue the company directly. Go to vaccine injury court. You basically fight the U.S. government to prove that you have a vaccine injury. The payouts are nowhere near. I mean, I'm not an expert in this matter. It's a very complicated and arduous process, but the payouts are nowhere near what any other, liable medical product that would create injury would be. Also.
Representative McGrath, and then Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You referenced Nuremberg. Can you give us an overview of how that applies here?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I obviously, Nuremberg was a reckoning on one of the worst, horrific tragedies that ever existed, and ultimately, what they stated was that there can be no. It goes against basic human rights to be forced to have any type of medical intervention without the ability to say no. That is a basic human right.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just to follow up on Representative McCask's question, you're the second person who testified and mentioned the Nuremberg Code.
Mm.
Does the code ban mandates? Does it have a blanket code on mandate, or are there conditions where mandates are allowed?
In the Nuremberg Code, there is no condition. No, you have the right to say no, otherwise you are not freely choosing, and that is a violation of basic human rights.
So it's a flat blanket no.
Right.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Dr. Amy Watson, to be followed by Melissa White, Danielle Albushis, and Reza Evans. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman McDonald, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Amy Watson. I'm a pediatrician in Concord and soon to be first-time mother.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Very excited. I'm testifying in strong opposition to House Bill 1811. I want to begin by stating clearly that I agree with the physicians, nurses, and public health officials who will testify and have testified today on behalf of the danger of this bill. There's a reason that qualified medical and public health professionals are nearly universally opposed to this bill. Our opposition is not ideological. It's grounded in evidence, experience, and predictable outcomes. Today, I'll touch on a slightly different viewpoint, because I think you've heard a lot about herd immunity and vaccine-preventable diseases. So from a fiscal perspective, House Bill 1811 is deeply irresponsible. The fiscal note of the bill focuses narrowly on reduced vaccine purchasing costs, estimated to be $6.8 to $7.8 million per year. What it doesn't include are the much larger costs that occur when vaccination rates fall and outbreaks follow. We know what those costs look like. I've included some citations in my testimony. But for example, measles outbreaks, which we're seeing across the country, are extremely expensive. They place a major burden on public health systems. There was a 2019 outbreak in Clark County, Washington, with 72 cases. It cost their public health system about $3.4 million, or $47,000 per case. And this was largely due to the public health response. This is before hospital costs are included. The New York City measles outbreak cost their health department over $8 million. National analyses have shown that measles outbreaks routinely cost $30,000 to $50,000 per case, and even smaller outbreaks often exceed $150,000 in public health spending alone. Hospitalizations dramatically increase these figures. Pediatric hospitalizations for measles and pertussis, which is whooping cough, frequently exceed $20,000 to $50,000 per patient, and those who require ICU care cost significantly more. These children often suffer permanent injuries, and some die as well. The costs of these outbreaks are paid by the state, hospitals, school districts, and families. This is through Medicaid spending, uncompensated care, lost wages, school disruption, and long-term disability. Eliminating vaccine requirements guarantees repeated emergency response, higher healthcare spending, and preventable harm, all at a far greater cost than prevention. House Bill 1811 offers the illusion of medical freedom while creating a future of higher spending and real danger to children and vulnerable individuals in our population. That is why healthcare professionals and public health experts are united in opposing this bill, and why I urge this committee to do the same and vote HB 1811 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Weber.
and thank you very much for taking my question. If you care to comment, I'm wondering about the fact that we were told that although Japan has eliminated the mandate for vaccines, they have a very high rate of vaccination, yet and understanding that correlation is not causation, but would you care to comment on the fact that Japan's rate of autism is lower than that in the US, and Japan's rate of childhood mortality is less than that in the United States?
I think it's hard to speculate on a different country with such a different healthcare system and population. But I think that perhaps that leans into studies that have been done that have shown no direct link between autism and vaccinations. There have been some really strong, highly powered studies that have shown that it is a correlation, not a causation.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, follow up on those studies. What's the numbers in your opinion? So, Dr. York testified that a study of 18,000 people showed that 40% higher incidence of chronic diseases in vaccinated kids following 10 years. So, what number you are presenting, or studies that you reviewed present? Do they say it's 0? Do they say unvaccinated kids are more prone to chronic disease? Like, what's you talk about evidence, experience, and predictable outcomes. So, what are outcomes for unvaccinated kids in your experience?
I think that's like a loaded question. There are lots of pieces to it. The study that was referenced, I'm not familiar with it, and I'm not sure if it was peer reviewed, but one study does not negate the dozens and hundreds of other studies that have been done. Like, one piece of information does not negate the rest of the information that we have that shows that vaccinated children do not have a significantly higher rate of chronic illness than unvaccinated children. I think there's like a lot of long-term data. There's been a lot of misinformation presented here, and I think this is such a heated topic that it's really hard to know what is truth and what is not.
Well, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, following up on your last assessment, can we say the negative, that unvaccinated kids do not have higher prevalence of chronic diseases?
I think without officially studying that, I don't think you can say that.
So
you can't. It's very hard to prove a negative.
It was never studied.
What?
It was never studied.
That's a very leading question. Okay. I don't have a good answer for that.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm reading testimony here from the American Academy of Pediatrics. And it's an organization that you work with, right?
I'm the secretary.
So just to confirm, we're talking about facts and truth. Does your organization take financial support from pharmaceutical companies?
The New Hampshire chapter, no.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Also signed up to speak is Melissa White, to be followed by Danielle Albushis, Reza Evans, and Alyssa Helmling.
Honorable Chair, Representatives, thank you for having us here today. I am here in support of HB 1811. Thank you to Representative Delamis for asking the question, if vaccines work, then why would anyone who chooses to vaccinate worry if others choose not to? Also, as we can see from Dr. Chan's testimony, opposing this bill is all about the money. But I digress. How many people here in opposition to this bill have ever looked at an insert for any of the vaccines on the schedule in New Hampshire? There's a line in every vaccine insert, line 13.1, you can look it up. Every shot on the schedule states that this product has not been evaluated for carcinogenic, that means cancer-causing, or mutagenic properties or impairment of fertility. How many people in this room have family stories of cancer,
probably all of us, how many people here struggle or know someone who has struggled with infertility? And what do they mean by mutagenic properties? Does that have something to do with injecting little boys with the WI38 cell line? WI38 is the female aborted human diploid cell line. MRC5 is the male line. Those two cell lines are used in the MMR and the chickenpox vaccines. I'm guessing people think it's a conspiracy theory that vaccines contain foreign DNA from human aborted fetuses, but the inserts are clear. Actually, they're listed as human diploid cells, as I stated, so you don't see them for what they are. On the insert for the chickenpox shot, it literally states that post-marketing experience shows that transmission of the vaccine virus can occur from recipients, that's people who take the shot, to susceptible high-risk individuals. Vaccine recipients should avoid close contact with the high-risk individuals, immunocompromised, pregnant women, and newborns for up to 6 weeks after vaccination. So Dr. Chan and all the pediatricians here today should know this. So your argument that my unvaccinated child is a risk to any immunocompromised child or other person is flat out wrong. For Representative Woods, who asked about the responsibility to our community for keeping them safe, what kind of food are people eating? Like, what are you feeding your children? Garbage in, garbage out. You're going to get sick if you eat crap. We eat real food, mostly organic, and you may choose to consume your daily dose of fast food junk, maybe your daily Dunkins as you drive to work, but why is it my responsibility to keep you healthy? That's why we're working to make America healthy again, and I won't set my child on fire to keep yours warm. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? See no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Danielle Bushies. Am I pronouncing that correctly or any clarifications? Okay, great. To be followed by Risa Evans, Alyssa Helmling, and Katasia Sissy, I think it is. Sissa. I'll put your microphone on. There you go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Danielle Bushies. I'm representing myself and the views of the New Hampshire Medical Society. I've practiced OBGYN for 22 years, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 1811. As I've sat here and listened, I'm not going to just read my testimony. I feel like I had to pivot a little bit, not to just reiterate things that have already been said. I know myself from the New Hampshire Medical Society agree with the views of Dr. Chan, Dr. Boylan, Arsenault, New Futures, and Dr. Watson, to name a few. But I'd just like to take a few moments to give my perspective as an OBGYN. The reality is that vaccine hesitancy has increased throughout our country, and vaccine hesitancy leads to decreased vaccination rates for all vaccines, as we've all been talking about. The current outbreak in South Carolina at present with measles is in counties with lower vaccine rates. I'm particularly concerned about pregnant patients who contract such infections as measles and rubella. Contracting measles in pregnancy can cause miscarriage, fetal growth restriction, or stillbirth. Rubella in pregnancy is extremely dangerous for a growing pregnancy and leads to hearing loss in up to 90% of cases, congenital heart defects, other malformations, and neurodevelopmental delay. New Hampshire has recently been ranked as the #1 healthiest state in the nation by the United Health Foundation. Immunization requirements for children are a shared commitment to protect children, the vulnerable, and the overall equitable health of our state. There has to be a balance between individual choice and public policies that keep us safe and well. I respectfully urge the committee to oppose HB 1811 and maintain New Hampshire's childhood immunization requirements.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So the doctors who testified today before you, they listed some chronic diseases that are caused by preventable diseases like measles. We heard about being deaf on one ear, and yet all the studies that were cited today comparing vaccinated and unvaccinated kids showed that base case scenario there are no difference, so unvaccinated kids are actually having less chronic diseases. So how can we put together those two scientific observations?
And I think those questions are too detailed to answer in the time that I would have or in the baseline of information that I have. Again, I'll defer to the comments of my experts who often administer vaccines.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak, and I may not be pronouncing the first name right, Riza Evans. To be followed by Alyssa Helmling. Katija Sissa and Brooke Schoner, I guess it is.
That's right.
Okay. But anyway, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Risa Evans, and I live in Kentucky, and I work as a staff attorney at Children's Health Defense. And I wanted to pick up the conversation that we started a little earlier about the legal context within which New Hampshire's current childhood vaccine mandate exists. And that is namely one where vaccine manufacturers, for the most part, cannot be sued in a New Hampshire court when their products injure people. They are shielded from liability. So under the 1986 Childhood Vaccine Act, if your child is injured by a mandated vaccine, you can't go to court and sue the manufacturer with very limited and tough exceptions, even if that manufacturer was responsible and was negligent. And had a negligently designed product. So that means that New Hampshire's mandate, like other vaccine mandates, creates a captive and guaranteed market for a liability-free product. Now, I'm not aware of any other context where we mandate a medical product, let alone a liability-free medical product. And I think that probably all of us here can agree that this is for very good reasons that are both practical and moral. We know that in other contexts, the threat of lawsuits, the threat of tort lawsuits spurs manufacturers to monitor safety of their products, to make improvements, to disclose risks. But this is not true in the vaccine context where really there's no role for tort law. And I just want to read you a brief quote from what U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor had to say about the regulatory vacuum that we're basically in. She says that vaccines exist in a regulatory vacuum in which no one, neither the FDA nor any other federal agency nor state and federal juries, ensures that vaccine manufacturers adequately take account of scientific and technological advancements. This concern, she says, is especially acute with respect to vaccines that have already been released and marketed to the public. Manufacturers, given the lack of robust competition in the vaccine market, will often have little or no incentive to improve the design of vaccines that are already generating significant profit margins. So we've been talking a lot about, vulnerable children, but it's in this regulatory vacuum that we impose vaccine mandates on infants and young children, essentially, who are the people that the law in every other context especially protects because we recognize their vulnerability. And how ironic and how awful, really, that in this context we basically throw them to the wolves. So it's true that there is a vaccine injury compensation program that somebody referred to earlier. I'm not an expert in it, but I know there's a lot of criticism in it. It does provide some financial remedies for people who have been injured, but it doesn't take care of this tort problem. I'll just say one final thing, which is even if you don't feel like you can support a repeal of New Hampshire vaccine mandates, consider not allowing us, the state, to mandate products with liability shields. Just tell the manufacturers, if you're willing to stand behind your product by waiving the liability shield and submitting yourself to New Hampshire tort law, then we'll mandate your product, but otherwise, no dice. That's what I would suggest.
Thank you. Please, no applause. Any questions? Seeing no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Alyssa Helmling. To be followed by, one more time, Katija Sissa, Brooke Schoner, and Bridget Olson. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Alyssa Helmling, and I live in Lebanon, New Hampshire. I am a second-year medical student, and I am here today to testify on behalf of our student group, Primary Care Health Policy Scholars, in opposition of HB 1811. I had written out a speech, but I think a lot of it would be pretty repetitive, so I'm going to just kind of talk, and so I apologize if it's not very smooth. I'm just going to be speaking from my heart. This is my also first time giving testimony and a hearing like this, so I'm also a little bit nervous, but I've heard a lot of things today, and I kind of just want, I don't know if it's always this kind of like diametrically opposed, but I think everyone here today cares about keeping kids safe. I think truly that is what all of us want, and we just kind of have a disagreement of how we get there. But I think if we can acknowledge that that's what we're all here to do, maybe we can find some common ground. I've, heard a lot about people having mistrust in systems in our country, and I actually really agree with that. And I think the COVID pandemic did cause a lot of mistrust in the medical field and other systems we have in place. And I truly do understand that. And I think the first step us as medical professionals have to take in rebuilding trust with people is acknowledging when mistakes have been made. And so I really want people on the other side of this argument to really believe me when I say I do hear you, and I feel I am sorry that you have been hurt by the medical system in some way, and I really do want to understand, especially in my future practice as a physician, understand people's mistrust and really try to talk to people on an individual one-to-one basis. And I think skepticism is healthy. Someone mentioned that earlier about having skepticism is a good thing. And I understand people mistrusting big pharma, but please, I would urge people to listen to their doctors. And, us as physicians have studied for years and years and have worked really hard to gain the knowledge. And our main goal, the reason we go through, such grueling training is to help people. We truly want to help people. And, if you have hesitancies, I think that is valid. And I think that is natural, but I really recommend discussing that with your doctor. And I also brought up the study where it did show that
You're down to 15 seconds.
Oh, there is a study. I have the source that you need 93% to 95% vaccination for measles in order to protect everyone. So you deciding to not vaccinate does impact the people around you. I can't explain all the science in this short format, but I do have the study open if you would like the source.
Okay, thank you. Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, again, about studies, and you were talking about keeping kids safe. So, my assumption would be we are not talking about some temporary fever, because fever can be caused by measles. Some temporary fever can be caused by vaccines. We are talking, if we want to help kids and keep them safe, we are talking about long-term health outcomes. And today we heard that there's no studies that showing that unvaccinated kids have worse health outcomes. In fact, some studies show otherwise. Other studies we heard from doctors opposing this bill that there are studies that show that vaccinated kids might have some higher rate of chronic diseases, but it's not connected to vaccination, or it could be statistically dismissed. So, so either vaccines are ineffective or they're actually harmful. So why it helps kids? We just don't have data, in my opinion.
So I think it is very valid, again, yes, to be skeptical about what you're giving to your kids, but the whole argument about vaccines causing chronic health issues, I don't know about the body of research on it, but just already as someone who understands how the scientific process works, that would be a very hard thing to prove or disprove, given if you're talking about long-term consequences of vaccinating or not vaccinating,
there's so many confounding factors. Like there's so many other things that could be leading to certain things. And I know we say a lot, correlation is not causation. And that's the same thing with the whole autism and vaccination thing. That's been disproven by studies with large site. Like in Sweden, they've studied this with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of kids and proven that autism is not caused by, there's not a direct link from vaccines. But the reason it feels like that way to parents is because autism you see the first signs of autism a little bit after normal kids get their vaccine schedule. So it's very easy to see why parents can be scared about that, because anecdotally it may feel that way because you got your kid's vaccine 1 month and then 3 months later they're having signs of autism. That is scary, but there's a reason for that. The time that you're getting your vaccines is before you often see the first signs of autism. So that's why I think people have linked these two things together, because they happen very early on in a child's life. But correlation is not causation. It does not mean that the vaccines are explicitly causing the autism. Same thing with the chronic health issues you're saying. It would be very, very hard to prove that one thing is causing a chronic, long-term type of thing. So I'm not very, I have not done a lot of research in that area, so I don't feel confident speaking, but I can just already kind of having knowledge of how we would do a study on that would be very difficult to prove or disprove, in a very confident way, I guess.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It almost kind of sounded like you made an argument for pushing back the age requirement for a child to start getting vaccinated.
No, I definitely am not opposing that. The reason we have the vaccines on a certain schedule is very much rooted in science. We do it when we know that the kid's immune system can handle it, but then also when they're at risk. I don't recommend changing the vaccine schedule. My comment on that was just to voice my understanding of why it's scary to parents. You want to protect your kid from anything and everything. And so it makes sense that autism signs traditionally show very early, but it's usually a few months after where we have a set vaccine schedule. So it's easy. I'm just emphasizing my understanding of why people can connect those two, but it's purely they chronologically happen around the same time, but that does not mean that they're linked. I'm just trying to voice that I understand why that would be scary to parents, and I'm trying to emphasize that I really do want to come from a place of really understanding why we are all here today, which is to protect our kids. So I'm trying to see the other side's argument, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Follow up.
Thank you for the follow-up. So it does seem to me that you talked about distrust of the physicians and the medical practice in general. Would that fix distrust if that was possible to move it back?
I think, I'm not a practicing pediatrician, but one of my good mentors is, and she always says okay, I totally understand you're overwhelmed by this great number of vaccines that we have on the schedule. And I think a lot of pediatricians do try to work with families. I understand if you don't want all 6 of these at once or whatever, but they kind of prioritize, I think as a physician, this one is the most important for your child to get now, and we can postpone the others. I think if you talk to your personal doctor, they will be willing to work with you and understand, I think we're really in a kind of a hostile setting when we're feeling like we're battling each other when we should be trying to work together. If you're skeptical, I can work with you. We don't have to do all 12, in the first year, but I really want you to get, I really think the meningitis one, the H flu type B is a very scary disease and can cause really lifelong effects, including meningitis. Someone had mentioned earlier, the same pediatrician that I had mentioned earlier, she spoke about, she was early in her practice in the 80s, before the H flu vaccine came out, and she saw so many kids with meningitis and was having to give spinal taps all the time, very similar to the other physician stories. But now she, late in her practice, decades in, she barely has to do that because of the H flu vaccine. So she finds that one really important. But she understands hesitancy around maybe like again the COVID vaccine, which is more of a recent vaccine. My point is just basically that I think your person-to-person physician is going to work with you, and I really recommend talking to them more than anyone else
We
about
understand.
these issues. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm seeing no one else. Thank you. Okay, next up is Khadija Sissa. Okay, thank you. To be followed by Brooke Schooner, Bridget Olson, and Lisa Dean.
Good afternoon. My name is Khadija.
If I could just
sorry.
interrupt for just
Yeah,
a
go
moment. We're not going to be breaking for a formal lunch today, so members are encouraged to go at their leisure. We're way behind on schedule, so we're going to be continuing all day to try to catch up. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem
Please
at all.
proceed.
And I'll try to keep mine as quick as possible because I know there's a lot to be heard. My name is Khadija Sisse. I'm a midwife and a New Hampshire parent of 7 children, ranging from age 7 to 24. All unvaccinated. I'm here in strong support of 1811, coming with our family's personal testimony. I'm not here because I'm a reckless parent or I deny science, but my family's lived the reality that the mandates ignore. Vaccine injury is real, and statistics do not matter. I'm sorry, statistics, don't matter when it's your child. My children's father was paralyzed from the waist down. As a healthy teenager from a vaccine, and my children also have allergies that prevent them from getting vaccinated. And during COVID, also 3 of my parents were vaccinated in the same week and all died a week later within just a few days of each other. I don't consider that to be a coincidence. My aunt also was forced under pressure of her career to vaccinate for COVID and developed severe Bell's palsy immediately after her shot, and her face has been permanently disfigured. These aren't conspiracy theories, these are my family. And quite tragically, friends of mine have also lost their children, babies specifically, and that is too great of a risk to force on families. Not to mention that so many families we know that believe their children that have developed severe autism from vaccines, not months later, but within a single day of vaccination, developing sudden severe onset of symptoms that they did not previously have. So regardless of any studies that have suggested to prove otherwise, these are just the experiences of our actual friends that we know personally. These outcomes are acknowledged in FDA packaged inserts, as people have mentioned, and compensated through VAERS, but not always, and it's not easy to get compensated. In fact, no one we know has gotten compensation at all. Families are silenced, being told their suffering doesn't matter because it's rare. Rare is not acceptable when it's your child or your family member or a close friend. 1811 doesn't ban vaccines or eliminate access. It simply says that the government may recommend but cannot compel for some of us, and that is vital in our case. We consider it to be. Where there's risk, there must be choice, and New Hampshire is live free or die. That phrase means a lot to us personally. We want to ask that you stay on the side of protecting parental rights, bodily autonomy, and informed consent. Public trust is earned through transparency and not force. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. I'm going to be stepping out. I'll turn the gavel over to the Vice Chairman, Lisa Mazer, this time. Next up is Brooke Schooner, I think it is. Okay. She knows who I'm talking about. To be followed by Bridget Olson, Lisa Dean, and Kim Bernard.
I married a German man, so the last name's new to me too. It's kind of hard. My name is Brooke Schisler. I'm a New Hampshire resident and a practicing doctor of chiropractic and a mother. Today I'm here with my baby, neither one of us ever having been vaccinated. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 1811 because mandatory vaccine policies for school and daycare attendance exclude families like mine from participation in education and childcare solely based on one medical decision. At its core, this issue is not about being for or against vaccines. It's about equal access, informed consent, and freedom from discrimination. Current mandates create a two-tier system. One group of children is granted access to education and childcare, while another one is excluded. Not because of illness, not because of behavior, and not because of the risk that they impose, but because their parents made a different medical choice. That's discrimination based on medical status and personal belief. For my families, and many, including mine, vaccination decisions are made thoughtfully in consultation with healthcare providers and based on individual health history, risk assessment, and science. Yet these families are penalized by policies that deny children access to otherwise public or essential services. As a healthcare professional, I strongly agree in individualized care. No two bodies are the same, and no medical decision should be imposed universally without regard for personal circumstances. Mandates ignore this reality and replace individualized decision-making with coercion. As a mother, my child's ability to learn, socialize, and being cared for is currently conditional upon my compliance with a medical procedure. This is not a privilege, it is a foundational right for child's development and families' abilities to function in society. Excluding children from schools and daycares due to vaccine status disproportionately impacts families, especially working parents and those who sincerely have different medical, religious, or philosophical beliefs. This is especially concerning in a state who values personal liberty and limited government intrusion. This bill restores fairness. It affirms the access to education and childcare that should not be contingent on a single medical decision, that families deserve autonomy without fear. I urge you to support House Bill 1811 and take a stand against policies that discriminate against children and families exercising informed medical choice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Representative Polozov.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, as a medical professional, what data or knowledge you have that you can share with us that informed your decision to not vaccinate yourself and your child?
The black box warnings are enough for me. They have extensive risks that are coming with these vaccinations. As the part of medical practice that I'm in, it's not necessarily medical, it is a healthcare provider, but we do not do any sort of injections. So as for my education, we're not educated on prescribing medications. Any of that medical based knowledge is left for that medical degree. I'm a doctorate of chiropractic, so those extracurricular hours and whatnot are spent learning how to adjust the nervous system.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Bridget Olson, and then on deck, Lisa Dean, Kim Bernard, and Lily Wellington.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Bridget Olson, and I'm a resident of Hollis. I'm part of the Dartmouth National Pediatrics practice, but I'm here on my own behalf. So I would like to tell you a war story. This is a war story because the practice of medicine is a constant battle against a horde of sleepless, merciless, and ever-evolving enemies. Once there was a green and pleasant land which had known peace for many years. This country was full of brave men and women who had all banded together long ago to fight off the enemies who surrounded them. They were successful, and they settled down to live lives of liberty and to pursue happiness, but they continued their military drills regularly, and they all took turns keeping watch on the borders, for they were no fools. But as the decades and then the generations went by, the inhabitants of this green and pleasant land forgot their forefathers' history, for they had never known anything but peace. They started to complain about what they saw as unjustifiable attacks on their personal autonomy. The people said, "We have not seen any enemies for a long time, and they will surely never come again. Their mandates that we go out and train every month are violating our freedoms to live as we choose. Making us go out on patrol against our will is tyranny. Why should our livelihoods be taxed for no reason? Defund the guard." And so more and more people refused to serve the public good. Sometimes travelers would go out and then return to the green and pleasant land, and they tried to warn their countrymen that their enemies were building war engines and starting to send scout parties across the increasingly poorly defended borders. But their fellow citizens scoffed and said, "You are just being paid to try to scare us into giving up our freedoms." And as the number of loyal citizens dwindled just over the horizon, their enemies were massing. This is what I see as a pediatrician. Vaccines have worked so well that they have made our society forget the enemies they defeated. And vaccines have made us forget that we cannot defeat those enemies alone. And make no mistake, although those enemies have been defeated, they are not dead, and they will not hesitate to take advantage of our forgetfulness. To exist as part of a community means that the consequences of your choices will fall, at least in part, on someone else. You may shrug off the responsibility for your decisions, but that will not lessen the suffering you have caused. A wiser person than I once wrote, "But now are they many members, yet but one body. And the eye cannot say unto the hand, I have no need of thee, nor again the head to the feet, I have no need of you. No, much more those members of the bodies, which seem to be more feeble, are necessary. It is on behalf of those more feeble members, those little ones who are devalued every day by our society because they have no words and no wealth and no votes, that I am appealing to you to reject this bill. Thank you."
Thank you. Representative Polozov.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, if you know, for your pediatric practice or in general in industry, what percentage of your office income is in danger if we consider some direct administration fees, visits, but also like some indirect things like insurance incentives for high immunization rates. So how much could you lose if vaccination rates go down?
Oh, thank you for your question. I'm glad you asked that because many people think that pediatricians make a lot of money off of vaccines. Tragically, that is not true. I myself, I'm paid. My pay does not depend at any extent on how many of my patients are vaccinated. Some of them are, and some of them are not. I believe that New Hampshire that Dartmouth, like most of New Hampshire, obtains all of its vaccines through the Universal Vaccine Program. But for many pediatricians, especially those in private practice in other states, vaccinating children is actually a significant financial burden to their practice because first you have to pay up front for the vaccines, and only after they've been administered and you've hassled with the insurance companies for a prolonged period to get paid back enough to repay for the vaccines and pay the nurses to administer them, you can hope to break even. However, I assure you that this is not a money-making process.
Thank you. Representative LaMontagne.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, could you send us your written testimony?
Oh, sure.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes. Representative Palmer.
So the history is sort of near and dear to me, and I mean, I almost died of measles. My mother had polio, and so to me, I'm about 70. That history is still there, and I do get that for a lot of people, it's as you said, it's everybody's been living happily ever after. Where am I going with this? I guess the other piece is that there are other new things that come in. One of them is obviously COVID. Another was we had a huge outbreak of drug-resistant TB, a different problem. But I guess what I'm asking is how maybe, and this is part of the trust thing, how do we educate people more about the whole picture of this? Where did we start with smallpox in the 19th century, and how do we have people understand how we got here, both from the point of view of the diseases and the vaccines that were created, but also how did the mistrust part start? Sure, there are lots of potential side effects. Sure, they should be studied more. We should have better vaccines. But how do we begin, as one of the last speakers said, to have a conversation that's not just one side lobbying to the other side and not really getting anywhere with getting back to trusting and figuring out how to do this so we prevent disease without tromping on people's, individual sense of what they want to do.
Right. I mean, it is.
Not a loaded question.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure that I have the right answer because it involves striking the balance between individual freedom and living as part of a community, and there has to be some sacrifice on both sides. But I would never say that vaccines have no risk. I mean, they do have risks. I have seen vaccine side effects. I have filed reports with bears of vaccine side effects that I've seen. But it's just because they have side effects that it seems unjust to say that some people say, well, we won't take on that risk, but we want to participate in society with the rest of you that have taken on that risk. That does seem like an unfair thing to ask parents of children who are immunocompromised or medically fragile to say, well, my child is going to take this risk, but your child doesn't have to.
Thank you. Representative Markell.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. So, if you've been present here, and we've heard a lot of testimony pro and con, so Dr. Nelson, do you feel that to a certain extent that this becomes, for those who oppose this bill, that this is really a case of substituting judgment, that an individual choice, that people who are fully informed would be free to make that choice for themselves and for their families, as opposed to the medical profession or the government, for that matter, making the choice for them?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm not sure if do you think that the people who oppose vaccines are opposing it mainly because it impinges on their rights as citizens?
Well, if you look at the bill and you listen to testimony, this appears to me to be a case of individual freedom and individual autonomy and being able to make a choice for yourself and for those for whom, like children and so forth. So my concerns here are whether or not this is substituted judgment. So if we have the present scheme, which mandates vaccines, are we in a position where this is what, based on full information, I believe to be the case for me or my family in terms of a vaccination, as opposed to the government saying, you will do this?
Mm-hmm. I guess the best analogy that I've heard for that is if you imagine that you had several people that lived in the same neighborhood and they were carpooling together back and forth to work every day, and they all split the money for the gas, and there was one extra seat in the car. So someone else who worked at the company said, "Oh, can I ride with you guys every day? But since you're already going, it's no extra expense, so I don't need to pay for gas." That's the position that people who choose not to vaccinate are in. They want other people to take on the risk. They don't want to share in it, and there is a risk. I would never say there is not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next we have Lisa Dean, and then Kim Bernard and Lily Wellington, and then Jonathan Cavness. Okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Lisa Dean from Stratham. I'm in full support of this bill. This is not about pouring on fear of polio, measles, diphtheria, and getting grants. Too much fear poured on today. This is about our rights. The government should not be mandating what goes into babies, children's, or anyone's body for that matter. Why do different states have different vaccine mandates for children? Seriously, have you asked yourself that? Politics, not health. We all know there's lots in question with these injections. We all know an injection can't ever be reversed. There's many pediatricians who don't even inject their own children, and you heard one today say that. We all know vaccinated children. We all know of vaccinated children. Everyone in this room knows of a vaccinated child. We are all aware of those injected and still get sick. Where there is risk, there must be choice. 88 countries around the world do not have vaccine mandates. Most communist countries do not have vaccine mandates. Most are aware, although some won't admit it, that true informed consent is missing with vaccines. If you aren't familiar with informed consent, consider looking it up. It impacts you, your loved ones, with prescription drugs and surgeries too. Where there is risk, there must be choice. First, forcing injections into anyone's bodies, especially babies and children, should never be a political agenda, monetary, or profit agenda. Children's brains aren't even fully developed until around 25. And all these heavy metals in vaccines, including mercury and aluminum, are highly controversial, especially with autism rates skyrocketing. There's plenty of studies out there with vaccines and autism. Pushing fear and using politics to inject babies and children should never be an agenda held over their heads for daycare, education, college, or a camp. Here's a quote from Joe Latipo, from Florida, the Surgeon General and doctor. Every last one, he's referring to mandates, is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery. Who am I or anyone else to tell you what you should put in your body? Who am I to tell you what your child should put in their body? I don't have that right. Your body is a gift from God. What you put into your body is because of your relationship with your body and God. End of quote. Fear can't be the driver. Politics can't be the driver. The measles and polio fear can't be the driver. Losing a grant can't be the driver. Profits can't be the driver. I repeat, profits can't be the driver. I urge you to support this medical freedom, to support medical freedom in New Hampshire. When you vote, please vote with not fear or politics. Please vote with your conscience, knowing this is an injection that can't ever be reversed. Where there is risk, there must be choice. This bill belongs in front of the House. I urge you to please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 1 second left. So very good.
Wow, that is impressive.
Yes. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Kim Bernard. Thank you. As a reminder, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kim Bernard, and I've been a registered nurse for over 30 years. I currently serve as the Chief Public Health Nurse for the City of Nashua. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to House Bill 1811. House Bill 1811 would repeal long-standing immunization requirements, eliminate record keeping and reporting, and remove attendance protections during outbreaks. These changes would have serious consequences for the health and safety of New Hampshire residents. School immunization requirements exist for a simple reason. They prevent outbreaks. When vaccination rates fall, diseases return. We have seen this repeatedly across the country. Removing guidelines will create confusion, lower vaccination rates, and increase the risk of preventable diseases. This is a risk we do not need to take. At our clinic, we are already seeing confusion among parents. One mother recently asked whether her baby still needed a routine vaccination because she had heard, quote unquote, it might not be necessary anymore. The public deserves clear, evidence-based guidance, not uncertainty. Record keeping and reporting are equally essential. Without accurate data, we lose the ability to identify gaps, respond quickly to outbreaks, and protect vulnerable populations. Eliminating these requirements would leave our local health department without the information needed to make sound public decisions. History shows what happened when complacency sets in. Many people have never seen measles, polio, or other vaccine-preventable diseases because vaccines have been so effective. But that success has created a false sense of security. During the 2024-25 influenza season, 89% of pediatric flu deaths occurred in children who are not fully vaccinated. Measles, once eliminated in the U.S., is now resurging as vaccine rates decline. House Bill 1811 would weaken our public health infrastructure, increase disease risk, and put our most vulnerable children, the immunocompromised, and older adults at unnecessary risk. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to oppose House Bill 1811. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Polozov.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, previous testimonies, I think, established that science for other countries that don't have this honors mandate show that they don't have bad outcomes. But one of the arguments was that I believe that our diversity is somehow will be negative for should we get rid of outcomes. So if you agree with that, what exactly is the issue? Like, is it some internal groups? Because I didn't see any bad data, for example, for health outcome for Amish kids. Or is it about previously cited data that immigration or tourism can negatively affect our health outcome without mandates? Like previously in hearings, we have data about importing some Vietnamese mothers infected with hepatitis B
Representative
that is on our schedule. So,
can you ask the question?
Yes. Do you have any comment?
I need clarification of that question, please.
So, do you agree that we cannot follow example of Japan, who doesn't have mandate because of our diversity, and what's wrong with our diversity in terms of immunization?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm the best person to ask that of, but I will say that experts in the field are saying that yes, that other countries are very different from our country. Cultures are different, the needs are different, so we need to look at things from the U.S. standpoint.
Thank you. Representative Palmer.
So we've talked about record keeping and then there are the rights. So my granddaughter is 1.5 years old, and my daughter is had her vaccinated. She has researched everything. I mean, the kind of milk the baby has is researched. But her question that she asked the other day is, so if the vaccines, if the records are not there, how do I know when I send my child to school? She's in daycare now. I would like to know how many kids have been vaccinated. Not which kids, but just, is it at that 50% level where an outbreak is more likely, or is it 85% at the corner school? And I guess this bill is sort of, I guess it's a little bit of a question whether it eliminates that, but I guess I just like your comment on that about if you don't have the records, how's that going to affect what you can do?
Thank you for your question. Very good question. So without accurate records, we lose the ability to detect gaps and respond to outbreaks. If we don't have the data, which we get from the state, what happens is the schools in our city report out to the state, and then yearly we get that data. And then we're able to look at trends. We're able to look at trends on immunization rates and see, are we at risk? Are we at higher risk? So that's how we use those records. So if we don't have data, it really doesn't help us in trying to take care of our community.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Lily Wellington. And then on deck, Jonathan Cavness, Tori Shaheen, and Ruth Hadley. You've asked for 2 minutes. Great, thank you.
I can maybe even keep it shorter.
Great.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lily Wellington, and I am the Executive Director for the New Hampshire State Commission on Aging. So I've passed out some written testimony. I will not discuss some of the points that are in that because I know you can all read. But I wanted to talk to you about the Gerontological Society of America, which is the largest and oldest multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary organization focused on aging. So there's resources in there about how vaccinations impact older adults.
And so I haven't heard a lot today about how vaccination rates would impact our aging population in the state. We have the second oldest median population in the country. So understanding the risks associated with childhood vaccination rates and how they would impact older adults in the state, I think is a very important point to make today. I think that the most important point I could make is that there is something that happens during the natural process of aging where we see a gradual decline in our immune system's functionality. This is a term, immunosenescence, which essentially means that your body has, over time, cannot mount as strong an immune response to communicable diseases or viruses. So we see this, that there's an increased risk for older adults when they come in contact with certain respiratory viruses, for instance. They have higher rates of hospitalization and unfortunately higher rates of death. So this is very much interconnected with population health for older adults.
10 seconds. Great job. All right, are there any questions? Yes, Representative Palmer.
Just to clarify, so what you're basically getting at is that, like, when my granddaughter comes home from daycare, I get things that I haven't gotten in years because now I'm
Correct.
a little older.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that over time we have a less of a natural defense. This will certainly vary from individual to individual. Less of a natural defense to mount an immuno response to a virus.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Jonathan Cavness. Is he here? Guess not. Okay. Next we have Tori Shaheen. Here's John.
Good afternoon.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in opposition to HB 1811. I'm here today first and foremost as a mother of a child in public school in New Hampshire, a scientist with an undergraduate degree in microbiology specializing in virology and a master's degree in immunology, as well as research experience, and as the director of New Hampshire Families for Vaccines, which is a nonprofit organization that seeks to amplify the voices of the pro-vaccine majority in New Hampshire. I also have prepared comments, but this was such an interesting discussion today, and I do have a couple other things I'd like to add. I really liked what the young physician said about building bridges and understanding where everyone is coming from. I also believe informed consent is a deeply important element of science and medicine.
Sorry, can you pause for 1
Sure,
second?
yeah.
Can we please close that door? Getting the residual noise from outside. Thank you
you.
very much. I'm sorry.
No,
Please-
thank you so much.
Please continue.
And personal freedom. But I also believe that informed consent really depends on factual information. And in science and medicine, when we consider factual information, it is considered evidence-based, and that evidence has criteria and standards that need to be met in order to establish a scientific fact. So, that's sort of the baseline standard that when I ask for information that's evidence-based, that's what I'm hoping that it will meet those standards. Not necessarily be based on, belief or a feeling or an emotion or an unverifiable fact. But in any case, I do feel that this bill undermines the principles of informed consent being based on accurate information, community protection, and the ability to safely participate in public health. I am equally alarmed by the bill's impact on vaccine reporting. When vaccine reporting requirements are reduced or eliminated, parents do lose access to critical information needed to assess risk in shared public spaces, particularly schools and childcare settings. This bill would remove those reporting requirements, stripping parents of an essential tool for understanding the potential risks associated with under immunization and disease outbreaks. I think it also, kind of kneecaps our ability to protect children who are unvaccinated in the event of an outbreak. We want to be able to advise, if there's a measles outbreak and you're not vaccinated for measles, we want to be able to advise families to keep those children home so they're not at risk of contracting a potentially fatal disease. I'll wrap up. One more thing is that there were questions asked in this committee today, thoughtful questions, that rely on the type of data that this bill seeks to eliminate. For example, the rates of vaccinated versus unvaccinated children in the current ongoing outbreaks. So thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments in opposition to HB 1811.
Thank you.
Happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
It's okay. It happens to us all. It's okay.
This one's off.
Okay. Thank you. Next we have Ruth Hadley. Then Rebecca Winter, Anne Marie Banfield, and Carolyn McKinney. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I wasn't planning on testifying, so I'm just going to talk off the top of my head.
Okay.
So I'm here in support of HB 1811. And I'd just like to mention that nobody really talks much about nutrition. So our health begins in our gut. If we eat right, we're going to stay healthy. That's the way our bodies are made. Nobody seems to consider that in any of these arguments. Also, I started researching vaccines and the risks of vaccines in about 1990. So I have a number of years under my belt. And at that point, I decided not to vaccinate my 7 children who never got sick, ever. My eldest child is 38 years old. My twins are 26. Never got sick. Why? Because they ate proper food. They didn't eat junk food. They remained healthy, and they still are to this day.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you for your testimonies. Okay, next we have Rebecca Winter. And you've indicated 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Winter. I live in Exeter with my spouse and 3 children, and I'm here today to express my strong opposition to HB 1811. While this bill says it empowers people and gives agency, in reality, this bill destroys the ability of families of our most vulnerable children to have any choice when it comes to accessing school and childcare. I have 3 children, ages 4, 8, and 10, and we've been extremely lucky to have them at a wonderful childcare center, Great Bay Kids in Exeter, since they were babies. Having a team of loving teachers who support my family has been invaluable. My children have learned tons and made close friends. My spouse and I are better parents for having the ability to take a break from caregiving every once in a while and are able to work so we can support our family. When my son was 19 months old, his teachers noticed a rash and asked for a doctor's note to ensure it wasn't contagious. It's annoying to take time off of work, but I respected them putting safety first, and thank goodness, because it was not a rash. It was a particular kind of bruising that is seen in kids with leukemia. My son had cancer. And if I had waited for that rash to go away on its own, his cancer could have been cooking for months, and he may not have survived. It was the expertise of the teachers and their illness policy that may have saved his life. When my son returned to school about 6 months later, he was a frail and sickly child. And after living in nightmare for months, it was our village at school that helped us to find a new normal. We trusted them to keep him safe, in part because of that illness and vaccination policy. The herd immunity against whooping cough, chickenpox, measles, and many other viruses stood in for his own damaged immune system. His healthy classmates were his shield that protected him and allowed him to still have a childhood at a time he was fighting for his life. 3 years later, as he finished his leukemia treatment, we had COVID-19 arrive. Awesome luck. We were in lockdown in April 2020 when he took his last dose of chemo. He was isolated at home, so there was no bell to ring, but it was his school that spread the word and gave him a parade over 100 cars celebrating his survival. And during the next year, while my family sheltered in place, doctor's orders, my son's immune system slowly recovered. And it was an extremely hard year, but I can't help be thankful for all the years that came before that when my son was able to have a normal childhood safely in his school during the scariest time of our lives. Vaccination policies protect the most vulnerable among us, including my son. Required vaccination in schools is what provides choices. Families with healthy children get to choose. They get to choose whether they are vaccinated and are in public school spaces, or not vaccinate and excuse themselves from those spaces to other places of their choice. But when a child is medically fragile, there is no real choice. We had to decide, stay home or risk his life. Please do not take away education, friendship, community, and support from our most valuable children. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you. All right, next we have Anne Marie Banfield. 3 minutes. And then we have Carolyn McKinney and Representative Kelly Potenza and Brittany Bernardo on deck. Hello.
Hello. For the record, Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire. I focus on education, so I'm normally in the education committee, but I do come here today in support of HB 1811. This mandate is a target on children, let's be honest. It is coercive. Opt-out is never about parental rights. Opt-in is. I do come here not as opposed to vaccines. I've had vaccines. My children have had vaccines. I come here in favor of letting parents decide. In addition to this, as a parent, when my youngest son was a child, that is when RotaShield was introduced to the market for rotavirus. And I hope I got that right. I'm not a medical professional. And I was talked into getting this vaccine for him. Thankfully, he was a little older than the infants that were getting it because, unfortunately, it was taken off the market because of a bowel obstruction that these, and again, I'm probably not using the proper terms, bowel obstructions that were happening in the infants that were getting this vaccine. It was withdrawn, but this was after the damage was done. Thankfully, my son didn't get that problem. I think is because he was a little bit older, because they were seeing it mostly in the infants. But it's a terrible thing to have happen to your child. It's called I don't even know the term. Sorry, I can't read it. It's intussusception. It's a serious where one part of the intestine folds into the other, causing a blockage and cutting off blood supply. That's serious. I'm also immune compromised, and I don't recall us making sure that everybody in this room was fully vaccinated up to what you need. I take responsibility for my own health. I'll take responsibility for my children's health if they are ever immune compromised. I had a kidney transplant about 15 years ago, and I don't rely on you guys to do what you want to do with your vaccines. I rely on myself, and I rely on my doctor. And these kids going into the schools, okay, maybe they are vaccinated, but they're walking into grocery stores with you guys who may not be fully vaccinated. So I'm not sure how we're avoiding all of these diseases out there other than keeping them home. And in one case with my neighbor whose daughter did have cancer, she did keep her home. She homeschooled her. That's what they decided between the doctor and the parents. Because even if she went to school with these vaccinated kids, you don't know who's got the medical exemption. There might be 5 kids in that class that have the medical exemption. I mean, this is a coercive measure on children. I would just have one question. The increase in these measles, somebody brought up that the measles that you have to be that you can get the shedding part of it. So it is possible that you're getting the vaccine and giving the measles to other people, or some kind of vaccine. Sometimes there's shedding involved. So when you see these diseases increase, is it because the vaccine that you got, or is it because maybe somebody had measles and shared it?
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, are there any questions? Not seeing any questions. Thank you. All right, Carolyn McKinney is next. And you've indicated 3 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1811. I'm also submitting separately a written op-ed discussing vaccines as a hidden pro-life issue and the moral entanglement between the abortion industry and the vaccine industry. But today I want to focus on something more personal and I believe more fundamental: informed consent, medical freedom, and the damage caused when the state replaces persuasion with coercion. When my oldest children were young, I was not opposed to vaccines. I followed the recommended schedule, though I chose to delay and space them, a decision my pediatrician respected. When it came time for my oldest child to enter school, New Hampshire law required that I inject my child with the chickenpox vaccine. Based on my own childhood experience, I knew chickenpox to be a mild and common illness. I wanted to decline the vaccine. At that visit, I was not seen by my usual doctor. The physician I saw was not interested in discussion or facts. She bullied me. She called me a negligent mother. She told me how so many children she had seen dying in the hospital from chickenpox, which was quite obviously a lie. I gave in to her fear-mongering and left the office in tears. That was not informed consent. That was coercion, and it only happened because the state empowered it. I did not know at the time that religious exemptions existed. I did not know that I had rights. I only knew I was being forced to comply with something that violated my reason, my conscience, and my maternal instinct. I want to be clear, had that doctor attempted to persuade me with facts instead of fear, I very likely would not be here today as an outspoken critic of vaccine mandates. Instead, that encounter shattered my trust in the medical establishment. Trust cannot be earned with force. It can only be earned with honesty, humility, and persuasion. Free citizens are owed informed consent. Medical decisions must be made without threats, penalties, or state coercion. Before I close, I want to address the fiscal note that's been attached to this bill, which states that DHHS believes they will need to hire several more bureaucrats to handle the deluge of outbreaks if the vaccine mandates were to be repealed. I have personal experience to share on this point as well. A couple of years ago, my first fully unvaccinated child was forced by the state of Massachusetts to stay home from school for 3 weeks simply because he was in the same room as a child with chickenpox. He had no direct contact with chickenpox affected child. He was given 2 options: stay home or be injected. This response was wildly disproportionate to the actual risk posed by this illness. This assertion by DHHS reveals the real problem. Our public health agencies dramatically overreact to mild commonhood childhood illnesses. Diseases like chickenpox carry extraordinarily low risk of serious harm and death. If the state did not respond to ordinary childhood illness as though they were Ebola, there'd be no need for expanded bureaucracies or inflated budgets. HB 1811 is not anti-science. It's pro-freedom, pro-truth, and pro-informed consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much. All right. Next, we have Representative Kelly Potenza. You've indicated 3 minutes. Sorry, I'm going to just say who's on deck here. Brittany D. Bernardo, Wendy Clausen, and Larissa Trexler on deck. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. Where there is risk, there must be choice. In my 2-sentence statement, that's what I wrote online. I wasn't going to speak today, but I just have to, because there's just so much misinformation. The sky is not falling without mandates. and the arguments claiming otherwise simply do not hold water. Much of what we hear from the department, special interests, lobbyists, and pharmaceutical stakeholders is doublespeak. This bill does not prohibit vaccination. It restores individualized medical decision-making in circumstances where no population-level risk even exists. Mandates have no place in a constitutional republic, particularly when the evidence demonstrates real harm, serious implications, and loss of life. Let's cue in COVID. Denying a person the right to informed consent is a denial of their fundamental human rights. Informed consent is not a technicality or a courtesy. It is the ethical line that separates medicine from coercion. The existence of my rights does not extinguish yours, and where your rights begin, mine do not end. A society that claims to respect bodily autonomy cannot selectively suspend it when doing so becomes politically convenient. If we accept the logic to justify vaccine mandates, we must confront its implications honestly. Let's ask yourself this question. Would it be ethical or lawful to kill one healthy human being to save 10 others through forced organ donation? The answer is unequivocally no. We reject that scenario because we recognize a foundational principle. No human being may be reduced to means to an end. Bodily autonomy is not overridden by utilitarian math. Yet, vaccine mandates rely on that very same reasoning, that an individual's bodily autonomy may be violated for a perceived collective benefit that doesn't exist. This is where the argument collapses under its own weight. If bodily autonomy is inviolable in every other area of medicine, organ donation, blood transfusion, participation in clinical trials, it cannot suddenly become conditional when the subject is vaccination. Ethical standards do not change based on political urgency. Supporters of mandates often speak out of both sides of their mouths. They champion my body, my choice in one context while dismissing that same principle in another. They claim to support informed consent when endorsing policies that punish refusal, coerce compliance, or deny employment, education, or participation in society. Consent obtained under threat is not consent, it's coercion. Let's cue in COVID again. Public health does not require abandoning ethics. Trust, transparency, and voluntary participation are not obstacles to public health. They are its foundation. Once the state claims the authority to override informed consent, there is no limiting principle left. At that point, the issue is no longer about vaccines, it's about power. Who decides when your body is no longer your own? The government? Not on my watch. I don't say that I'm from the government, even though I'm a state rep. A free society does not compel medical procedures through force or penalty. It persuades with evidence, respects individual judgment, and upholds human dignity, even when doing so is inconvenient. I have one last paragraph, will you let me?
If you can make it.
Yes. So this was a study that came out. It was the impact of childhood vaccinations, a short and long-term study. I'm going to send it to you. It was from the Henry Ford Health System and then Wayne State University School of Medicine. It had 18,468 participants in there that are all part of that integrated health system, some that were vaccinated and some that weren't. Here's the conclusion of the study. This is a recent study. In this study, we found vaccine exposure in children was associated with an increased risk of developing a chronic health disorder. This association was primarily driven by increased risk for asthma, atopy, eczema, autoimmune disease, and neurodevelopmental disorders. This suggests that in certain susceptible children, exposure to vaccination may increase the likelihood of developing a chronic health condition, particularly for one of these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. All right, next we have Brittany DiBernardo. And you've asked for 2 minutes, which is good considering we're behind schedule, so thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Committee. My name is Brittany DiBernardo from Franklin, New Hampshire, and I support 1811. As a registered nurse in the hospital setting, our main roles are to advocate, assess, and educate. When it comes to administering medications, the nurse's responsibility is to educate the purpose of the drug and the possible side effects. This is informed consent. We then assess for any reactions such as rash, vital sign changes, or any other abnormal, harmful changes or discomfort. If a reaction presents itself, we advocate by reporting these findings to the provider. The medication is discontinued and added to the chart as an adverse reaction. Sometimes it can take a few days for a reaction to occur, and it is still reported if this happens. And also, even if medications have been taken for years, such as like I have seen with lisinopril, a patient had been taking for 3 years and suddenly developed a severe reaction called angioedema. The whole face swells as well as the tongue, which can obstruct the airway. Also, in the setting of giving blood transfusions in the hospital, a written consent is required to be signed by the patient, a nurse, and provider. Informed consent. Similar reactions are to be assessed as you would for medications. When it comes to vaccines, known as the drug class of biologics, which is by definition a complex medicine derived from living organisms, human, animal, or microorganisms rather than chemical synthesis. There should be no controversy about following the same safety guidelines as pills, IV medications, and other meds. If chemically synthesized medications can have severe reactions, why is it taboo to believe that vaccines containing fetal bovine serum, aborted fetal DNA such as MRC5 and WI38, aluminum, which is a neurotoxin, could also have the potential to cause severe reaction, even death? So I am here now, as a mom, asking that you remove the mandate from the childhood vaccines. Where there is risk, there should be choice. I wanted to make one quick comment addressing one of the opposers' concerns.
Okay.
So quickly addressing the elderly immune system point of view, as in giving the vaccines to protect the elderly with weakened immune systems. When I am an 80-year-old grandmother, I cannot fathom, after living a full life asking babies and children to be subjected to 70+ vaccines that come with risks, including death, asking them to be my protector. It is the responsibility of parents and grandparents to protect the children. That includes the choice to not inject with neurotoxins, formaldehyde, and fetal DNA fragments, among other harmful ingredients. It should be our choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you taking questions? That's okay. Are there any? Nope, there aren't any. So thank you, though. Okay. Can you maybe email that to our, thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, next we have Wendy Clausen. And then after Wendy, we have Larissa Trexler, Carrie Versellini, and Jay Corson. Thank you. You indicated 3 minutes. Thank you. You can turn on your microphone by hitting that button. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Clausen. I live in Belmont. I'm originally from New York. And one of the reasons why my family came to New Hampshire is for freedoms like we have. And I just want to tell a little story about New York in 2019. And before I say that, I want to say the measles vaccine works phenomenally well. The last outbreak before the outbreak in 2019 was, I think, in the 80s or 90s. I have all the statistics from the CDC and the New York State about these numbers that I'm going to speak about. There were approximately 6,000 cases of measles, 60,000 cases in New York City during this large outbreak. And they reduced the outbreak by administering the vaccines to unvaccinated populations to end that outbreak. And since then, the measles, people got the vaccine, no issues at all, except some religious exemptions, some medical exemptions. Both were very hard to get in New York State. In 2019, there was a measles outbreak, less than 1,000 people. It started in Brooklyn, which is a huge hotspot. We know when COVID went to Brooklyn, it went everywhere. But in this case, it was less than 1,000 people. Nobody died. The only people who got sick were vaccinated. Unvaccinated, sorry about that. New York responded. This is to speak to everyone who says there's religious exemptions and doctor notes. New York responded after this outbreak was gone by removing religious exemptions for all vaccines. They also removed the ability for doctors to make a schedule. They had to go by the CDC schedule, get every single vaccine on time. Doctors had no choice. Then, that's what the legislature did. The Department of Health went and removed all medical exemptions that were for any kind of reason other than known anaphylactic shock and a few other things. My child was removed from school because she lost her medical exemption. And because the doctor couldn't give any kind of schedule, she was out of school for 6 months. And I will send you the audio recording to get all the details of what this did with the school when she got kicked out. And I say this to say at any time we have mandates, they can be changed and they can be removed. Moving on to people who are immune compromised. When that child who was kicked out of school was 1 year old, I was diagnosed with alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma. That is one of the most aggressive and deadly cancers that exist. Very few people survive. She was 1 year old. That cancer only happens to children. I was almost 30. I had to go through experimentally high doses of chemotherapy that almost no one has survived. But children survive because children are super resilient. So children get the worst chemotherapy. I know immunocompromised better than anyone. Oh, anyway, so the first time I was separated from my daughter, she got the chickenpox and I couldn't see her for 6 weeks. And I asked the doctor, how'd she get chickenpox? And they said, well, she got immunocompromised from the stress of being removed from her mother, and she got it from someone who had a vaccine because there's no chickenpox around. So anyway, ironic. I ran out of time.
Thank you. Are you taking questions?
Yeah, I will take questions. I can give statistics on things too.
Okay. Representative Polizov.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted by your examples from New York. Could you repeat if you support this bill and what's your main argument?
Yes, I'm sorry. I support the bill wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, next we have Larissa Trexler. You've indicated 3 minutes as well.
Is this on now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Larissa Trexler, and I'm here to support HB 1811. I'm a registered nurse and have been since 1995. I'm also the Director of Health Freedom New Hampshire. What separates a vaccine injection from any other medical intervention? The answer really matters because in this country and here in New Hampshire, medical decisions belong to the individual, not the state. The principle of bodily autonomy is deeply rooted in law. It is fundamental. Courts have repeatedly affirmed that people have a protected liberty interest in their own bodies. Medical choice is not a privilege granted by government. It is not conditional. It is inherent, inalienable right, on par with freedom of speech, religion, and assembly. Because if you do not control your body, what do any of the other rights truly mean? Being forced to choose between medical compliance and participation in society is not choice, it is coercion, and public health was never meant to govern private medical decisions or override informed consent. As a registered nurse, informed consent is not a theory. This is a core ethical duty, and my role is to educate patients, explain risks and benefits, answer questions, and respect their decision, even when it differs from my own opinion. Patients have the right to weigh those risks and benefits for themselves, free from pressure, penalties, or discrimination. So consent is only valid when it is voluntary. The moment pressure, penalties, or threats enter the equation, consent no longer exists. That standard does not change because a treatment is widespread or well-intended. When a medical decision is tied to employment, education, or access to public life, consent is no longer voluntary. And that undermines both ethics and trust in healthcare. This bill reaffirms a simple principle. Your body belongs to you, and no one should have to undergo a medical intervention in order to participate in education, society, or public life. Protecting bodily autonomy does not weaken our state, it honors who we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right, next we have Carrie Versalini. And then on deck, we actually have three left after that. Jay Corson, Kathy Schlotman, and Susan Ulen. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. No, now
There
it
we go.
is.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Carrie Versalini. I am a parent, a New Hampshire resident, and a licensed mental health counselor, and I'm here to share how freedom of medical choice directly protected my child and allowed her to heal. From the beginning, I had the freedom to choose a medical path aligned with our family's values. I chose a natural home water birth, and I also had the freedom to decline mandated shots and medical procedures for myself and my child. Despite taking very cautious and natural approaches to our health choices, my daughter began experiencing serious medical and developmental concerns early in life. Before we were aware, she had underlying vulnerabilities. For the first 2.5 years of her life, we worked extensively with allopathic medical providers to understand what was happening. During that time, my child experienced chronic gastrointestinal distress, unexplained rashes, staring spells, chronic hiccups, food allergies, and global developmental delays. She could walk, but she could not climb or jump. She was not meeting gross motor milestones and was not talking, despite early intervention beginning at age 1. Hearing issues, vision issues, and seizures were ruled out, yet no root cause was ever identified. What mattered deeply in this process is that there were no pharmaceutical side effects or mandated medical interventions complicating the clinical picture. Because no additional medical variables had been introduced, we were able to observe her symptoms clearly and pursue a true process of elimination. When my daughter was 2.5, another parent shared a remarkably similar experience. That conversation led us to investigate something no allopathic provider had mentioned: toxic mold exposure in our home. Through that discovery and with the support of natural providers, we also learned my child has low glutathione levels, a vulnerability now recognized as a risk factor for neurodevelopmental challenges. At that point, my daughter was on the verge of being diagnosed with autism, not because autism had been identified as the root cause, but because many of her symptoms mimicked it while others remained unexplained. Because I had the freedom to keep asking questions and opt out of mandates that could have introduced side effects or masked symptoms, we were able to identify the true source of her condition, address it, and eliminate medically dangerous situations that were unknowingly affecting our entire household for 8 years. Today, my daughter is 3 years and 3 months old. After identifying and addressing the mold exposure and detoxifying her body in appropriate ways for her physiology, she is now talking. She's developing and she's catching up with her peers. We avoided a serious misdiagnosis, and most importantly, she is healing. I am here today because I firmly believe that had we been forced into a pharmaceutical or mandated medical path, we may never have identified the real problem. The clarity that allowed my child to recover would have likely been lost. Medical mandates remove the ability to individualize care. They strip parents of the space to think critically, observe patterns, and protect children whose bodies do not respond typically. Because I had the right to choose, my child will now be okay. Please do not take that right away from parents. It may truly be the difference between a child healing or never having the chance to. Thank you. Please support HB 1811.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much again. All right, next we have Jay Corson. Are you here? No? Okay. Kathy Schlotman. And then Susan is next, and the final one. Yep, if you could keep your testimony to 3 minutes too, that would be appreciated.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Schlotman, and I support HB 11. There's been a great deal of testimony in support of this bill. My testimony is to highlight 2 websites that might help you in making your decision for this most important bill. These websites are justtheinserts.com and nbic.org. The first website that helps in making vaccine decisions is Just the Inserts, which is justtheinserts.com, spelled out exactly as it is. According to its website, it states that this website provides thoroughly researched resources and training to help you move forward with clarity and confidence. It goes through the inserts of prescriptions, over-the-counter medicine, and vaccines. For each of the pharmaceuticals, it goes through the pharmaceutical name, indication and usage, ingredients, warnings, and precautions, and the manufacturer listed adverse reactions. For example, one of the vaccines that children receive is DTaP. According to this website, one of its pharmaceutical names is Infanrix. For the indication in dosage, in usage rather, it is given in 5 doses in infants 6 weeks to 6 years old. There are many ingredients in Infanrix. Each dose includes 0.5 ml aluminum hydroxide as adjuvant, which is formulated to contain 0.5 milligrams aluminum, less than or equal to 100 microkilograms of residual formaldehyde, and less than or equal to 100 microkilograms of polysorbate 80. The warnings and precautions of the package insert states that, per the FDA, warnings and clinically significant adverse reaction or risks. According to the CDC, a precaution is a condition in a recipient that might increase the risk for a serious adverse reaction, might cause diagnostic confusion, or might compromise the effectiveness of the product. In general, a product should be deferred when a precaution is present. For Infanrix, the warnings and precautions are Guillain-Barré syndrome, fainting, temperature of 105 degrees within 48 hours, collapse or shock-like state, persistent, inconsolable, crying, lashing, greater or equal to 3 hours, seizures with or without fever occurring within 3 days, apnea in premature babies. The final part of the vaccine insert is the manufacturer-listed adverse reactions. Per the CDC, adverse reactions are an undesirable medical condition that has been demonstrated to be caused by a vaccine. For Infanrix, the adverse reactions are encephalopathy, I'm pronouncing that wrong, excuse me, syncope, which is fainting, cellulitis, bronchitis, sudden infant death syndrome, also known as SIDS, and cyanosis, blue skin, and more. This is just one vaccine that I highlighted. The website goes through all the childhood vaccines. I encourage you to look to the website. The second website is nationalvaccinecenter.nvic.org. The website gives information that states making informed vaccine decisions for yourself. It goes over the risk and complications of infectious disease and vaccines. I encourage you to look through this website as well. I will be praying for you as you make this most important decision. Thank you so much for your time and leadership.
Thank you. Oh, we have a question. Will you take questions? Representative McGrath.
I got the first website, justtheinserts.com. I didn't get the second one.
It is, excuse me, nvic.org, National Vaccine Information Center.org.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, next we have Susan Ulin, right? Ulin. Okay, thank you. You've indicated 2 minutes. All right. Yep.
I wasn't planning to speak, but I don't like public speaking, but I wanted to speak to something Representative Markell said, that he wished there was the same information, you know, not all these different perspectives. And there's a book out called Vaccines Amen by Aaron Seary, who's a lawyer. He's gone through all the information that the government has on vaccines. He has graphs in there that show the diseases up to the vaccines and after, as testimony from top vaccinologists saying they're proven safe and effective because they've never done the studies beyond. So, yeah. So there's that. Then there was the inconvenience study, and someone said, well, there's just one study. There's another study by Paul Thomas, who's a doctor from, or was a doctor because he lost his license over publishing this, from Oregon, I believe. And he tracked all his patients that were born in his office, and to the age of 10, I believe, or maybe longer, he had a independent company come in and go through everything. He had unvaccinated, he had partially vaccinated, and fully vaccinated, and the unvaccinated fared the best. The fully vaccinated, excuse me, had so much more chronic disease. So that information's out there. And if we're doing so well with vaccines, why do we have so many special needs kids in our schools? And what kind of cost is that putting on families? And, it's just, so, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. There needs to be choice, Thank you for taking my testimony, and
thank you.
Hopefully you'll give us the good news.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Okay. All right, lastly, we have Maggie Roberts. And if you could keep your testimony for up to 3 minutes.
You'll probably be below that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Maggie Roberts from Raymond, New Hampshire. Thank you for allowing me to give testimony. I had no intention of speaking today. That's why I'm on my phone reading this to you. I came to observe and to support others in favor of this bill. 13 years ago, I went to my pediatrician, whom I completely trusted with my oldest child. I was a good little parent. I did everything my pediatrician said to do, and I was up to date on all my children's vaccines. I trusted him completely. My oldest child had a cold that day, but she was due for her vaccines. I asked the pediatrician if we should hold off, just because I had a gut feeling, and she had a cold. Oh, no, she'll be fine, he told me. So, okay. She received 6 vaccines that day, which was not uncommon. There's multiple vaccines, or multiple strains in each vial of vaccines. She had the common reactions, which are side effects. Just everyone needs to know those are adverse effects, whether they're fever, irritableness, hot swollen spot on the injection site. So even those should be being reported, but that's beside the point. I was told to give her Tylenol, which has been now proven to be linked with autism when you give them, when the child's sick with vaccine injury. Our lives would change forever. 2 weeks later, she couldn't bend her wrist back or neck. All of her joints had heat on them. She was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. She was 5. I was broken. I had done everything that I was told to do. I regret that decision, but it drove me to dig and research ever since. So for the doctors that say parents don't have enough bandwidth to get information on their own, I disagree. And if I had known what I know today, I would have never, ever allowed this to happen to my child. Unfortunately, all of these medical professionals that come to voice their opinion, I honestly feel bad for, because they don't know what they don't know. Until you experience a vaccine-injured child, you'll never know, because it drives you to learn. And I was given no informed consent. I was just obedient. This bill is about choice, and mandates always will take someone's choices away. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you. Kate Cook had signed up earlier in the morning. Did Kate ever come back? Mrs. Cook ever come back? Okay. Okay, that was the last person who had signed up to testify. Thank you all for coming. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1811 FN and open the public hearing on HB 1022. And I know Representative Drew is out in the hall, so I'll go get him. Okay. Thank you, Representative Popel. That was a marathon.
Yeah, give me a break here for a minute. While I get
Do you
this
need it?
together.
Do you need it?
No. Oh no, I don't.
You okay?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm like a camel.
Yeah, you can always ask for somebody else to step in.
It's okay though, Lucy. I'm all right. I just missed my sushi.
We're not doing executive sessions today. No,
Yeah,
because
so
I
it's
just
gonna
don't
stay
know
nice
what
and
time
cold.
we,
I'll be
I didn't know
eating
what
it when
time
I
we
go
were going to
home.
get down.
Yeah, I've got a 3 o'clock over at the State House, so I will
I
plan
did.
on leaving when I need to leave.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we did book,
Hi.
Lisa, if you got the email, it
Yes,
said 2:35
please.
is
Oh, my
ours. I booked
goodness.
it for 8 o'clock next Wednesday. So,
Okay, that's great.
For our
I'm gonna go.
caucus.
I'll get this.
I guess the
Steve.
Democrats have 2:36.
Thank you
so
very
if they
much.
ever wanted to use it. But I know you do your caucuses on Zoom, right?
We tend to do them.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to again open the public hearing on HB 1022 and recognize Representative Matt Drew, who is also the sponsor of this bill. Representative Drew. Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, unlike the last bill, this one is very simple. This bill is essentially an alternative. We've had some issues surrounding the exemption form that DHHS started using a couple years ago after a particular bill was passed modifying that language, and there were issues with the form that people had, and they've simplified the form now, but this is essentially specifying exactly what the form will say in the statute to bypass all those issues so that people can simply fill out this very simple form and get a religious exemption from the vaccine mandate. And that's it. I cribbed the language from another portion of the RSAs, so if we need to change the language to fit a specific scenario, we can absolutely do that. I'm open to that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Representative Drew? No, Representative Woods.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for taking my question. With this form, it is a form, correct? And that would then preserve data. I know there were some thoughts that we'd no longer be able to collect data, which we would want to do.
Well, it depends on whether or not you want to do that. This would not collect data. This form would be, the only data that would be collected would be a yes, no on the exemption. It would be a single binary data point. That would be it.
Oh, sorry, Representative Woods. Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just a question for you on with the form specifically to doing it for a child. It says that I certify. Would we have to clarify the language if you're going to do it for a child in some regards? Just curious the question.
I don't know that that's necessary, but we could certainly do that for clarity.
Anyone else? Representative McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Was there anything on the other form that you objected to?
Mostly just the gathering of information that was unnecessary for the purpose. That was the main goal. And again, they've trimmed that down, but there's still some information that they gather that is unnecessary.
Anyone else? Seeing no one. Thank you. Also signed up to speak are Megan Hetty and Dr. Benjamin Chan from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Hetty. I'm a registered nurse and the chief of the Bureau of Infectious Disease Control with the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health. I'm joined by Dr. Benjamin Chan, an infectious disease physician and our state epidemiologist. We are here to speak in opposition to House Bill 1022. Presently, RSA 141C20C allows for medical and religious exemptions from school and child care immunization requirements. The department respects the religious beliefs of families seeking those exemptions and has a form approved in 2023, and also a copy has been passed around for each of you to see. And this form works very effectively to enable parental choice and minimize administrative burden for schools and health professionals and administrators. The existing exemption form has also been adopted through administrative rule. The form was approved by the Joint Legislative Committee of Administrative Rules in March 2023 and is also available on the department's website. Specifically, some of the language for the form proposed in HB 1022 raises a number of technical issues. First, the proposed language omits any mentioning of identifying information for a child or student that is claiming that religious exemption, such as name and date of birth. Without these details, school nurses and administrators would not be able to identify which child that exemption applies to, which would make it impossible to document this information as part of their school processes and the information that they keep within the schools, but it also makes it a burden or a challenge. I'm sorry. To provide grade level annual reporting that is required in 141C20E. Accurate immunization records are also essential in the event of an outbreak at a school so that schools and childcare can quickly identify those children who are most at risk and most susceptible to the infection. Without this, school leaders would be unable to effectively implement safety measures that protect the students and their community health to help end that outbreak. Additionally, the language does not include the critical notice that during an outbreak, a child with a religious exemption may be excluded from the school or childcare to bring that outbreak under control, as outlined in 141C20D. And this notice was explicitly included in JLCAR during the 2023 update of the religious exemption form so that parents are fully informed of their decision and the associated state law. Legislation was also proposed with a similar provision, was proposed and vetoed during the 2025 legislative session. That is House Bill 358, and that was sustained by the House. In her veto, the governor stated that this was because of a process for religious exemptions already exists, and changing that process was deemed unnecessary. Additionally, last week, this committee did pass House Bill 1584, which also included language around the religious exemption form that seems to conflict with this one, making this plan unclear for implementation of either bill. So, in summary, the department believes that the use of the current form does effectively support schools and childcare in having a clear process for religious exemptions that accurately informs parents of their options and contains the necessary information for parents and guardians to make an informed decision about a religious exemption that may occur during an outbreak, while also ensuring their right to choice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We're happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative McGrath.
You just referenced that the current form lets parents know that in case of an outbreak that their kids may be excluded from school. The form that you passed out says they shall be excluded from school. So I'm just looking for clarification.
Thank you for the question, but can you rephrase a little bit? I'm unclear of what you're looking for.
You just testified that the form said we're going to warn parents that their children may be excluded from school in case of an outbreak. The form says that the students shall be excluded from school.
The form also references 141C20D, which that is what we're looking for to highlight in that.
Thank you for that question, Representative. If I can also just add and clarify that, I think that the decision to exclude children from school is dependent on a number of factors. One is whether or not they're considered susceptible, meaning unimmunized, able to get the disease or infection and spread it to other people, and the likelihood of exposure. So we're not talking like, every kid in the school that's unimmunized gets excluded. It's part of the contact tracing and investigation that's done to identify those children that are truly at high risk and unimmunized and are considered exposed. I think to the point of the form, though, is that I think some of that language is legalese that is drawn from the RSA that Megan, just referenced. But I think to the larger point and the larger concern, or our larger concern about House Bill 1022, is that it's looking to put into legislation what's inherently an administrative process, and so that brings in a number of issues of making sure that parents are informed of what could happen in the event of an outbreak if the child is unimmunized. Issues around identifying who the child is, which was a question I think to the sponsor of the bill also. So I think that the underlying concern and issue here is one of trying to legislate what is an administrative process and essentially replacing language in a form that has already gone through. review through the rulemaking process. Thanks.
Follow up.
So do you think then that the form should say maybe instead of shall be?
I think that's accurate. Yes, it does not mean that all unimmunized students will get excluded. It's unimmunized susceptible students that have been exposed will be evaluated. So I think your statement is accurate.
Representative Palmer.
So getting on to the issue about identification and who would be excluded from school, if the department couldn't, or the school couldn't identify who was at risk, would they then have to just shut the whole school down? Or
we obviously try and avoid totally shutting down or having a facility shut down. Sometimes schools make that decision on their own, as we've seen in the news recently with, influenza outbreaks, which is not part of this conversation, by the way. But I think in extreme situations that is a possibility, but that's not the first step. The first step is to bring an outbreak under control by, excluding people, anybody who's sick and sick and infectious with a disease, and then identifying through contact tracing who may be susceptible and in this case unimmunized and at risk of spreading it to other people. And so, really aim for the targeted containment strategy as opposed to taking the more drastic measure of having a facility just shut down entirely. But, that in extreme situations, that's a possibility that we try and avoid.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So, you mentioned that the bill is in conflict with 1584, so I just glanced over and I can see 1584 expressly, forbids any mandated forms, as I read it. So, in that case, this form here, what would happen with this form? So, the one that's being proposed would be in conflict. But would this just be modified? How would you address this form in relation to 1584?
So we believe, and is our understanding with 1584, that it's being proposed for adjusting language, and we still would understand that we would need to go through a rulemaking process and be approved by JLCAR as well.
So
follow up.
So this might still exist under 1584, but
it's a little bit hard to. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, just go on.
I think it's a little hard to speak to 1584 without having the bill in front of us. I think part of our concern with 1022 is that it's unclear what happens with the rulemaking process. It sounds like the intent was that the current language in 1022 would be inserted into some form, but we were reading this as this is taking over the process of creating a form, hence what's specified in 1022 is leaving out some important information. And so this is where I think our concern is around putting in legislation what should be in a form, is that, if we need to correct a word from shall to maybe, has to come back for legislative review, as opposed to addressing minor corrections or minor, changes through the administrative process, which is what the rules making process I believe is intended to do. Okay. So there's this tension between, do you legislate the wording or do you run it through the administrative rules process?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So as I'm looking at the identifying information on this form, am I correct that the student's name, date of birth, grade level, street address, city, zip code, and phone would already be known by the school or the child care agency for each child?
So thank you for that question. The school should have that information available to them. Yes.
So as a follow-up? So as a follow-up to that one, that's not additional information that the schools don't already have.
that would be our understanding that it's not additional information, but the schools would have to connect that information to the religious exemption form that is being proposed, and that can cause an additional administrative burden for school nurses and administrators.
If it's omitted, yeah.
If it's omitted, correct.
Yeah. Okay. And then my final question is, and then the only other piece of information that the school doesn't already have is the check line which says which vaccinations the child has. And is it not, am I not reading this correctly, that it says this information is voluntary and will not affect your religious exemption?
That is correct. It is listed as optional, and that was what was approved by JLCAR in 2023.
Thank you very much.
Representative Polozov and then Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So following up on your answer to Representative McGrath about your investigations during outbreak and deciding who is sent home. So what other factors help you with this decision? And specifically, today we heard about a scenario when, for example, one kid has religious exemption and not vaccinated, but some other kid had some cancer treatment recently. So is it something you would consider, and who will be sent home in that scenario?
Thank you for that question, Representative. I think, as I mentioned earlier, it's sort of case by case. There are generally two groups of individuals: people that are symptomatic and infected with whatever disease is causing the outbreak, and there's a group of people that may be exposed and not immune, meaning that they're susceptible to infection themselves, and those individuals on a case-by-case basis would also be considered for whether or not they can safely be in school because of the risk for potentially transmitting the infection to other people.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Actually, I'd start with, would you know that the RSA actually says shall not attend the school? Specifically, it matches the language in the RSA. So it does say that won't be able to go to school at all. It basically outlines that. So I just want to clarify that. But my question would be, is this form, we've heard last year, that it was not provided to Health and Human Services, only something the school keeps. Is there anything that you would get from this form or the information that the department would have at all? Because I'm looking at statistics, and I don't know how we would get those statistics if this is not shared.
Maybe I'll start and see if Megan wants to chime in, but again, thank you for raising this point, Representative, that this form does not come to the department. This is a form that is, taken in and kept by the school or the child care agency. And so none of this information, none of the personally identifiable information comes to the department, but school and child care agencies report in aggregate, on a yearly basis, I want to say, for the totality of their facility. I think there are three general parts to this form, if maybe I can break it up that way. One is identifying who the child is, collecting the religious or claiming the religious exemption. Again, that's so that the school can connect the religious exemption with the child. The second is the statement that there's a religious exemption that's being claimed. And then the third is informing parents and guardians what could happen if there is an outbreak. And so, I think we believe that all three aspects of that need to be part of any form, both for identifying the student, claiming a religious exemption, and then allowing parents and guardians to make an informed decision about that. And so 1022 has one of those three pieces, but not all three.
So just to confirm, the information here about the student's name, information, and all that would not be shared. Only the aggregate data. So would the aggregate data include each of the vaccines that were not? So like if somebody checked off that they wanted 3 and they didn't do 2 or whatever, would that information be specifically given?
We collect annually the total understanding of, like Dr. Chan said, about aggregate, based if somebody is up to date on all required immunizations for their age group at that time. So this is very much a record-keeping system for the school nurses and administrators to manage.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, if I can also just quickly add to the Representative Kesselring's questions that, if people have looked at our school report before, we report the total percentage of students that are up to date on all required immunizations. Part of the reason we take that approach is because it becomes very difficult to separate out, the percentage of students that are up to date for polio versus MMR. We don't necessarily reliably get that information. It's optional on the form if parents want to specify, so that perhaps in the future we can get better, accurate information. But as of right now, at a school level, we're unable to accurately break out vaccination by the different vaccines.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to testify is Melissa Blasek from Rebuild New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I just want to give a little bit of historical context for this bill. I think because I sort of feel slightly responsible for how we ended up here. So previous to 2022, the law said the term request. In 2022, HB 1035 was introduced for the purpose of adding conscientious exemptions. The bill ended up being amended and passed as a simple bill to remove the notification requirement from this request. But in the process, the term ended up being changed from request to form. DHHS has now interpreted this to mean that they can, for the first time ever, require the use of their form. They had a form before, but it was not required that you use that form only. Most people I knew just wrote a very simple statement on their own saying, my child is this name, this date of birth, and they have a religious exemption, parent signature. Last year, HB 358 attempted to return the law to the previous language that we had for decades, but it was vetoed. And HB 1022 is just simply the next attempt to rectify the legislature's previous mistakes, right? So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to give a little context that we're simply trying to make it the way it always was before. This is a different idea and a different way of going about it, as far as saying, okay, well, you can have a form, but the form can only say X, Y, Z, because that's what people used to do.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative McLean.
Yeah, so just to follow up on the prior testimony from DHHS, this committee, and it hasn't gone to the full house yet, in 1584, I'll just pull up the language of 1584, which I think is they're saying where the conflict lies.
Yes.
The parent or guardian shall sign a form stating a child has not been immunized because of religious beliefs, provided, however, the parent or legal guardian shall not be required to use or sign any specific form provided or posted by the Department of Health and Human Services and may provide any written signed statement attesting to the religious obligation.
Mm-hmm.
So does that not satisfy what you're looking to do?
Yes.
And so in light of that, do you think that 1022 is needed?
Thank you for the question. I think it depends on strategy. In my opinion, they should be two separate bills. 1584 should have to do with the Hep B repeal, and this bill should have to do with the form. That I am correct. The 1584 is the Hep B repeal, right? Or I'm not. Oh, I'm not right. I'm sorry. I thought it was the same bill. I'm sorry. Apologies.
If I may clarify, just
sure.
Yeah. So 1584 was just about notice and
Just
consent.
I am with you. Okay. Yes. Thank you for the question. Okay. I'm fine with either solutions. I think that one is very close to the bill that was passed last year, right? I think it's closer to that intent than this one is. So again, if we're going back to the idea of strategy, perhaps it's best to send both over the wall to see what your colleagues on the other side of the wall think. But that would sort of be where I would be on that.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No one else has signed up to testify on HB 1022. Does anyone else wish to testify? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1022 and open the public hearing on HB 1219. I believe Representative Litchfield is here, right? So if she'd like to come forward, oh, you are? Okay. Chair recognizes Representative McGrath in place of Representative Litchfield. Whenever you're ready, Representative McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of my committee. I'm Representative Linda McGrath from Rockingham District 40, Hampton, and Seabrook. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 1219 relative to immunization requirements in foster family homes. Currently, there's a New Hampshire administrative rule that imposes immunization requirements on foster family homes that exceed those established in statute or law, specifically beyond what is required under RSA 141-C:20A, the New Hampshire law that outlines immunization requirements for children attending school or child care agencies. The law lists the vaccines required, the number of doses, and available exemptions. So this bill, 1219, is narrowly focused to ensure that immunization requirements for foster families do not exceed those already established in New Hampshire law. This bill does not eliminate immunization requirements or create new exemptions. It simply provides clarity and consistency, preventing foster families from being held to a higher standard than the general public. We have a shortage of foster families and foster homes in New Hampshire. Foster families are leaving the system, and others who might otherwise step forward are choosing not to foster because they are being told that they, or their children, or anyone else in the house, must take vaccines that are not required under New Hampshire law, but in our rulemaking. So whether you believe vaccines are beneficial or not is not the issue before this committee. The practical reality is that these requirements are creating a barrier to participation in foster care. Families are saying, I can't do this, and walking away. When foster care standards go beyond what state law requires for every other family in New Hampshire, we shrink the pool of safe, loving homes available for children who need them. That has real consequences. Longer stays in congregate care, fewer placement options, and more instability for vulnerable children. Again, this bill does not debate vaccines. It directly impacts our ability to recruit and retain foster families. It restores parity between foster families and the general public while keeping intact the immunization requirements already established by statute. 2 of my granddaughters were in the foster system, having been removed from less than ideal circumstances, and they are incredibly blessed to have found their forever home with my daughter and son-in-law. My daughter and son-in-law were often called to take other foster children. At this time, we should be removing unnecessary obstacles for families willing to open their homes to all those children who desperately need them. So I urge everybody to support House Bill 1219. I did pass out the list of the vaccines required under state law and the vaccines recommended by ACIP, which is what the foster families are being held to those increased standards. And I'll answer any questions if I can.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Representative Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the first time I remembered. Thank you for taking my question. I have, it's really two questions. Is this the latest CDC recommended, or is this the prior one? And if this isn't the latest one, is the way the New Hampshire's law is written that they'd still be going by this list, or would they be going by the new list that it's a little bit of a fine point?
You're talking about the ones on top?
No, on the bottom.
So the ones on the bottom are what foster families are required to adhere to. As this says 2025. If it's changed, I'm not.
Well, yeah, they just voted, and so it would change that. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's still going to be maybe different than New Hampshire's. The other question, sorry, it's the second question, is do you know of any reason, any medical reason why a foster child might need different vaccines? I mean, is there any medical evidence that they are more susceptible to meningitis because they've been bounced around to places, and so that might make sense for them?
So ironically, the rules require everybody in the household except the foster child who cannot be denied benefits depending on vaccine status. So they're actually the only ones in the household that could not be vaccinated under these standards. A lot of these children may need vaccines. I imagine a lot of them are more vulnerable children in some respects, but I don't have any data on any of that.
Thanks. Just
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak are Marie Noonan and Susan Larrabee from DCYF.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, sorry. It must really feel like a good afternoon for you all for being here for so long. My name is Susan Larrabee. I am General Counsel for DCYF, and with me is?
Good afternoon, Marie Noonan, DCYF Director.
We are not here to take a position on the bill, but we are here to answer any questions that any of you may have in regards to the licensing process of a licensing of a foster parent in the state of New Hampshire. If we can just start by giving maybe some basic background that with the rulemaking, we are required to have standards for licensing of foster care homes. And that is implemented through Rule 6446, Foster Family Care Licensing Requirements. These rules follow the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration on Children, Youth, and Families, otherwise known as ACF. We follow the National Model of Foster Family Homes Licensing Standards. Those standards were promulgated after 2018's Family First Prevention Services Act, otherwise known as FFPSA, which fundamentally restructured federal child welfare funding to prioritize prevention services for children, as well as provide higher quality standards for foster placements. The PSA directed the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to identify reputable model licensing standards with respect to the licensing of foster family homes. In response, the ACF, through the Children's Bureau, issued the final national model of foster family homes licensing standards in 2019, directing all state agencies and tribal agencies who receive Title IV-E funding of the Social Security Act, requiring us to follow those model licensing standards and to file a state plan amendment indicating our compliance with the identified model licensing standards. Various changes were made to 6446 and adopted on 10/19/2023. In regards to vaccinations, that falls under 644614, which addresses licensing and permit requirements for the foster family homes. And basically doing a side-by-side between the model foster care home requirements as well as what's contained in this bill, extending that there shall be no vaccination or immunization requirements required of any parent residing in a foster home that exceeds the vaccination or immunization requirements under RSA 140C20A, either in type, vaccination, quantity of doses, or exemptions. In looking at H1, 2, and 3, which addresses and models the National Foster Care Home Licensing Standards, the only difference that goes beyond what is 14620A would be the flu shot. And that is for any adult household member who will be a caregiver of an infant, which means that they are licensed, what's called a general foster care license for ages 0 to 21. If they choose to receive that license of 0 to 21, which means they can care for an infant, they are to have the whooping cough vaccination as well as the annual flu shot. That also applies to adult household members who will be caregivers of of children with special medical needs, in which they too must have an up-to-date annual influenza shot to be able to care for a child with special medical needs as determined by their health care provider. Other than that, the rule was amended after the original 170E 27B was passed into law. We did an emergency rule change on 10/19/23 as adopted by J.L. Carr that said no additional immunization shall be required for any children who are household members of a foster home other than the immunizations that are required for other school-age children in this state.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative Weber.
Thank you so much. If the guidance from the federal level changes, would you contemplate having to have a rule change here?
Yes, we would absolutely align with the federal guidelines.
But otherwise, you're going to stick to the current federal guidelines?
Correct. In order for New Hampshire to receive federal 4E funding, we must comply with the federal guideline.
Thank you. Oh, one final, if I might. Could you tell me how much funding we might lose if we were found to be out of compliance?
I'm going to look behind me for a moment.
Okay.
According to my DCYF finance partners, at least $2 million.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Profile.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So, am I to understand then that there is no state currently exempting foster parents or caregivers from the similar requirements? There's no state currently doing that, and are they losing funds? Is there a waiver process that we could apply for a waiver to to bypass that process.
Again, I can't speak to the numbers of states if they have a waiver, but there is a waiver process in terms of when the memo was released by the ACF requiring compliance with the model requirements for licensing of foster parents. If I shall quote that, we instruct Title IV-E agencies to submit a Title IV-E plan amendment providing specific and detailed information about whether the agency foster family home licensing standards are consistent with the final model licensing standards identified by HHS, and if not, the reason for the deviation, and whether or not there is a waiver process for non-safety licensing standards. My understanding is, and I can also maybe phone a friend behind me, is that if law changes, then we file with the ACF a request for an amendment to our 4E plan, and then they would consider that whether in accepting our amendment to our state plan. And we would have to then await them to either approve or disapprove. And again, I can't speak to how many states have done that.
Representative Weber.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this earlier. Could you tell me what ACF stands for?
Sure. No. So many acronyms.
I know that we were handed the Bible of acronyms, but I don't know where I've put it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's the Administration for Children and Families.
Thank you very much.
Representative McLean.
So I would think that given our existing schedule is so close, you're saying that really the only delta is influenza, I would think that a waiver, and I don't know, has there been any data, when I weigh the impact of having to do that versus people withdrawing from consideration as foster parents? I personally know people working in a factory, lots of people that pulled out, and especially when it came that their children had to have additional vaccines. Okay, that was a breaker for me. I'm out. Do you have any data or any feel for what the impact is and what you might gain if you were able to obtain a waiver?
I'm not aware that we're hearing that families are backing out as a result of the influenza vaccine. And again, the requirement for the vaccine, according to the federal guidelines, is for caring for a foster child who's an infant, so 0 to 1, or a child with a special medical need where their doctor would recommend that. So that's a small population, and I'm not aware that we're finding families are backing out.
Follow up.
So for the bulk of families, and if they're not infants or special needs, actually we're already in sync. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Thanks.
Yes.
You actually testified, Representative McGrath, right?
So I can ask a question.
Well, no, because you testified. I'm sorry. But we do need a pink card for you, by the way. Thank you. Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, can you explain situation with national model requirements and how strictly we usually follow them? For me, the word model means that we don't have to follow them to a T. So, besides vaccination, like how often New Hampshire rules differ from national model requirements?
So New Hampshire, like other states that accept Title IV funding, we undergo audits or review of a variety of our practices, case practice, financial payment processes, our foster care adherence to the rules and standards. So if we are not abiding by the rules and regulations of ACF, then we incur penalties ultimately. So we would be receiving federal funding in an error and would need to pay back or have a penalty for occasions that we are not following the guidelines.
Anyone else? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just to start off for clarity, I do know several families that are not foster parents anymore because of the confusion that there is in the department. So I want to add that. With that, going into the confusion part of it, it looks like you read specifically that caring for infants under 12 or medically fragile children is required under that. So does every single foster parent under the federal guideline have to go through that process just because the federal guideline specifically says that, is what I'm asking the question. I don't know if that makes sense.
You shut the microphone up.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure I understand. So
Let me
yeah.
pose the question one more time. So it says in this, I'm looking at the federal guideline right now, it says caring for infants under 12 or medically fragile children. So those are the only things that it requires in there. It doesn't require anybody else that's taking care of other kids, just those. So I'm just curious about that, how it's interpreted from the department.
So again, with a general foster care license as opposed to kinship care home, where we're licensing a foster care parent who is known to the child or related to the child, a specific child, there is no vaccination requirements. We have followed the advisory model on kinship care homes under 6447, in which unless this child has a medical doctor saying that this specific child has a very specific need, cystic fibrosis, for instance, and a foster parent, a kinship care home shall have to have a pertussis shot because of the medically fragile child. Otherwise, with general foster care home, as opposed to general foster care homes, we're licensing the home in terms of there is no child in mind at that time. So they can receive either a 0 to 21 license or a 1 to 21 license. The 0 to 21 license is, do they want to care for an infant? Some foster parents do not want to care for infants. However, if they do want to care for an infant, then they shall be vaccinated for an annual flu shot and the whooping cough vaccination. Okay.
Follow up.
Can you clarify, so what is the second licensing requirement? Is it the same exact thing or is it different? Because you said there's two different, let's say, pathways to do the licenses.
So if they are to be licensed to care for a child 1 to 24, there is no vaccination requirements for an adult in that household. For a child in that household, they are to have no additional immunizations required that are greater than what's required under 170E:27B as it stands today.
Representative Copal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm looking at the ACF standards, and I'm seeing the Title IV-E actually says that state standards must be, quote, reasonably in accord with the recommended standards from national organizations. And perhaps more importantly, and this is an exact quote from Federal Register 88, number 188, ACF does not have the authority to mandate standards beyond what is required by the Act, meaning Title IV-E. So I'm trying to square those two statements. How is it that ACF is able to mandate these standards, and how is it that it results in a potential loss of funding to the state of New Hampshire if we're not complying with those when the ACF explicitly states that they don't have the authority to mandate it?
States do not have to accept Title IV-E funding. So we could choose not to accept the federal funding we get and then would not have to follow the standards. But if we choose to accept the federal funding, then we need to align.
Representative Hartnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking the question. 2 softballs. Just how many foster homes do we have?
I don't have that exact information on me.
Ballpark?
Several hundred would
Okay.
be a ballpark.
3?
I would say several hundred.
But not
yes.
4? No.
I can't be locked into an exact number.
I'm just teasing. How about foster kids total?
Foster kids, we have about 710-ish kids in foster care between kinship care and foster homes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there was some discussion last flu season of the flu vaccine having a negative efficacy. That is, taking the flu vaccine made you more likely to get flu. If there was such a case, what would be the department's response? Would you still impose the flu vaccine knowing that it would put both the foster children and the foster families at greater risk in order to keep that federal funding, or would we simply refuse that federal funding?
I'm not sure that I'm in a position to be able to make that determination here today.
I'm sorry, if I could just add, and I didn't read this in completion, I probably should. I do not have enough copies for everyone, but I do have an actual copy of the model rules, if that would help, as well as the memo that the ACF released that I believe Representative Cobalt may have read from, that I can actually provide a hard copy of. But I didn't read it in its entirety in terms of how we phrase it in our licensing rule as well, adopting, again, the model rule saying that these certain caregivers shall be vaccinated for the annual flu shot unless the immunization is contrary to the individual's health as documented by a licensed healthcare professional. So there would be the ability to have a waiver of that if the medical provider documented that and provided us with that.
Representative Pelosi and then Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Sorry if I missed that number, but you were talking about 700 plus foster kids being in families, but what is the need? Do I understand that some kids are maybe, I don't know, in institutions and they want to become a foster kid? Like, what is the need? Because my understanding this bill is trying to make it easier and to increase supply of foster families.
That's correct. So we do have about 200 kids who are also in residential treatment who require a higher level of care and for whom we would certainly want to be able to transition into community-based care. Our top priority in terms of community-based family care is kinship care. While we certainly value the importance of a foster care system that has paid foster caregivers, we also know how important it is for kids to be in homes with people known to them. So whether it be relatives or other what we call kin relationships, such as a babysitter, a coach, someone that maybe the child refers to as an aunt but isn't related by blood. So we have a committed, dedicated focus. We do have more children in kinship care today than in foster care, but certainly we're always recruiting for additional foster families because while kin is ideal, we recognize that we will always need foster care providers as well.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks. So as a quick follow-up to that, is the kin held to the same standard as the foster care, you know, in terms of the vaccination requirements? So if I'm an uncle, if I'm a babysitter, still the same would apply?
No, just in April, with the support of JELCAR and all the support that the legislature has done to add kinship care to our licensing abilities, as well as now we have the kinship care home licensing standards adopted on 9/23 of 2025, and that is HEC 6447. And within that rule, there is no immunization requirements for foster care, kinship foster care licensing, because again, that's a child-specific license unless their medical needs suggested by a medical doctor said that they need a certain household composite.
Okay, and a quick follow-up, because I just wanted to ask that because he raised a very important point. So you're neutral on this, but if this was to become law, I think in order to preserve the $2 million, you would be applying for a waiver, I'm guessing. So is that a one-time thing, or as the ACF changes, are you always applying for waivers to follow that? Or is it just a one and done kind of thing?
I'm going to phone a friend. So I would assume that if this bill passes, we would then file a waiver with ACF explaining why we would be passing a jail car rule 6446 amendment, and we're doing so to align with state law. And we would explain that that's why we are deviating from the national models and then waiting for whether or not they accept or deny that waiver. So I would assume it's a waiver to what's called our 4E state plan. How long is the state plan? Is that good for? Oh. And the state plan is needs to be renewed every 5 years, 4 years.
So one and done for that period.
Correct.
One and done for that period. Okay.
That is the best of our understanding. Yes.
Other questions? Representative Lamontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you actively recruit foster parents? Do you have a program? And if you do, what are the reasons that you're not getting enough foster parents? What do you think are the impediments?
We are always recruiting for foster families. We host weekly meetings, open information sessions where we have a number of people that come to learn and find out about fostering. What we find is that the decision to foster is what we say is a journey. So there's a certain period of time, maybe 6 to 9 months between a flicker of contemplation to be a foster family before a family might take a step to actually submit the application, look into the training requirements. It's certainly an adjustment. Sometimes it's a surprise for prospective families to recognize the type of contact that we would hope that they would have with a birth family. Sometimes people think they're just sort of signing up to work with children, but there's a birth family component that it's always best for children when they can see their caregiver and their parent working collaboratively. So again, it's sometimes personal choice around recognizing the time of in their life, in their family's life. Some families come to us when their children launch into adulthood, they're empty nesters. Some recognize that with the busyness of their own children, perhaps they aren't in a position to take on additional children, knowing the hope that we will also see them working with the birth families. So I think there's a variety of individual reasons why families may choose to engage in the next step, but certainly we are always recruiting and do host these information sessions where we have lots of families coming to learn more. And then we have a unit who actively follows up with each of those families, tries to connect with them, meet with them, answer any questions they have, in hopes that they will move forward with the next steps with us.
Follow up.
How often have you heard that these additional vaccine requirements are what led them to decide not to become foster parents?
I have never heard that.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Melissa Blasek from Rebuild New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I have just 2 very quick points to make. Kind of preparing for this bill, I called some friends in other state legislatures to research whether their states had any vaccine requirements for foster families. And while I did not check every state, just a handful, none of them did. As far as this language goes, I have a suggestion to amend it because I don't think that it fully takes care of the problem. 1 word change would, though. If you just take parent and make it to adult, I don't want there to be maybe, certain requirements for a grandparent who lives there or something like that. So I do think the parent should be changed to adult, and then that would make it consistent with children that was already in law. So those are my only 2 points.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
No one else has signed up to testify on HB 1219. Does anyone else wish to testify? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1219 and open the public hearing on HB 1316 and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Lily Foss from Manchester.
Did we get a good card for Representative McGrath?
Representative McGrath, is she in the room? No. Okay, thank you. We do not. Competition per people. No, I know. I know. Okay. All right. No. Oh, I know. No, she told me she'd be busy. Representative Foss, welcome. Thank you, and please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Lily Foss. I'm a representative from Manchester representing wards 2, 4, 5, and 7. I always forget to add that when I'm testifying. So this bill came about because some advocates reached out to me and then the reps who became my co-sponsors concerned about initiatives discussed at the federal level to create what I believed they called a database of autistic folks drawing information from, these are their words, insurance claims data, electronic medical records, and consumer wearables. So this would be without the consent of the person themselves, if they're, a minor or otherwise have a legal guardian, without the consent of their legal guardian. So DHHS at the federal level has since, they walked that back, and then in May they announced that they were going to partner the National Institutes of Health and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to build a data platform by taking information from CMS and using it to build this platform. And again, that doesn't involve any consent from the folks who would go on this database. Its stated goal is to investigate the root causes of autism, but they said that they are eventually going to focus on other chronic diseases. This is all from the press release that they put out. So New Hampshire actually used to have an autism registry, but it was eliminated in 2024 by HB 1615, a bipartisan bill that went through on consent in both chambers. So what we're concerned about, and I mean myself as an autistic person myself, other members of the autism community, advocates, both professional and just personal advocates, is that we're concerned about the invasion of privacy. We shouldn't have our information just given out as though we're, another piece of data, as though we're not human beings. We're not test subjects, and we're not lab rats. New Hampshire abolished their autism registry because we value our right to privacy, our autonomy, our independence, and the human rights of the citizens. But if personal data is released to an agency outside the state, there's no way to take it back. So even beyond this project, beyond this administration, this isn't just a release to one administration. This is a release to every presidential administration. This is a release to every potential project. So if information is shared, there's no way to get it back. It's out there forever for whatever uses people may come up with in the future. So what this bill does is it restricts the ability to collect that data aside from very specific circumstances. So you'll see it starts on line 14, benefits programs, medical services, education programs, compliance with existing law. It can be shared if the individual or their guardian provides consent. So they're not saying, well, this project can't exist with any data from New Hampshire. You just have to get the consent of the person. Same as I think we would all hope that our medical records would be shared with our consent. We have the same rights as everybody else. And if this also spreads to other chronic diseases, we don't know how far it could go. What other chronic diseases are they going to look at? Will you even know that your data is being shared? If personal data is needed for research, they can ask for it. But there's a skepticism and a concern among the disability community about our names being put on some list held by the government. You know, I'm epileptic as well because I hit the genetic jackpot. And in Connecticut at the beginning of the 20th century, I wouldn't have been allowed to get married because they would have thought that I could have epileptic children. In the 1920s, there was a Supreme Court case called Buck v. Bell that held that a woman who was deemed to be feeble-minded could be involuntarily sterilized. And that case has never been overturned. The opinion in that case said it was within the state's rights because it was in the public interest, because 3 generations of idiots was enough. So this woman should not be allowed to have children. So we don't know. We don't know what further administrations and further projects things may bring. This, if people are concerned about this, they might avoid a diagnosis so that they don't end up on some list. So they might not be able to get the medical care they need because insurance might not cover it. They might not be able to get the educational supports they need. I used to work in special education in elementary school classrooms with kids on the spectrum. I've seen how much those classrooms and those environments tailored to their needs matter. They might avoid getting a diagnosis, and that could affect workplace accommodations under the ADA or any other services that they need, you know, medical documentation in order to get. It'll make autistic people's quality of life worse, and it'll make everyone's quality of life worse because it'll restrict our ability to participate in society if we can't get the support we need. So it also further stigmatizes autistic people. There have been a lot of conversations about us that don't involve us. Conversations about whether or not we'll ever play baseball or whether or not we'll go on a date. And if that's the case, I should cancel my Valentine's Day plans. And if they think that sabermetrics was invented by a neurotypical person, then that's just crazy. I'm big into baseball. Don't play it, but that's aside from the autism. But we're not abstract concepts. We're people, you can ask us. You can talk to us about what our needs are. We're willing to tell you. We're not concepts. We're not burdens, no matter what support needs we have on any given day. We're not puzzles to be solved. We have worth, dignity, and agency. And I hope that this committee will will deliver a recommendation of OTP and acknowledge that. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Foss? Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'll ask the obvious question. All of this release of information should already be protected and covered by the federal HIPAA regulations. So what does this bill provide that the federal privacy protections don't?
It should, but the fact that the administration has already planned on partnering with getting this information from CMS and from other insurance claims data, consumer wearables. So I assume that means something like a smartwatch. Gosh, for all I know, they could get it from like a blue envelope. So there's other records that they're looking at aside from just medical records that might not be covered by HIPAA, but also the fact that they have already created this partnership and already have a plan indicates that there must be some way to get around it.
Follow up.
Thank you. Wouldn't it be true that if you were wearing one of these consumables, you have already given your information to that company, generally in the user agreement that says they can use it for pretty much whatever they want? Is that not typical?
I have no idea. I don't need those kind of distractions on my wrist, so I've never worn one.
Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, when you listed some concerns that prompted this bill, it sounded for me that a lot of it is based on series of some genetic deficiency. You mentioned concept of 3 generations of idiots, but my understanding that what prompted your bill actions in federal government are exactly the opposite. Their concept is this is not a genetic deficiency, but it might be a cause. It might be caused by toxic exposure, such as by excessive vaccination. So, how do you put this together? It looks like the government goes in opposite direction.
Right, and they're trying to take our data to support this, which is not the belief held by most doctors. I wouldn't necessarily call it a genetic deficiency, maybe a genetic difference. And be clear, the 3 generations of idiots was language from the 1920s about a woman who probably didn't actually even have a disability. But so that's where they think it could be from. That's not really backed up by anything. So they're trying to use our data without our consent by just taking it to back up or to allegedly investigate the root cause of something that scientists already think is most likely to have a genetic link.
Representative Mazur and then Representative Weber.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So I'm hearing a lot of they, and is that conjecture, or do you have proof of that this is happening?
Sure.
That's my first question.
Yeah, I have a press release May 5th, I want to say, of last year, saying that it's from HHS, saying that the National Institute of Health is going to partner with the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services in order to create what they called a real-world data platform. I can submit that to the committee if you would like it.
Okay, and just quick follow-up. I've also heard a lot of fear of this administration in your testimony. Is that your main fear?
Well, as I said, I fear any administration having this data. I fear my data being shared without my consent, my medical data, my very private personal information, and used for I don't know what. You know, I said it's for any administration because when there's already a list outside of the state, so this bill would prevent it from being shared by the state government to any outside agency outside the state government. We don't have control over what they do with it afterwards. It could go to any future iteration of DHHS for any project that future iteration wants.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So am I right in thinking that your objection is to have your information disseminated anywhere beyond the state for any reason? The ones you've been speaking to right now are the ones that are the most immediate, but you would also object to any other uses as well. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. If, you know, Biden administration had wanted to put me on an autism registry, I would not have been okay with that either. And, you know, I wasn't in the legislature before last year, but I would probably be bringing a similar bill.
And as a follow-up, the reason that your language is so broad is that we don't know who might want to use the data in the future or for what purpose.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that the article was for Medicaid and Medicare. So is there any concern that this bill will cause in the future the possibility of losing any of that funding because of the fact that this data isn't shared properly the way that it is?
Well, there was no fiscal note attached. So since the state administers Medicaid, I suppose, I wouldn't think so. The Illinois also issued, it was an executive order. When I researched this, when I was submitting the bill, I didn't find any similar state legislation, but they've given no evidence to suppose there would be any financial repercussions.
Representative Kofal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So, so last year, I believe we actually repealed an existing autism registry, and with the full support of DHHS. And part of the concern there had to do with the data was anonymized, but not at a very granular level. So, in other words, you could kind of back into identifying individuals with some of that data. So, would your legislation prohibit the sharing of data if it were anonymized sufficiently so as not to be able to personally identify individuals?
It was yes, and it was 2 years ago that was HB 1615 that repealed the existing autism registry. So it does provide that if anything absolutely needs to be shared, it's line 1 on page 2. All disclosures must be limited to the minimum amount of information necessary to meet the legal requirement and should be anonymized where allowable and practicable. So it is very specific instances that would be allowed to disclose.
Follow up.
Thank you. So, and I guess my question centers around that legally required. So if there were a basis for using that information for research purposes, and if it were sufficiently anonymized, it sounds like that would not be allowable under this bill, or would you?
Not without consent of the individual or their legal guardian. It does say, so it says informed written consent, court order or subpoena, educational, medical, employment, other essential services, or to comply with established New Hampshire or federal law. So I suppose we don't, I'm sure when that autism registry was created, the one that was abolished 2 years ago, they probably thought it was anonymized enough, and then it turned out to not be. So just without, it has these guardrails in place. But if it really needs to be for research purposes, then they can, request consent, same as they would if you were participating in like a clinical trial or something.
Thank you.
Representative McLean.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand, because this looks like it's restricting state agencies, yet Representative Drew was talking about private sector also having access to information. So in the press release from NIH, were they saying that they were just going to go into the state agencies and gather information from them? Because I'm just wondering why it limits itself just to state agencies.
That's what we have power over. So state agencies or state contractors. So the press release was actually they just listed consumer wearables as a source that CMS might draw data from without really much explanation of how that might actually work. But this focuses on state agencies because that's what we have easiest control over.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Representative
Okay.
Markell.
Yeah. I'm curious by your analysis on Buck v. Bell. Do you think that if this information was collected, that it would be used to involuntarily sterilize people?
It could. Involuntary sterilization was legal in California until the 1970s. I don't know what any future, agency who got it, either because it was an iteration of DHHS, or if they obtained it by some sort of nefarious means. I have no idea what they would want to do with it.
Okay. So were you aware that in 1942, Skinner v. Oklahoma found that human procreation is a fundamental right under the U.S. Constitution, and that it invalidated Oklahoma's sterilization law?
I wrote a paper on that when I was an undergrad, but their carve-out was as a form of punishment. They said it was cruel and unusual punishment, so it doesn't actually negate Buck v. Bell, because they said that was in the public interest.
Okay, because I'm familiar with Buck v. Bell. We learned that in con law in law school a long time ago.
Same.
Is there a question, Representative?
I'm sorry. It's just that I don't think. All right. I just don't think Buck v. Bell is applicable to this situation. So no further questions. Thank you.
You can tell you're a lawyer when you say no further questions. I like that. Yeah. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that hasn't happened yet, I don't think. Although Attorney Williams often asks if he can approach when he walks up. Also signed up to speak is Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford District 10. Is Representative Horrigan still in the room? He may have stepped up. I'll put it to one side for now. Also signed up to speak is Kristen Evans from Able, New Hampshire.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1316. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I serve as the Director of Policy for Able, New Hampshire. And ABLE is a statewide disability justice organization that works to protect and expand the civil and human rights of people with disabilities across New Hampshire. This bill is about whether we choose dignity or control. It's about whether we center human rights or surveillance. It is about whether autistic people in New Hampshire are treated as full citizens or as data points to be tracked. Registries have never been neutral. They have been used to identify, isolate, segregate, and institutionalize. They have been used to justify forced sterilization, lifelong confinement, family separation, and violence. They have been the administrative black backbone of eugenics, discrimination, and systematic abuse. Those systems did not begin with cruelty. They began with data. They began with lists. They began with tracking. They began with the claim that some lives require management, and once those systems were built, they were nearly impossible to dismantle. This is the gravity of this moment. When powerful figures call for autism registries today, they are not proposing innovation. They are resurrecting an ideology that treats disabled bodies as problems to be monitored and controlled. They are normalizing surveillance in the name of care. They are reviving a framework that has always led to harm. More data collection, more monitoring, more government tracking, that is not support. That is control. That is not safety. That is fear masquerading as policy. This bill affirms that any data collection involving autistic people must be grounded in consent, transparency, autonomy, and strict privacy protections. It ensures that personal, medical, and behavioral information cannot be weaponized. It centers the voices, rights, and lived experiences of autistic people themselves. It is in a moment when national rhetoric is becoming increasingly hostile, invasive, and dehumanizing. New Hampshire can choose another path. We can choose humanity, we can choose justice, and we can choose courage. I urge you to support HB 1316. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If autism could be cured, would you support that?
Thank you for the question. I don't think I have a yes or no answer. Maybe no, probably because I deal with a lot of autistic people, and they bring wonderful gifts and perspectives to things that maybe I wouldn't think the same way. So I don't really have a yes or no question. Answer. Would you?
May I answer, Mr. Chair?
If you wish.
I absolutely would, yes.
I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, also signed up to speak is Sienna Hallberg from Dover. Don't forget to put the microphone on. There you go.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shauna Hallberg. I'm neurodivergent myself, and in full disclosure, I picked an autistic man. I'm going off of script. I had multiple autistic children, and they have bettered my life in every way, and I would never choose anything different than the man I chose. He is everything that's right in the world, and so are my autistic children. I have one non-autistic child. He's the most difficult of the three. I'm a disability advocate, and more importantly, I'm here as a mental health counselor who specializes in neuroaffirming care. Neuroaffirming care recognizes autism not as a disorder that needs to be fixed, but as a different processing system. I often describe it as an Android versus an Apple. My husband and I have very different operating systems, both fully functional. Challenges don't arise because either of us are broken, but because our systems are built for only one default. It is a systems failure, not an operating failure. He is perfection. Most of my clients are late diagnosed, are still undiagnosed autistic adults. They come to therapy not because autism is the problem, because of years, often decades, of stigma, of being misunderstood, misdiagnosed, or harmed by the very systems that failed to recognize who they are. Many carry significant trauma from constantly being told that they don't fit in. They're too much, or they're simply not enough. And we dehumanize them every day by talking about functioning levels. How dare we call anybody low functioning, for God's sake? The idea of autism registries is what brought me here today. It brought HB 1316 urgently to my attention, particularly following public statements last year by RFK Jr., suggesting the creation of a national autism registry. Since that rhetoric entered public discourse, I have been extremely scared. My family has been scared. And I have seen my clients and their families be extremely scared. People are delaying diagnoses. They won't come to me anymore to get diagnoses. They want to know how I'm coding their information. I have seen fear constantly arise. People are delaying this care and choosing invisibility over support because they're afraid of how their personal information can be used. This fear is not irrational. These disabled people have faced long histories of surveillance, institutionalization, and loss of autonomy. Registries have not historically protected marginalized communities. They've been used to control them. That history remains very, very real for many families today. We already know autistic people experience significantly higher rates of anxiety, depression, trauma, and suicide, up to 8 to 9 times the percent of the national average.
If you could start wrapping up, please.
Sure. HB 1316 is critical because it draws a clear line. New Hampshire will not allow the collection of sharing of autism data in ways that can be weaponized. It protects dignity and the fundamental rights. New Hampshire has values of individual liberty, limited government, and the right to live free from surveillance, especially when seeking medical and mental health care. I urge you, please, when people feel safe, they seek help. When they feel watched, they disappear. Please, please, I implore you, please support HB 1316. Thank you.
Thank you. You're taking questions? Or?
Sure.
Any questions? I guess we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also signed up to speak is Andrew Horn from Amherst, New Hampshire. Yep. There you go.
Fantastic. Hear me okay?
Yes.
Chairs, committee members, we're here today to protect basic American values: freedom, equality, and right to live without unnecessary government intrusion. I'm here to ask you to imagine what would happen if those protections disappear. Without clear boundaries, state agencies could collect and share deeply personal information about autistic residents, my information and that of thousands of other grant staters, without our knowledge or consent. I'm 37 years old. I have understood since childhood that my mind works differently than most, and for decades I have worked hard to and contributed to my community. I simply ask to be treated as a person first, not a diagnosis or a data point. But imagine if state agencies use data scraping technology to gather details about my autism, treating me like an entry in a database rather than a human being. No one should catalog the workings of my mind without my permission. My medical information belongs to me until I choose to share it. It should not be harvested by computer programs or algorithms without my knowledge. This bill isn't about blocking legitimate help. HB 1316 would still allow the state to access autism-related data where it truly matters, when administering benefits, providing medical care, or complying with court orders. But it would prevent the possibility of indiscriminate collection. It would ensure that agencies cannot gather sensitive details about my condition unless I give my informed consent or unless there's a specific legal requirement. The government should not watch us through every digital window just because the technology makes it possible. Consider what could happen without these safeguards. If the government gathered information about how our minds worked, information we never agreed to share, it would simply know too much about us. We could become specimens instead of citizens. Privacy is the foundation of every other liberty we enjoy. We deserve the same respect as anyone else: the right to be left alone, to decide what parts of our lives remain private and which parts we choose to make public. We are a people first, and medical categories second, or not at all. This bill recognizes that autistic citizens possess the same rights as every other resident. It protects us from the risk of becoming numbers in a surveillance system we never signed up for. I urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 1316 and defend the basic dignity of all New Hampshire residents. Nothing about us without us. Thank you for your attention. Those are my prepared remarks, but I would like to address some of the things brought up previously.
Okay. Well, some of that might be. Does anybody have any questions, first of all, for this gentleman? Representative McClain? Representative Weber?
I would like it if he would be able to briefly address.
Sure.
Because we have some life experience here that I think we could all benefit from. So if you have some comments, just briefly.
Sure.
I would love to hear the answers.
No worries. Specifically about what's the danger of collecting data that, say, was already shared with private companies. We keep on talking about places where lists were created of people, and that's exactly what happened in the 30s in Germany, where they did not use medical information to get lists of Jews. They used community gathering information. They took the lists from the clubs, Jewish clubs and community organizations. So that would not be protected by HIPAA in the United States, of course. And if we had autism clubs, which those do exist, that would not be protected by HIPAA. Specifically about, autism was referred to as a genetic deficiency. I think that's incorrect, as the representative mentioned. Thomas Jefferson and Albert Einstein and Elon Musk and Bill Gates and many, many, many other people in history were autistic. You cure us, and you lose the Declaration of Independence, you lose E equals MC squared, you lose civilization as we know it. So it's not a deficiency, it's a difference. Specifically about Trump, whether or not this is about Trump. I mean, personally, as someone who has worked for the Democratic Party, as someone who considers himself a progressive and has only ever voted for a Democrat, I am afraid of both parties with respect to autistic liberation. Both parties. With respect to, those are all the things that thank you so much for giving me the time.
Other questions? Representative McLean.
Yeah, so just, I'm a big privacy buff, obviously. I mean, and so I have a lot of sympathy for the bill. I'm just wondering about, on the second page, the informed consent provisions. How do you, because oftentimes informed consent is just a checkbox. So, yes, you got to give informed consent, but we're not going to give you the service or whatever unless you do it. So how would you like to see informed consent applied? How do you see it happening? How do you see the conversation happening? What do you see as the structure that kind of works?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but tell me if I get it wrong. Like, for example, if I were creating, like registering on a website, and I have to click one of those checkboxes where I'm giving my firstborn child, yes, I would want an option to not release my autism, condition to the entire world as a boundary for me using that service, if that's the question.
It is, but obviously this bill is just applying to state agencies, because as the prime sponsor mentioned, that's who we can go after. So how do you, I guess I'm just trying to, how does this bill, is this bill adequate, do you think, to achieving the informed consent that you want and not having it just be a checkbox?
Well, from my perspective, we have a history in the West of sort of collecting lists of differences by the government, just generally. To me, the main thing, and I'm not a legal scholar here, to me the main thing is it's saying the state agencies cannot, write an algorithm. I'm a software engineer. You cannot go in and write an algorithm to collect that data from the open internet. I think that that's a really good idea. I think that the state should not be collecting that information. And whether that's public databases, private databases, just in general, you should not be allowed to do that for any identity.
Other questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Representative Heath Howard from Stratford District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your time today, and thank you, honorable committee members. For the record, my name is State Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And today I come in support of HB 1316. It's a bill that addresses a fundamental intersection of technology and human rights. The right of privacy for autistics in our community in New Hampshire. As we move further into this digital age, we must ensure that our state and our state laws keep pace with the ways personal information is harvested and shared. This legislation is not merely a technical adjustment, it is a proactive shield designed to protect the dignity and autonomy of our neurodivergent individuals by ensuring they are not treated as data points to be scraped, but as citizens with a right to confidentiality. The core principle of this bill is a minimum necessary collection standard. HB 1316 directs state agencies to audit their practices and ensure that they are not using data scraping technology to gather autism-related data unless such collection is strictly necessary for the administration of essential programs such as medical care, federal benefits, or educational audits. By establishing these boundaries, we prevent the creation of unnecessary centralized databases that could, if mishandled, lead to othering or surveillance of specific segments of our population. Furthermore, this bill introduces critical accountability standards for how this data is to be shared outside of our state government. It mandates that no personally identifiable autism-related data be disclosed to outside entities without informed written consent, except in specific legal circumstances, such as a court order. Importantly, these protections extend beyond agencies themselves to include any contractors, grantees, or vendors acting on the state's behalf, ensuring that the safety net of privacy does not have any holes when the state outsources its work. This creates a culture of transparency where the individual and their legal guardian remain the primary gatekeepers of their own medical identity. HB 1316 reinforces and strengthens our commitment to existing civil rights protection by explicitly stating that this subdivision shall not supersede the Americans with Disability Act, the Rehabilitation Act, or HIPAA. We are adding a 21st century layer of protection to an already robust legal framework. We are sending a clear message in New Hampshire. Being autistic should never mean having your privacy rights diminished. I urge you all to support HB 1316 to ensure our state remains a place where all individuals can access services without the fear of being tracked or exposed. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing no questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Sophie Kellum from Exeter, New Hampshire. There you go. Microphone is on. Thank you.
Hello, and my name is Sophie Kellum from Exeter, New Hampshire, and I will be emailing my testimony to the committee as well. Dear Honorable Chair and members of the committee, I was diagnosed as a child with Asperger's syndrome, which has since then been lumped into autism spectrum disorder. That diagnosis set the stage for my success later in life. My mother described my delayed processing speed using the metaphor of me being a buffering computer. I could do incredible things, but it would just take me some time to process. My teachers described adapting to my needs in my 504 assessments as a child. They would call on me and then wait a few seconds or use the eraser to allow me time to process, and then they would get an answer. I received therapy starting when I was first diagnosed and continuing to this day. That support helped me understand my brain in ways that enabled me to succeed in school and the workplace. I believe that I would not have been able to graduate college without the support systems I utilized. I believe autism is like dyslexia or similar disabilities that are a natural part of human diversity. The only way to cure autism is to make the world more accessible and put measures in place to protect people with autism. Through conversations with my friends, I have learned that they are hesitant to get diagnosed due to the rhetoric against autistic people and the autism registry suggested federally. We need measures like this bill to be able to achieve a better quality of life. If you allow space and protections for people like me, we will rise to the occasion. And I'm taking questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions?
Mm-hmm.
Representative Plaza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned different diagnoses being lumped together like Asperger, you mentioned being lumped into autism. So, in your opinion, like especially in concern to low functioning or nonverbal autists, like should it be a different diagnosis?
I think that in terms of categorizing things, I think that following the DSM is okay, but in terms of finding community and supports, one of the things that in my experience I've found in researching autism, Asperger's syndrome in terms of autism spectrum disorder is that there was a cutoff date for when you got diagnosed that you would safely be lumped into being diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder if you got diagnosed past a certain date. Otherwise, you would need to get re-diagnosed. And especially with current concerns with information, some people may not want to be diagnosed.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Adam Thompson from Nashua. Hit the button. There you go.
Appreciate it. Looked like it was on. It was a little late there. Chairman McDonald, thank you. Honorable representatives, I appreciate the opportunity for reading from something. I know it must be awfully boring to hear continued written statements, so my apologies for that. My name is Adam Thompson. I'm a disabled veteran and a former educator. And I'm here to try and support HB 1316, please. The bill strengthens privacy protections for individuals on the autism spectrum and their families, and it ensures that sensitive health-related information is handled with the care and the respect that every resident of New Hampshire deserves. Autism-related information is deeply personal. When state agencies collect or share data that they could identify someone as autistic, there is a potential that that information could be used in ways that are unanticipated, intrusive, or even stigmatizing. The bill takes a balanced and thoughtful approach, in my opinion, by limiting the collection and disclosure of personal identifiable autistic data, while still allowing state agencies to gather and use only what is necessary for legitimate public health concerns, service delivery, or other legally required purposes. This legislation aligns with core values of privacy, dignity, and autonomy. It ensures that data practices reflect best principles in confidentiality and data security, and these principles are already expected in mental health and other medical settings. This bill also includes sensible exceptions. Data may still be used to provide services, comply with legal obligations, or to support public benefit programs when appropriate safeguards are already in place. In an era when digital information can be widely accessed and repurposed, the Granite State should lead the way in protecting its residents' sensitive information. HB 1316 does exactly that. It respects families, it reinforces trust in public systems, and it prioritizes ethical stewardship of health-related data. Further, as a former Marine, I believe that the right for people to be secure in their persons is 100% paramount to our way of life. I was also very happy to see online that this bill has a 10-to-1 support ratio amongst those that have submitted testimony online. 10-to-1 of your constituents and my friends and neighbors. I appreciate the time to speak to you guys today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing no questions.
Have a great afternoon.
Great, thank you. Okay, ma'am, you seem to have a pink card. Did you want to testify or? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Karen Blake from North Woodstock, New Hampshire.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman McDonald and members of the Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today in support of 1316. I do not have a written testimony. I will send my written testimony to the committee via email after this public hearing. In full disclosure, I am the Director of Community Partnerships at Community Crossroads, one of the 10 area agencies. I am also co-chair of Northern Human Services Family Support Council, and I also have a seat on the Quality Council, the Developmental Disabilities Quality Council. I am not representing any of those organizations today. I am representing myself and my family. While I don't want to repeat everything that everyone else has already said, I support all of the testimony that came before, but the one thing that I did want to bring to your attention is children. Children with an autism diagnosis grow up. Their information is in the system. My now almost 19-year-old does not want that information out there. He does not. So when we're talking about consent transferred to him on his birthday, his 18th birthday. So what happens to the information that's already out there? There is no checkbox that he can choose to check or not. How are we protecting him? He is his own guardian. We are doing supported decision making. This young man is now in Connecticut going to Mitchell College under the Thames program. He is going for digital communications. Someday, it is our hope, he will live on his own and be employed fully. Vocational rehabilitation agrees with us and are helping us make that happen. Painting people who experience autism by the same brush would be the same as painting any human being with the same color brush. They're all different. We're all different. So let's make sure that we're protecting these individuals. And I've been at this a long time, since my loved one came home from with his diagnosis, and I completely changed my career and became a disability advocate. That's what I do. I continue to do this even though my husband, his father, passed away his freshman year of high school. This young man graduated on time. He is in college. So when we think about what we can do for people is maybe treat them the way that he's being treated at Mitchell College in the Thames program. While he has additional support for his classes, he is expected and accepted by the community at large. And I think that that's really important for us as a lesson. And, when we talk about, we just got rid of the autism registry here. Please, let's not bring one back. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Any questions? Representative McLean.
So just as a follow-up to my question to the other gentleman, I hear what you're saying about the mechanics of the informed consent, and so I'm just trying to get together in my head how it's going to work, because I'm reading this thing, and it says, so it's gathered. So the step one says how it's gathered. The next step says how it's disclosed, and so it says, for the purposes, blah, blah, informed consent means voluntary written authorization given by the individual or the guardian after being clearly informed of the nature, scope, purpose, risk, and potential consequences of the data collection or disclosure. So this information may have been gathered 10 years ago.
I know.
They want to use it now. Do they have to go back? Is the intention of the bill that they have to go back if they have a new use and find all the people on the list and get the disclosure at that time? I'm just trying to understand how you see because to your point, he's 19. This was done when he was, say, 4.
Correct.
How do you see this working?
So I have not spoken to the prime sponsor with regards to this bill, but my personal intent would be you would have to go back and get the information.
In each case.
Unless it was completely I love the word. I can't remember what it was, but to make sure that there's no identifying data. So that would be, but it would have to be really, really scrubbed of any identification data. But my personal preference would go back
and get the consent, especially if the information that you're using was obtained when they were a minor and are now an adult.
So,
follow up.
And so, so is that your reading of the language in the bill?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm struggle with what I see as some contradiction in your testimony, because you say let's not use broad brush. We are all different, and we need to provide specific additional support to some people on autistic spectrum disorder. But how would government will know how we are different and what specific additional support individual need without first collecting data on how that person is different?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's clear in the bill that there would have to be informed consent for releasing any of that information. It is laid out the areas that it would be necessary for. So if, say, my loved one was, applying for, whatever services for support, he as a adult can make that determination. And with supported decision making, that means, we're going to discuss it, and then he'll be able to make an informed choice. But I no longer make those choices for him. He makes them for himself.
Anyone else? Representative Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions. First, are you aware of any other states that have similar legislation or other bills pending similar to this in the United States?
I am not aware of any, but I do want to remind this committee that New Hampshire is always on the forefront, and we've already gotten rid of our autism registry.
Okay, thank you. Just one follow-up?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Based on this bill, this would prevent what would happen in New Hampshire, but what assurances does anybody with autism have that this information couldn't be provided from another jurisdiction which already has this information? And you may have given it to them indirectly, or they may have gotten a hold of it through lawful means.
That's a great question, and it would be something that I do not have the answer to at this time. But let me think about it, and I will respond to the committee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Representative Weber.
Just as a follow-up to that last question, would I be taking too much of a leap to assume that Representative Foss, when she said we can only control what we can control, and we can't control what happens with stuff outside the state, so we should perhaps, would you agree that we should perhaps not let the perfect be the enemy of the good?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my follow-up. So following up on our previous line, so if somebody applies for additional support and services, they might release information. So are you okay with that part of information being shared, or do you want to restrict the information that was released during applying for services as well?
Well, I would say that, thank you for the question. I would say that, the information should only be used for the purposes that it was intended. And if we're applying for something, we're not intending that my loved one's going to end up on a list somewhere. We're not. That's not the intent of the document that he would be filling out and giving his consent, only for medical evaluations to be deemed eligible or not for disability services. That has nothing to do with some of the things that are being proposed.
Representative Markell, and then Representative Hartnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last question.
Sure.
This deals with autism, and I feel personally connected to it because I have a very severely disabled adult son. I am his co-guardian, and he is in care. Are there any other mental states or conditions which you feel should be covered by this bill that weren't, and why only autism?
I think I wouldn't want to speak for. Thank you for the question. I wouldn't want to speak for other organizations or for groups or for other people, because this is where I live, and this is the information that I have. So could there be future, legislation brought forward? Sure, but I would hope that it would be brought forward by other groups other than myself.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Hartnett.
I just wanted to thank you for testifying, and others with lived experience for testifying as well. Appreciate it. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Representative Weber?
I have a question of the chair.
Sure.
Or an appeal to the chair.
Okay.
Which is.
Do you want to put the microphone on?
Sure. I'll go on the record. Thank you for the reminder. I just wanted to ask you or ask my colleagues that with respect, and particularly given the last answer to the last question, that if any of us have thoughts of amending this bill, that it should go to a subcommittee that's duly noticed, so that complying with the principle about nothing about us without us, that if people have suggestions for different things that they want to see in the bill, the people on whose behalf this was brought and with whose input this was brought also get input into whether we're going to expand it to 87 other things, or whether we're going to put different restrictions or things like that. I would just like them to be able to have an opportunity to participate and comment on that process, and that's not always easy when we have a last-minute amendment that comes in.
Sure. I'm certainly open to creating a subcommittee if there's interest and people want to.
If it's needed.
People want to be involved.
I'm not hoping for one. I just wanted to get that in.
So can I just add?
Sure.
I would agree with that, and having stakeholders who actually knew a lot about the subject matter would make a lot of sense. So I appreciate that suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. And I would encourage committee members, if you are interested in serving on a subcommittee of that nature, please let me know, and I'm certainly happy to appoint one. So. Any other questions or comments for this lady before she fully gets away from the witness table? Apparently not. Okay. I think we're all set. Thank you. I haven't seen Representative Horrigan. I did hold his pink card, but I haven't seen him. I don't believe he's in the hall. So does anyone else wish to testify on HB 1316? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1316. That concludes all of the hearings we had noticed for today. We do have a full day of hearings scheduled for next Wednesday, along with an executive session. At this point, we stand adjourned. Thank you.